Well. Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation Radio Show. I'm your chief host, the Apologetics. And tonight is my Sunday night sermon. As you can call me, I should have just changed it to, I should have did Reverend Collar. Tonight's Reverend Collar, instead of Collar Rumble. It's called Reverend Collar. You're Reverend, the one and only the right Reverend Collar tonight. And by Sunday night sermon, casting out demons and wicked spirits and all you Negroes, you heathen Negroes out there who need the truth, So you can call me Reverend Collar tonight. You can call me Collar Rumble, whatever you want to call me tonight, but we're going to get down tonight, right? Because when you got a topic like why learning history from academic instead of online is important, the online. And I said, online, look, basically the internet is nothing but a friggin' open sewer. It's nothing but an open sewer. If you go out there looking for something to eat in an open sewer, say, well, yeah, I might see a piece of corn on a cob floating in the sewer. No, you're not going to get anything out of a friggin' sewer. You pick it up, you're going to get sick. It's nasty. It's disgusting, right? Same thing on the internet. Watch what you pick up off the damn internet. It's like picking through trash, picking through garbage, People, let me tell you something about, especially when it comes to African history, right? People fucking lie. When you talk about a culture that's fundamentally illiterate, and that have no history of books for thousands of years, they have no structure. There's no academic structure for the most part in Africa. That's why people make up history on their own or what they see. Oh, I think this has happened. That don't make any sense. The timeline's all off. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter because Africa, So people make up their own narrative depending on how they see things and how they feel at that moment. That's how you say, what happened right here in this situation? 12 different people are going to give you 12 different stories because nothing is academically peer-reviewed that says this is what happened. It's been studied and is peer-reviewed. So therefore, real scholars and real academias will take their notes from something that's been peer-reviewed because they understand to 99.999% it's accurate. It's intelligence. That's what what intelligence is. The difference between intelligence and random information. Intelligence is when you gather information, all possibilities and variables are eliminated, right? All things are eliminated to the point where you got accurate information to the point where it's actually going to happen. That's intelligence. Same thing with academia. That's what we have institutions for. That's why a lot of Black people don't like institutions. They think they're going to learn something from ghetto street scholars, and now you got ghetto internet scholars and whatnot, And so they're not learning anything, What is a dinosaur show, right? And Elvis is completely trying to remake turn history. I read these things. I read this stuff in many books and whatnot. And I basically came to the conclusion on what I like. Because I came with this with an open mind, right? And I always read like many different sources, right? And then put whatever together. I say, look, there's always got to be a pattern, right? If you got 5 people, right, well studied, saying the same exact thing, then I would say 99 to 100% of the time, that's the truth, And that's what peer-reviewed study is. If something's getting published by an institute or institution, it's going to go through what we call peer review. Nothing these people babble on internet has ever been peer reviewed. It can't give you no peer reviewed research and everything like that to back up what they talk about. But like I said, I basically only quote stuff that's been peer reviewed. So to try to argue with me is very futile. This is not me. This is my own opinion. This is what I've studied this is peer reviewed stuff I've studied, That's why basically friggin' people who get their history from academia instead of Wikipedia and memes and all this kind of stupid and online videos and whatnot, I can't sit down and have a conversation with, They're gonna believe what they want to believe, and it's always a sensational, Yeah, thank you, Donna. I know I'm ahead of a curve, because I'm different than a lot of people, When people say, "Well, Collar, what do you do?" Because the reason why Collar does things is the reason why he doesn't do things. Because I know stuff ahead of time and whatnot. That's what God gave me a gift of intelligence for, So I understand. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm going to do, and I know what I'm doing. You know, I say the world is not as black and white and cut and dry as people think it is. If anybody tells you that, they're lying to you, you know. But tonight's show, why learning history has from academic institutions instead of online is important. You know, we're going to talk about that. Is online misguided? Look, if you don't have anything from an academic institute, you will believe that you are already here, that your black ass is Native American with your nappy head and your African roots, right? Just, you look all African, you know. Even the fact that when you see a lot of black people, particularly black women, with their big hips and big thighs and whatnot, you know, bubble butts and whatnot, talk about they Native American. You straight out of the damn Congo or whatever black people have to fucking survive that, you know, the extra hips and muscle and everything. That's definitely friggin' African bloodline. You know, you're black, you nappy hair, you don't have long straight hair and whatnot. It's just so opaque. But the fact that people could actually believe that is because they listen to the Lord High Dane Calloway and whatnot, you know. And also, when people say I'm a foundational Black American, there's no academia anywhere that backs that up. There's no academia that backs up the fact that, say, you're a true American, white people aren't American or not. People just make shit up online and they get around a few hundred people and they go along with it and whatnot. So that's what I said. We're losing. The sad part about this is we're losing the love and cherishment of academia for online propaganda and quick fix, feel good thing like a drug. Somebody gonna tell you something to make you feel good. Oh yeah, you're Native American, man. Blah blah blah. You know. Yeah. Now come on, man. We can't say the average black person is an idiot. You know, that's not a nice thing to say. That's a very mean thing to say. You know, the average black person is an idiot. You know, that's very mean. That's a mean thing, Angola. You know, that's a very unpleasant thing to say about black people. You know, saying they're all idiots and whatnot. You know, see, like I said, where what you call it, Milan? You must be joking. You know, you know that's funny. You guys are being funny. Yeah, but I like the humor. It says our people in America. Let me put some of these. I think so they get recorded. So all black. Yep, I got that. So let's see. This is pretty funny. Yeah, we are Negropeans of Mongolian natives of China. We're not African because we is Aboriginal. My grandmother, without a husband, told me. That's funny. Oh, that's pretty funny. That's a good one. That's a good one. Our people in America always been ahistorical. Yeah, I know. Black people, like I said, a book, man. There's an old saying. If you want to hide something from a Negro, you put it in a book. One time I had some Negroes that spent the night in my house when I didn't trust these Negroes for anything. They're gonna steal something like that. So I had like about $30 one night cash. I need someplace to put it, right? So I had a little book library on the shelf, whatever like that. I had a bunch of books. I put that $50 in that book. You know something? That shit was there the next morning because I knew those Negroes would not pick up that book. You know, that's the safest place to hide money from. You know, put it in a book because the Negroes are looking at a book like, ooh, a book. You know, I gotta learn. Got to learn something. When I gotta read. He be reading and stuff. You know, reading. Man. Yeah, no, man. You know, the book. You know, there's a thing out. Matter of fact, let's play. Let me. This is fitting right now for what I want to play. Let me see like this. Let me talk about this. Read a book. 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 Yeah, you guys are gonna love this, right? This is fitting for tonight's show. So let's get started. Let's get started early tonight. You know, thank you guys coming over from Dynasty Show. Thanks for showing up. This is Apologetics, the chief host. Now, when you got shows like this, you know, like, share, and subscribe. You know what's the right thing to do. You know things will get heated tonight. You know it's gonna go down in Colorado. You know you want to be here. You know other people should be here. So do the right thing. Like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend. Collar Genesis is on. Tonight we're the Collar Rumble. Reverend Collar, the Collar Rumbler. But check this video out, folks. This is what I'm talking about when I say you gotta read books,
Yeah! What's up, y'all? This your boy G Mike. You see, I usually do songs with like hooks and concepts and shit, right? But fuck that, man. I'm trying to go platinum. So I'm about to rock this shit. Check this out, y'all. Read a book, read a book, read a motherfucking book. Read a book, read a book, read a motherfucking book. Read a book, read a book, read a motherfucking book. Read a book, read a book, read a motherfucking book. R-E-A-D-A-B-O-O-K. 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 Not a sports page, not a magazine, but a book, nigga. A fucking book, nigga. Not a sports page, not a magazine, but a book, nigga. A fucking book, nigga. Not a sports page, not a magazine, but a book, nigga. A fucking book. Raise your kids, raise your kids, raise your goddamn kids. Raise your kids, raise your kids, raise your goddamn kids. Raise your kids, raise your kids, raise your goddamn kids. Raise your kids, raise your kids, raise your goddamn kids. Your body needs water, so drink that shit. 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 Buy some land, buy some land. Fuck spinning ribs, buy some land, buy some land. Fuck spinning ribs, buy some land, buy some land. Fuck spinning ribs, buy some land, buy some land. Fuck spinning ribs, brush your teeth, brush your teeth, brush your goddamn teeth. Brush your teeth, brush your teeth, brush your goddamn teeth. Brush your teeth, brush your teeth, brush your goddamn teeth. Brush your teeth, brush your teeth, brush your goddamn teeth. Where the deodorant, nigga? 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 It's called Speed Stick. It's not expensive. 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 Read a book, read a book, read a motherfucking book. Read a book, read a book, read a motherfucking book. Read a book.
Yo, you get the message, folks. Read a motherfucking book, Read a goddamn book one night, That's all our message tonight is read a damn book, I'm sick and tired of talking to people who never damn picked up, but we don't argue. They wanted to debate the College Genesis. Nigga never read a book in their damn life. Never got past page 5 in a book and whatnot, Can't even read a freaking children's book and whatnot. You're going to sit here and try to debate College Genesis. Somebody that's well-read on history and stuff like that, That's all I've been doing for the last 30-something years is reading, really. That's why I'm here on this show tonight. That's why I'm ready for the message to the world because I've studied all the analytics and everything that needs to be done. I've studied and whatnot. So I have a message that, that I'm trying to put out there and whatnot, So where's Elvis at, man? He's going to get his ass kicked tonight, So he's going to try to rewrite history and whatnot, And like I said, this is what people do, man. They get up here, like I said earlier tonight, right? The guy gets up there talking about we black people. Give me a second. I got to do my monologue first. I need the first 30 minutes to do my monologue. They want to always apologize for being black. That's the problem I have. That's what a lot of people have. We got to apologize. We never did nothing to Africa. We never harmed them, whatever like that. So I am not apologizing. Even if I thought that I could make me some African friends, I am not apologizing to fucking no one, I did all I can. We have always basically reached out to the continent, did what we can and everything like that. Ghana's only in a position it's in right now because of the focus and attention Black America put on it. If it wasn't for Black America, no one would know Ghana's there. There would be no investors coming there and everything like that. So we've done our part, Black America has done our part, So the bottom line is this, so And when people get up there, oh, we need to apologize. Get the hell out. I'm not apologizing for anything. You know, I don't give a damn who doesn't like it. You know, I've done nothing, whatever like that. I've done nothing but yeah. Do I say some stuff? What do you mean say stuff? And like I said, we were talking about the Fernando Poe Ism. Not one time did Elvis ever mention the white people. That's basically what bringing the Karoo people, his own people there to work for basically peanuts. They weren't slaves, but they were working there for peanuts in Fernando Poe, you know? And so therefore, therefore I said to him, I said, well, and all the thing when you're trying to paint CB King and American Liberians and whatnot, you never talked about the people who benefited from crew labor. Sure the hell wasn't our people in Liberia. It was the friggin' British. They were one, and the crew chiefs, right? And all they did was try to tax the crew chiefs to try to either slow it down. They wanted to stop it, you know, but if they found out they couldn't stop it because it was British interests and everything, and they didn't really have control over the crew codes. That's why that war happened. You know, you understand, Elvis? Why did the war happen between the American Liberian government and the crew people? Because of one of the reasons was they were really trying to stop basically the slave and human trafficking in that area. You know, initially, yeah, they were involved. You know, trying to tax it to slow it down, whatever like that, and they shouldn't have been doing that. But the bottom line is this: but try to make it seem like they were just innocent victims and everything like that. I'm sick and tired of hearing that. I'm not going to hear that. That is nowhere in academia is that true. If you keep saying stuff online, people start believing it. But if you, like I said, if you really want to know what happened in Liberia with the Fernando Poe, tell what happened to Fernando Poe. Yeah, your people were involved in trafficking each other because the crew people are known for kidnapping and helping kidnap other Africans for hundreds of years. The Fernando Poe situation, as the slave trade died in the 1830s, right, when the British set up Fernando Poe as a slave patrol, like when they would dump recaptured slaves. You know, and the crew people start coming there and placing the recaptured basically for labor. You know, crew labor is going there for 100 years, you know, and the island, they took the island away. It was right off the coast of Equatorial Guinea. It was Equatorial Guinea. And that was once the Spanish, but the British took over the island, cleaned the island, and took it over. And they started using crew labor for on their cocoa farms, stuff like that there. So when you say the story, tell the whole damn story, you know? So it is what it is. Ooh, wow. Somebody basically finally putting Baruti in his place. You know, this must be a real African. Bantu, it said Muhammad Baruti. Bantu is an enamnin, whatever that means, you know, based on a false hypothesis regarding, it is. White people created the term Bantu, you know, and Baruti's going along with it. We're Bantu, caller. Why? Because the white man created this whole thing called Bantu, you know? Yeah, so there's no real Bantu people, you know? So you can say Congolese, people from the Congolese, there's no such thing as Bantu people. You can say Southern African people, Southern and Central African people, that's pretty much the same race. But Bantu, I don't know. Yeah, it's like there was no real distinction race between, they call themselves Bantu. That's something Europeans did to separate different African groups, from each other, to delegitimize Africa as a place for black people, all black people, Oh, you're not a real African. You're not Bantu. Like basically under the Bantu theory, Ethiopians aren't real Africans. Somalis are not real Africans, Some Kenyans are not real Africans, Some, let's see, Eritreans are not Africans, all because of the Bantu theory. I don't like Tutsis are not real Africans, Are we going to go down that road, Baruti? No, I like my Tutsi people. I like my Somali people. I like my Ethiopian people. I like my Eritrean people. I believe in black people. If you got African blood in you, you're part of us, I don't give a damn about this Bantu nonsense area. I'm not a tribalist. I'm not going to even engage that stuff, So, yeah, so we're going to have a good show tonight, folks, Welcome. Tutsis are not considered Bantu. Hutus are considered Bantu. That's the whole thing. Even though you may say Tutsis are Bantu, basically, no, people use Bantu to talk about race. Because if that's the case, then Why is it that they don't consider the Bushmen Bantu? They pretty much in the Swana people and the Bushmen speak the same thing, you know. Speak the same language. Well, why is the Swana people called Bantu, and the Bushmen are not called Bantu? You know, the San people and the Kikoi are not called Bantu. You know, and they all speak the same language system. You know. You know, so this is what I said. When people like Principe doesn't know has no education, never read a book and everything like that, he's not part of academia. Well, I love Principe. He's trying, you know, he's trying. He don't know much, you know, don't know shit, but you know. Kosa or Bantu, I'm Swana, you know. Yeah, but the thing is though, but some people will say the Kosa, they think the Bantus. It's very divisive, you know, because some people will say Kosas and which is Kikois are not Bantu. The Sand people, Bushmen, Sand people are not Bantus. And the bottom line is this, you know, that's what the division comes. White people, they would come in and say, "Oh, the Bantus are not native to Africa." They'll try to say the Kosas and the Sand, all these other people are the indigenous people. We mix with them and everything like that. So they basically separate them from people. They make Bantus like the real black people, where like that, not indigenous, you know. Yeah, anthropology, all the stuff like that, the linguistics and whatnot, you know, you can't really tell what languages are connected with each other. There's no way. They don't share the same words and stuff like that, you know. Yeah, the Tutsis are Nihilistic. They're not Bantu, you know. The Tutsis are Nihilistic people, you know. They're not Bantus, you know. This is what I said, the divisive stuff these things do, you know. Coincidence by, yeah, like the person said, the anthropologists determined that the Khoisans are not Bantu. See, this is all this divisive stuff, and people get online, they run with it. You know, when you look at these books, I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to separate black people and stuff like that by creating these fake ass scientific categories and stuff like that, Bantu and Khoisan and all stuff like that. You know. Well, the bottom line is this, Mufasa, unless you could basically speak all these languages fluently. Now, I ain't talking about know a couple words, Mufasa, you know. I'm talking fluently. You don't really know. You don't know if these language, what they're saying is true, because nobody actually speaks all these languages and learn them. There's no written, if these languages are not written, how do you know what you're actually reading, you know? Just because somebody sounds like each other don't mean they're like. What if the words everything are nothing alike? Do we see a freaking their dictionary in these languages, a translation? We can say, oh yeah, I can see the pattern. There is none, you know. So let's leave that stuff alone. That's what white people did. White people they didn't create a Tutsi dictionary, a Kushite dictionary, a Nihilistic dictionary. They didn't create a Caucasian dictionary. They didn't say part of a Zulu dictionary. So you really don't know like this. Yeah, language classification is right, but the bottom line is this. I think all these languages on the African continent are more similar than they are different. That's what I believe. You know? Mabruri said, Kyle, your head's thick. I said Bantu should be expanded as an overreach to find Africans in general. Ethos are white. So, but what if somebody says, I don't want to be considered a Bantu? I think we should all become, we should all be Nihilistic, you know? What if somebody said that, Brody? What if people don't want to be Bantu, you know? What if people in West Africa say, nah, I don't think so. I think I'm good being a Mandinka, whatever like that. I think I'm being good being that. What about people say, I'm from the Niger Benue region right there. I'm Niger Benuean. I'm Nigerian Benuean and whatnot, you know? What if the people say that? How do you know what people want to identify? What if Sahalian people say, are we supposed to just kick our Sahalian brothers to the curb now? Because they're not Bantu. They don't want to be, they said, we're not Bantu. We're from the Sahara, you know? And Sahel, you know? So it's very divisive. All this stuff you're talking about, Brew, is very divisive, you know? All the people from Angola to South Africa, pretty much Bantu, yeah. Same part, yeah, but it's pretty much the same thing. I get it. Zambians, Angolans, South Africans, Zimbabweans, pretty much the same race. same really sub race. You know, I get that. My ancestors come from the Congo Angola region. You know, Zambia, Angola, and the Congo is where my ancestors mostly come from. So I'm basically a Bantu, you know, Bantu person, you know, as you say, you know. So, but it is what it is, you know. But yeah, so we're gonna have a good show tonight. You know, we got, like I said, academia is so important because we got so many ignorant black people out here that don't know damn history. Yeah, I try to explain Liberian history. It's like it's so frustrating after a while. You know, it gets so people believe what they want to believe. All you have to do is have someone like Elvis on and everything like that, you know, and that kills it. People just make up history as they go along, whatever fits their narrative and whatnot. Anytime somebody tells you something that fits their narrative and their bias and whatnot, just walk away from them because you know they're lying to you. They're trying to tell you this. And what I hate is most black people in America. Look, let me tell you something about people. I love my African brothers, man. Let me tell you something though. A lot of Africans are fucking full of shit. I've dealt with Africans for years and whatnot. I love them, but I take everything they come out of their mouth with a grain of salt, you know, because they like to fucking lie, distort. That's why when you don't have an academic culture and a written language and stuff like that that's peer reviewed, people veer off and create their own narrative at the drop of a hat, you know. Like, damn, man, yesterday you said this. No, but I meant this one. You changed the story, man. You told me at this date, this happened and whatnot. Then a week later, man, they're saying something else. Then I forgot what the lie they told before, or misinformation they told before, and they just go and like this. So, like I said, we have to get to the point where anything we deal with Africa and everything like that, we have to have real institutions that have real scholars and they have real peer-reviewed study, you know. And then, but that's going to cost a lot of money to build this sort of institution because you cannot build a nation without accurate institute. People need to know history, you know. People need to know real history and what really happened in the world, not what we think it happened and whatnot, you know, because that's what black people really want to hear. They want to hear that they're victims, they did no wrong, and the white man's this and whatnot. All our problems can be contributed to the white man and whatnot. We bear no responsibility. Yeah, that's what they want to hear, you know. It's like this idea that, oh yeah, Africa is rich, whatnot. No, Africa is not rich right now, you know. Africa got all the minerals, but if you have no industry to sell you can't make money off of minerals if you don't have a way of processing them and consuming them yourself. You know, so basically, Africa is only as rich as whoever buys their minerals or needs their minerals need it. You know, so the question is, how do we basically build and process minerals and whatnot and resources, as they say, to benefit and develop ourselves, develop the African continent? I have not heard that conversation yet. All I keep hearing is Africa got minerals. Yeah, but if the West and all these people say, you know something, we're going to go to Ukraine to get these resources, or somewhere Canada or whatever like that. And Africa's asked out. What are you going to do with your mineral resources if you have no place to sell it? You know, so we have to get wise. You know. I know you're bad. That's why you hate y'all. Y'all claim West Africa. Well, most of y'all look like us. You know, I don't know what that's all about. You're bad. That's why I hate y'all. Only y'all claim West Africa. Most of look like this. Ooh, some heated discussions in here. You know, because we are amalgamation of West Africa, Central Africa. This is what I am. I got Eastern Nigerian blood, Cameroon, some, and I mostly Congo, Southern Africa, Angola blood, right? And then the rest of my admixture is European, you know, European blood and Native American blood. Some very few of Native American blood. I have more European blood than I do Native American. You know, but I'm mostly Southern African Bantu people, you know. That's most of my bloodline for, because my ancestors were one of the first Africans that were brought here in Fort Monroe. I believe our ancestors were part of that first group that were brought here in 1619 that landed in Fort Monroe, Virginia. When you're driving across the bridge to the peninsula, you can look over and see Fort Monroe. You always think that's where we all started, right there, that camp right there. We were dropped off, Fort Monroe, you know, right there. in 400 years ago, 406 years ago, you know. And also, most of our people came from Angola, you know, they didn't come from Ghana. A lot of Jamaicans and Caribbeans come from Ghana. We black people in America, African Americans, come from deep in the Congo. That's where we mostly come from, you know. It is what it is. But you won't know that if you don't pick up a damn book. You know, you read online. We all came from Ghana. You got people out there crying and say, "I feel my ancestors." You got to do a little deeper because your ancestors were thousands of miles away in the Congo. Your ancestors most likely was not in the Ghanaian slave dungeon. You know, so you know, so well, if you're African American, man, so. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with Ghana. There's absolutely nothing wrong with Ghana. Ghana's a beautiful country. I love it. But I'm saying the African Americans come mostly from the Congo region down there, down under in the Congo, you know, Angola. That's where most African Americans come from, you know. So, particularly if you come from Virginia, you know, black people in Virginia are the oldest thing, you know. I don't make fun of Ubuntu. You know, I don't make fun of Ubuntu. I'm just, if you want to come up here and ask me about Ubuntu, I love Ubuntu on that, but I'm just saying, I live in the real world on that, you know. Ubuntu, unfortunately, has to be tested against the real world, man. It's just going to be another philosophy like Christianity, whatever like that, that you do if you want to. If you don't, you don't. But it doesn't mean anything, you know, because it's not reality. Ubuntu is not reality, you know. That means it's not real. You know, only thing that's real is life and death. You know, what could produce change your circumstances and whatnot. You know, right now, until we control the context of our reality, nothing that works. You know. Yeah, the year of return. You know, the Ghanaians. First of all, the original year of return wasn't even about African Americans. This said the so-called African Americans and Caribbeans, diasporans that they call themselves, that live in Ghana, just latched onto it and say, "Yeah, there's a return." They was actually talking about when Nando Addo, it was actually Mahara, the president right now, who started something like a year return. He was talking about Ghanaians coming back to their country. You know, that's what it was all for. You know. Yeah, Angola, the northern part of Angola, where my ancestors come, is a land of Queen Azinga. You know, we're descendants of Queen Azinga. You know, yes, that's where we come from. That's why we got that. We're like the toughest black people on the planet. We're like the most vicious black people on the planet. African Americans are the most vicious black people. That's why a lot of Africans can't handle us. We are the most vicious black people on the planet. That's where we come from. We come from the Congo. You know. So we're on a different level, you know. That's why people try to put this nonsense on. We're gonna try. Look, we're not gonna, like somebody said, Kala, when are you gonna bow? I don't look, man. We can't go to West Africa and bow to these dusty ass chiefs, man. Get the hell out of here. You know, there's no evidence that she sold slaves to the Portuguese. You know, Queen Zenga tried to end the slave. Like, people say like this, you know. Okay, you're not gonna diss Queen Zenga on my platform. You're out of here. You know. You're out of here. Let's see. Where's my moderators at? Ja, you on your job, man? You saw what that person said about Queen Zinger? Get him out of here, Ja. You know, please, man. If I give you a wrench, man, I should not have to look and delete people and shit like that. You know, I give you a wrench and whatnot. I want you to work. I want you to work and do your job, man. You know, get rid of some of these fucking people. Look up the comment section. That's what I say. You got to be monitoring the damn thing. This person, Dex, whatever his freaking name is, said, called Queen Zinger a bitch. That's our queen mother. Despite everything. Yeah, I know she wasn't perfect and everything like that, you know, but the body, and she went corrupt and everything. But the bottom line, the spirit of Queen Nzinga, and she actually brought respect to the Congo and because she fought the Portuguese, you know. And so nobody's going to disrespect Queen Nzinga on my platform, you know. Shaka Zulu wasn't perfect either, yeah, but we respect the spirit of Shaka and everything like that. You can do that with every African leader. None of them is important. Which we call Ibn Traore is not going to be perfect, you know. But we're living in an imperfect world, you know. So bottom line is this: there's a time and place to debate Queen Nzinga and her shortcomings, But basically, to outright, when we talk about Queen Nzinga, there's a time to basically talk about that. Say, you know, Kyle, let's do a show about her. Let's find out the truth, whatever like that. Let's crack open the books. I have never read that in the book. That's a whole thing. I have never read that in the book, what you just said, you know. I know she became a Christian. She's up in Christianity. And the bottom line is, I think basically she turned a blind eye to slavery and stuff like that. But there's no proof that she actually got involved with slavery herself. That was the Dutch and the Portuguese who did that, you know. And part of the reason what was that's how we ended up in America, you know, the Dutch, you know. So the bottom line is this: unless it comes from an academic book that was peer reviewed and verified, and that's something you find online, please don't bring that to me, because that's so disrespectful. You know, I respect you if you say this is what I read in a book. There's a book right here. I can look up the book, whatever like that, and get back to you. We can have a discussion. But just to say she did this and call it a B word and whatnot, no, that's not going to happen. Not on my platform. You know. So we have to start being the vanguards of truth and everything, because too many people just put stuff out there. If you know that basically you can't just come on this platform say anything, that you got to be well read. Well, where did I get that from? Well, I heard somebody say that online and whatnot, you know, but who was that person? I don't know. Could it be somebody that's a racist? There's a lot of white racists out there trying to discredit our past leaders, you know. And which that movie, The Woman King, was about that they made it here. Oh, she made a movie. She was part of the homemade was part of the slave trade. You know, they were part of the slave trade. That's well documented facts. Everybody knows that. You know, there's no friggin' evidence that Queen Nzinga and all these other people willingly participated in this transatlantic slave trade. There's no evidence of that. You know. So, like I said, somebody could show me this academically. You know, not what you heard online and everything like that. What you say, what you read, that's peer reviewed and studied, because that's a serious charge. That's one of our ancestors. You know, Queen Nzinga. You know, so you come up here talking like calling her the B word and stuff like that. I'm not going to tolerate that shit. I am not going to do it. You know, and this is not going to be the open sewer called the friggin' internet on my show. You know, if I got something to do with it. Yeah, what do we call it? Yeah, linguistically, it's called the Niger-Congo language. That means all the way from the Niger River down through the Congo, the languages, linguistics are pretty much the same. You know, pretty much the same. You know, in other words, basically, when it comes to Black Africa, where Black African culture, language, everything is so similar. You can go to the Zulus and Shaka Zulu and stuff like that, have a lot of similarity with somebody way in West Africa, 1,000 miles away. There's something that connects Black. We're not just people that's disconnected, blah blah. No, we're very interconnected throughout the continent, now throughout the world, the diaspora world, where that Black people of African descent. You go outside, I seen that movie Sinners, man. The African rhythms and stuff like that survived the transatlantic slave trade, and basically the culture of Black America is rooted in Africa. You know, it's not foundational to America. It's African culture that basically was shaped by an experience in America. You know, I put it to you like that. African American culture is an African culture with an American story. That's all. You know, with an American experience. That's all. So we're fundamentally still culturally and racially Africans, you know. That's the truth. That's why I hate this ADOS FBA stuff. You know, they're trying to delineate. When they say delineate, they're trying to basically distinguish themselves from their roots. And they got their ass handed to them with this new Traore movement and whatnot, you know. And the bottom line is Black people still in America are still identified with their ancestral homeland, no matter how much these ADOS FBA race traders have tried to do it. It's not happening. Black people in America know where their roots are, you know. So when they see a young man like Traore, that sparks something in us, you know, that sparks that African spirit that's in us that held us through slavery and stuff like that, you know. So when people talk about the college genesis, man, let me tell you something. People say what they want about me, but this is a person that you're going to give you the truth, you know, like it is, you know. Well, Ubuntu, unfortunately, Baruti, right? Anything that I see online, I told you, like it's a show. Anything that I don't get from academia or as peer review online, I can't take it seriously. Of course I'm gonna laugh at it. If somebody online just talking about Bantu all the time or not, if I can't pick up a book and whatnot and basically see it manifest itself, I can't see it in a Ubuntu bank and a Ubuntu institution, where people are doing peer review studies, solving problems and whatnot, fixing communities and whatnot. If I can't see that, then we really have nothing. It doesn't exist. It's an ideal. I wish we were all Ubuntu. Yeah, Ubuntu. You're Ubuntu. I'm Ubuntu. My Ubuntu brother. I love you, man. But with Negroes, that only lasts for like 2 days before Negroes going back dissing each other, and Negroes looking like, damn, man, trying to scheme on sister and everything like that. Apa foodie day. Yeah, I just said too. Apa foodie day. Only stuff I used to say all the time. I really never knew what they mean. Apa foodie day. When I always said these things, Jumbo, whatever that. Man, I know all the lingo. Jumbo. I beat up foodie, whatever. I say when assalamu alaikum, man. I know it all, man. And like I said, if you want to do quotes and phrases, whatnot, I can go there with you all.
Kala, to learn all of that, all you had to do was go to 125th Street.
Oh yeah, so you go 125th Street, you come back with like
you learn everything on 125th Street.
You ever see a Negro or whatnot? He's been to 125th Street. They've been showing off their new words. I feed him my booty,
Yeah, I say and then he's had a street debate, 125th Street.
Yeah. So once they go 125th Street, they come back all charged up. You
know everything now. Now you know everything.
Yeah. Now you can't tell them nothing, man. So it is what it is, man. What's up, Dave? What's going on here, bro?
Good evening, Colin.
Would you listen to Elvis talking shit on Dynasty Show?
Yes. You know they burned up all the libraries during the war.
I told you that. The bottom line, when you deal with people like Elvis, who are freaking, the native man used illiteracy, he used a lack of books and knowledge to fucking rule and take over, right? Yeah. And basically, they don't have a fundamental understanding of democracy. Democracy is not just a majority rule. It just means a majority consensus, right? That means a conscious consensus of people who know what they're talking about to make a decision. Socrates talked about that. Plato talked about that. You can't just, there's a difference between majority rule and mob rule, Mm-hmm. Mob rule is what you had in Liberia. The mob took over the country, and basically that's where they destroyed it, We got a new guest on the show. What's your name? Ngolo? What's going on?
Yangoro.
Ngolo. Hi, what's going on? What's on your mind, brother? Where you from?
I'm from the United States.
I know you're in the United States. Well, what country are you from?
What do you mean, what country am I from? I'm from the United States.
You're African American.
I'm African.
Are you okay? Let's not play semantics. Are you?
I don't acknowledge America. But
dude, you live in America, right?
From colloquial terms, colloquial terms, yes, I would be classified as an African American.
You live in America, right?
Correct.
You're basically, your culture is African American. You could say you're African, but you don't live there. Have you been to Africa before?
Yes.
What country you go to?
I've been to Ghana. I've been to Ivory Coast.
Okay. So what the whole thing is, so you're just basically erasing your heritage and your history. How are you going to learn from that if you just erase it?
No, I definitely learned from it. But as far as our culture in the United States is slave culture to me. And to me, let
me ask you a question.
Say that, bro. Don't say that.
Well, why you say it's slave culture? That just sound like a white person.
This is just my subjective opinion based upon analyzing it. What
books have you read?
I've read The Souls of Black Folks by W.E.B. Du Bois.
How do you read Souls of Black Folks and come away with Black America? Black America is all about the resistance to slavery, but they never broke us.
But again, I
think a lot of people have fundamentally, right? This is what I'm saying. Fundamentally, they basically are convinced they let white people convince them that there's something wrong with our ancestors didn't ask to be slaves in this country. And we resisted that. We kept our dignity, our honor, and stuff like that. And we resisted So we were not this people like just being enslaved is not the thing.
No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying when I mean slave culture. I don't mean necessarily being submissive, but that is still apparent in the culture. I
Well,
wouldn't say
how's that
it's the
submission?
most pervasive.
How was that? Listen, Black America built whole communities even during slavery times in this country. We ran away. We
No,
had
that's true. That's true, but we didn't keep building them.
My ancestors were Maroons in the Carolina, the Dismal Swamp. We're not. We always resisted slavery. We never gave into this shit, stuff like that. We always fought.
I'm not saying we did as far as from everyone. I would say that being I would say that our culture over here, not even just over here in Africa, it's the same as well too. I think just Black people, period. We have a disposition of submission when it comes to people. I guess that we deem more powerful than us.
I think it is. But the thing is, like I said, if you believe that, right, the whole thing is like Dave will say, we had a chance to leave this country, build a country several times, right? Not just in Liberia, but the Congo and stuff like that. You have a man, George Washington Williams in the Congo. You know, there was an African American, Black American community that settled in South Africa, right? Almost the same time Liberia, 200 some years ago. You know, we could have went there. There was Black Americans that went to Dominican Republic. You know, there's Black Americans that went to Mexico. There was Black Americans that went to Canada. You know, France, Russia. There was Black Americans that basically went to Brazil. They went to all over. You know, there was a Black American diaspora that were all over the world. So this idea that Black Americans are slaves, whatever like that, that's not the truth, man. Black people.
It's not. I'm not saying literally everyone, but I mean, a blatant example of this is just the movements that we chose to align with during the '60s. Majority of Black people chose to go with the SNCC, Martin Luther King, "We Shall Overcome" type thing.
Actually, to tell you the truth, I talked about it yesterday. That's not the case. The majority of Black people, like Malcolm X said, were not involved with civil rights. You know, that's what you're going by is what the media shows you.
No,
right?
it's not. What I'm going by is when I talk to the people that were in their age, in their contemporary peers, they say that majority of people.
Well, they're misinformed, right? The majority of Black people at that time in the '60s and whatnot were about Black power. You know, that's what overtook the so-called civil rights. Civil rights was led by whites and Jews and other people like that, integrationists, right? Homosexuals, all these other people. Like the majority of Black people, there was two things going on. There was some Black people who realized something was wrong about America. In 1964, there were Black people protesting all over the country, right? The civil rights people sort of got in there and became the face of this activism about. You had Muhammad Ali, remember him? That was revolutionary, stuff like that.
I mean,
we had Malcolm X. We had all these people in the country right now.
Black people majority of Black people would not. They chose Martin Luther King over Malcolm X.
Hold on. That's not true.
It is true.
Look, the bottom line is this: nobody. Wouldn't tell me. Ask you a question, right? Tell me how the majority of Black people supported Martin Luther King. It's impossible because Black people didn't really have the power to make any sort of decision like that. We just had to go.
No, I'm speaking about as far as turnout, as far as organizational entries.
The Nation of Islam had the largest newspaper circulation at the time.
But organization-wise, they didn't have the largest organization. Majority of Black people were in the Bible Belt at that time. They were not trying to hear anything about the Black man as God, and they weren't trying to hear nothing about the white man as a devil.
The majority of Black people, we had the Great Migration. The majority of Black people were in the northern cities, Chicago.
No, that's definitely not true. That's not true.
It is the truth, man. It is the truth.
There was a Great Migration, but still,
the majority of Black people had left the South. You know, the Great Migration. Have you ever heard about that in history?
Yes, I read the book, The Worth of Other Sons by Isabel Wilkerson. The majority of Black people were still in the South, though.
The Great Migration. You know, it was Black people, Black Americans, you'll say African Americans, whatever. They basically are the reason why Detroit is what it is. They're the ones who created Chicago. You know,
I'm aware of this. I'm aware of it. And a Haitian created Chicago, but
so no, Haitians did not create Chicago, bro.
No, I'm saying initially. I know what you're saying, but I'm saying initially. DuSable created Chicago
from the colony when they were exploring when not. But who built Chicago was Black Americans from Mississippi,
Yeah, I
like
know.
Louisiana and stuff like that. That's what it was. The millions that came there and built the thing. Same thing with New York. When there will be New York without Black people. That's why we so large numbers of us live there right now. New York, Chicago, Detroit. The auto industry would not be there if it was not for Black American moving from the South. Pittsburgh.
But if you still look as today, the same demographic dynamics exist. The majority of our people are still in the South as they were then.
No, they're not. No, they're
Yes,
not.
they are.
Let me do this. Let me do the thing. Let me.
We spread out, bro. We spread out, bro.
No,
Spread out.
majority of our people are still in the South, especially Black majority states.
Largest state with largest Black population. Okay, state.
You can't do state with largest Black population.
Well,
you have to do, you have to do percentages and per capita,
largest,
and then add it all together.
Bottom, look. Bottom line, this one like this: state largest Black population. Okay,
because that could be just New York, just based on population alone.
This is only because
New York has higher population density, but that's not reflective of the rest of
New York. Hold on, New York alone, New York City alone has as many people as all of Texas. You know, New York City alone. And so the bottom line is New York City and the Northeast right there is like we're about Maryland, it's like Maryland, states like Maryland, Delaware, North Carolina, South Carolina. Well, now this whole eastern, I wouldn't say the South, but I'll say the eastern seaboard of America.
Just alone in New York, you got like 2 million Black people.
No, yeah, 3 no, it's actually
I'm sure population, but and that's population density. But when you add up everybody that's in the South,
that's the population. You know?
No, I'm saying that's population and the population density. When you add up everybody in the South together, it's gonna add up to more Black people in the South.
More Black people who earn money. The highest incomes among Black people are in the North. You know?
No, that's true. This is based off the industry in the cities.
So the bottom line is, so most Black people live up north. They live in big cities and whatnot.
No, that's not true though.
You know? And so they basically that's why we had to do that, because we needed jobs, right? You don't see Black people going to rural areas and stuff like that because there's no jobs.
Yeah, but when the jobs dried up, a lot of people went back. When a lot of the factory jobs, a lot of Black people went back.
No. Black people, look. Black. I'll tell you my family, for example, right? My family came to New York in the 40s, you know, and basically from the South, right? Most of the people that we knew, basically, the only time they went back to the South was to retire, you know, and die, you know. But for the most part, the money-making years, those critical money-making years, the young years from the age of 18 to like your time you're 65, you're spent in the North. You know, everybody knows that. Then you go to the South because you got a pension, you have some land down there, whatever like that. That's pretty good thing. But nobody says, I'm in New York, wherever like that. I'm gonna move down to South Carolina for the rest of my life. If you're young, it doesn't happen. It's the other way around.
I mean, that could be, that dynamic exists, but
what I'm saying is, and also, like I said, I'm looking at my family right here. My father basically, they came to New York, whatever like that. They knew that they had to basically survive and stuff like that. So the idea of integration was not important to a lot of Black people, because we had Black people who built all Black enclaves. I'm from Jamaica, Queens, right? South Jamaica, Queens. That was all Black enclaves. You got Hempstead, Long Island. You got Islip, Central Islip, Long Island. You got Sag Harbor. You got Mount Vernon. You got all these areas that were majority Black and whatnot. That was in the late 50s, early 60s. I don't know what you're talking about integration.
What happened to the Negro Leagues?
Well, the Negro Leagues basically was like this. That was a thing. Whenever we talk about the Negro Leagues, it was like, I believe that the Negro Leagues lost because there was a lot of Black people who thought that it was not getting us. Unfortunately, we gave up on the Negro Leagues because we thought that I wasn't giving our race.
We thought white ice was colder. Majority of Black people at that time.
It's like this. If you basically have a country, right? This is the reality of America. You have a country that says recruits all your talent and everything like that. And you start seeing people like Frank Sinatra hanging out with Sammy Davis Jr., right? And then you begin to say, oh, this idea that we're going to have an integrated America, right? And then you have Black immigrants trying to get here. You have Chinese immigrants here. So therefore, if you're taught at the time, you understand, so America was called the first world, right? Black people in America are products of the first world, the industrialized world, right? So therefore, if you say we're going to be part of the first world, then it's not necessary to be separated in first world. You just want to be part of America. Black people
You know you're contradicting yourself, right?
no, hold up. Black people have bought into America in that way, like Hollywood.
But you're contradicting
No,
yourself.
I'm not for myself. So, look, if you basically say black people say like this, but starting black people still kept their own communities. Yeah, we gave up the Negro Leagues and stuff like that.
By choice, it wasn't by choice. It was by force. White people don't want to live around black people.
So look, check us out. In the 60s,
it's still like that today.
White people moved out to places like Levittown. They basically we gentrified and neighborhoods became all black. We see black people are fundamentally a black nationalists. Remember, so the largest movement in Black America was the Garvey movement. You know, that was the largest. My grandfather was a Garveyite. You know, my great grandfather Rogan Marcus Garvey. You know, most black people were basically black now. But the bottom line, they say we couldn't go to Africa and build. But so what they did was say, look, since I can't get to Liberia, I can't get to Africa, whatever like that, we're gonna build our own little thing here in America. You know. And so these little communities became little tiny miniature Africas. You know, we call Black Wall Street Little Africa, you know. Detroit was called Little Africa, you know. And so the bottom line is this idea that you're saying that black people wanted to be integrated is a lie. It's not a lie.
It's not a lie.
You know, black people, look, if that's the case, then why do we go to Detroit? Why do we try to build these chocolate cities, these enclaves when at Pittsburgh? What to explain the 1970 Gary, Indiana conference? You ever know about that?
Yeah, I know about it. I'm from the.
What was that? The whole idea of the Gary conference was the fact that black people in America were unified and that we're a nation within inside a nation. You know, that's Black America. That's your people.
Have you been to Gary, Indiana?
What? No, I have never been to Gary. Gary, Indiana fell because white people pulled. And what thing is, they want to make it a black city, but it failed because white people pulled that capital out of the city. And
yes, they took all the industrial factory jobs out of the city, and now it's a wasteland.
Well, but what I'm saying is this though: black people did make an attempt. Now they could have basically did what you said, integrate, but they want to build a black city. Majority, but it was Gary was a city was going to be a symbol of black power, black political power in America, that we could run a city ourselves, and everything. White people said, "Hell no, we're not going to let that happen." You know. So the bottom line, this idea that you think Martin Luther King was not no fool, you know?
Yes, he was. Martin Luther King was a straight coon.
No, he wasn't. No,
yes, he was.
He was not no fool. Martin Luther King basically was dealing with just a reality. Reality was black people in America, right? Really, the white man was in it. The ball was in his court, you know? And basically like this, what you're not doing is this. You're not basically going to the root of this, right? White people uprooted black people and brought us to this country, right? We basically live in a country that's white, right? You don't believe that, you know?
Nah, it is a 70 to 65% white.
Yeah, okay, but I'm saying this though, not just that. They made 70% of the population white, but 99% of all your money that you have money in the bank?
Yes, I have money in the bank.
Okay. I guarantee you it's a white bank, right?
No.
What bank you use?
First Union.
First Union. Okay. Where's your job, your paycheck? Does it go direct deposit to that bank right there?
Yes.
Has that bank ever given you a loan?
No.
Why not?
I haven't asked for a loan. I don't do usury.
Let's say usury. Come on, man.
Don't.
Do you have a car?
Yes.
Okay. Do you finance it?
No, I bought it cash.
Okay. What kind of car you got?
I have a Honda Accord.
Old Honda Accord, huh? Yeah.
No, it's not old.
Do you own a house?
No.
Okay. So now, if you want to buy a house, right, 99.99% of the time, the person that's going to give you underwrite that mortgage is a white company, right? Okay. Now, when you go shopping, right? I mean, I was a question: do you have auto insurance? Come on, don't get quiet on me. Do you have auto insurance? I think you know where I'm going with this, right? You have auto insurance. I think brother dropped off.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you have auto insurance?
No, yeah, I was saying, I was answering all the questions.
Oh, you
I
was
was
muted.
saying yes. You just, I
Okay.
guess
I
it's
guarantee your auto insurance company that you use is Progressive, State Farm.
oh yeah, no, it's definitely a white company.
Okay, right. So a white company for auto insurance. When I know you shop at Walmart,
No, I
Walgreens,
don't.
so you get all your
I
fruit
go
from
to
where?
farmers markets.
Farmers market.
They're
Come
not
on.
all black owned though.
Which city you live in?
I live in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Okay, come on, man. Stop it, man. You live in the South. I know everybody. No black person in the South can't stay out of Walmart. Just admit it. You go to Walmart. You know. Come on, man. Let's just admit it, man. The farmers market is not that live that you can get all your stuff from, all your canned goods, every stuff like that. You know, just say you go to Walmart because that's what's there. You know, as simple as that. Just be honest with ourselves. You know, the gas you get in your car, right? I guarantee you, it's not from a black-owned gas station. You know, you subconsciously, unconsciously put your money in white hands every day because that's the way the system is designed. You know, it's not that something's wrong with you. It's not something bad. It's just your reality. We live in a white
No,
society.
of course, of course, but whenever it's possible and
That's
pragmatic,
for everybody else, like me and my friends. I got a black-owned app, right, called Blacks,
of
right?
course,
So
yeah.
anytime that I can, I'm gonna say, let me patronize a black business. Right? Well, that's the best we can do. We've been doing that for all the time. But the bottom line is this: until we have a nation of our own,
We
right?
don't have a critical mass. That's the thing. We don't have a critical mass that's
Well, the
dedicated
bottom line,
enough
because you know why? Because you have never.
because we're subservient.
Oh no, is because no one ever. Because this is what I'm saying. People always put the onus on black people when they fail. When that black people don't want to like fools or not. Just like a slave, you're like that slave who say let's run away, but you ain't got no damn plan. You don't understand. There's a swamp and a river down the road you got to
No,
cross.
I definitely have a plan. The plan is in Powernomics by Claude Anderson. The plan is in Blueprint for Black
Yeah,
Power.
but
We
hold
just
on.
aren't disciplined enough to
Look,
implement it. We rather
everybody.
watch NBA. We rather watch NFL. We rather watch
I know, but
rappers and do all that.
There's a lot of people that basically, unfortunately, they turn things like Powernomics and Blueprint for Black Men as weaponized against black people, right? Now, when the time comes and whatnot, and if you really got a plan and it's going to work, black people come by the millions, you know, because don't tell me that can't happen. I remember when Farrakhan in the 90s, right? You probably remember that. He brought 2 million black men to DC. Everybody was behind him 100%. Remember that, Dave? Everybody was behind this man 100%, saying, we're ready to make you our leader. What's to do and whatnot. He did a campaign. 2 million black men said, we will listen to you when I die. And
He's
guess
an
what?
idiot.
Guess what they got? No, I'm saying the fact of the matter is, you unfortunately, people come around with grand ideas and they don't carry them through. Claude Anderson has been around for years or whatnot, and he went up to Detroit, tried his Powernomics, and the people got stuck with $150,000 bill because it flopped. And he ended up selling to the Arabs, you know. So so don't get mad at black people. You sound like you're hostile to black people.
No, it's not hostility. I'm just being realistic. It's not hostility.
You sound like you're hostile to your own
No,
people.
no, it's not hostility. It's just being realistic. I've seen how we operate. We don't operate as a unit, and we
It's the
don't
bottom
operate
line is
intelligently.
there's nobody. Hold on, no, we got intelligence. We are the top.
I
You
didn't
want me
say
to
we don't have intelligence. I say we don't operate
you want me to
intelligence.
play the top 20 black businesses in this country? It'll blow
Again,
your mind. The type of
these are
industry,
anecdotal things.
you know. So we
The
got this.
majority of our people are below the poverty line.
No, majority of people are not below the poverty line,
Yes,
bro.
we are.
No, we're not. You sound like one of these
Statistically.
black immigrants. You must be one of these black immigrants. You're lying.
I'm not a black immigrant.
Yes, you are. You're a black. We're a black immigrant.
I'm not a black immigrant.
Who shots at black
But
America?
okay.
Majority of black people.
No, I'm just not emotionally attached to this.
Black people in America generate $1.6 trillion a year, bro. 70.
Yes, and how many assets do we have to account for that?
Hold on. Let me tell you something. 2.5 million black men are in the upper class that make $100,000 a year more. 2.5 million. That's 10% of the black male population. You know, 70% of black men are in the middle class. So what are you talking about?
It's just based on what you get
because you're a black immigrant that's cosplaying.
I'm not a black immigrant.
Oh, yeah, you are. Yes, you are. Yes,
I'm definitely not a black immigrant.
You're not black American, bro. You know,
Okay. I mean,
Black
I'm no, I'm not. I'm African, but I'm not. I'm definitely not an immigrant. I wish I would.
You're African
If,
from
no,
the
if I was, trust me, if I was born on the African continent, I would never be here.
say
So,
you're somebody that basically don't like Black America. So you come up
no,
here.
it's not that I don't like Black America. Continental Africans,
You come up here pretending you're Black
continental
American.
Africans have the same problem.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Look.
It's coon mentality. That's our
No, it's
problem.
not the
We
cool
love
mentality.
white people. We love the white man. That's
No,
our
it's not
problem.
the club. Well,
We
white
don't
people.
value. We don't value ourselves.
Look, I support. Look, I support Ibn Traore. I'm behind him 100%. What he's doing and everything like that. So the bottom line is this: when people come up here and they're like, "Oh, well, they got every excuse why they don't support this man," no, I support him 100%. You know, and so do you support him?
Who? Definitely.
Yeah, that's good. Well, that's good.
He's the head of state. He's my head of state.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Now, what you just told me just now, right? There's a friend of mine named Cuddy, right? And I told him I'm going to start referring people. He lives in Burkina Faso.
Yeah, I seen him on Donnie's channel.
Now, will you make the trip and be like the trip to go over there and?
Yes, if I was able to join the military, I would.
What's stopping you?
What do you mean? I can't. If once I just signed up with the ADDI. They're doing
Yeah, I know. Hold on. What's stopping you from going there?
No, nothing. I mean, I'm starting the process right now. I have to still. I gotta. I'm gonna give them 1 semester left in college. Then I'm out.
So there's a process, right? You just can't just get up and leave, just like people can't just get up and.
No, I'm not. If I had completed my degree faster, yes, but
so what I'm saying.
I mean, that's just circumstance.
You're basically saying you're not in a position to do anything because of circumstances, right? You see where I'm going with this? You can't do something because of certain circumstances hold you here, and you got to do what the hell you got to do to survive, right? Couldn't that be like most Black people in America? They're doing what the fuck they got to do to survive because we live in an unfair, unjust world, and they basically got to do what they got to do to survive. One thing I do when I love my own people, I understand. I have empathy for my people. You know, They're doing. I know most Black people out there working hard. They're doing the best they can to freaking put food on the table, raise their kids, and do the right thing, you know? So I'm not going to sit here like you do, have hatred in my heart and down my own people because they don't have what I think they should have, you know?
I think, man, he was on point until he said most Black people were in poverty. And dissing Martin Luther King, too. That wasn't right. We got to get off of this. The Black people think the white man's ice is colder or whatever. That's not what caused integration. The white government made the decision to do integration. That's what
exactly. They made sure that any sort of Black enclave was not going to grow. They offer you integrate, but it's not really integration. White people still had power over everything. They just basically said you can live over here, live with us, whatnot, but you have no power. We control all the economic. White people gain from integration. You know, we didn't gain from integration. You know, but we had no choice. Either that or fucking starve. That's the way it was. You know.
And when you go, they always say that. When we went, if you go back to the 60s, 70s, and 80s and all that, Black people were always doing their own thing in our own communities. We had our own TV shows, our own styles. Like, where did we say that the white man's ice was colder? We were always.
That's by force. That was by force. It's not. It wasn't by choice. No, it's because you couldn't. The minute Black people gain access to be able to be readily accepted into white society and white neighborhoods, they move.
Let me talk. Okay, but why did Soul Train look like Soul Train? Why weren't they trying to copy the white man's ice that's colder? Why was it
again, we still. I'm not saying that
it was different.
No, no, everything we did wasn't different. We still had we had our own. We had some aspects of culture, but our cultural overtones were still largely European based. Our mantras,
anything we control,
our motivations
was different. Like we can't help it if they dominate capital. You know what I'm saying? But anything that we control, we did it different. What you tell me what we did? What do we do that was the same? You tell me what we do.
We worship the same. We worship the same.
We don't worship the same.
You're telling me, we created Ivory magazine. Was it Ebony Ivory magazine or was it Ebony magazine?
No, it was Ebony magazine.
Our Ebony magazine basically was a showcase of Black America. You know,
But it still had the same European cultural motifs of
about European
materialism
culture,
and
right?
consumerism.
There's
Where?
a
What?
black.
Did
See, I
you
said
read
you
Ebony
fundamentally
magazine?
don't like being black.
Yes,
I know you're a freaking black immigrant, you know. And
I'm
so in
definitely
other
not a
words,
black immigrant.
hold up. 400 years, black people in America, right? 400 years basically evolved into their own personality,
That's
culture.
not true.
Yes, it is true. You know.
It's not
So the
true.
bottom line is this: it's not everything. What you're doing is basically don't. You're saying Black America don't have any agency.
No,
You
we
know.
have agency. I
You
just
say,
think
you just
Black
said
Americans
it's
are
European.
Americans.
How you gonna call your
Are Americans.
Ebony magazine? Where they also did Ebony magazine did a showcase of African Anheuser-Busch African kingdoms and African kings and whatnot. You know, they always pay homage to Africa. You know, in Ebony magazine, they went to Ghana, they went to Nigeria, they were all over Africa. They showcased Nelson Mandela, the struggle in Congo. They covered the Ali Foreman fight in the Congo. What are you talking about? You
no.
know,
I'm not. I didn't say that. I didn't say that it was 100% based upon
you said the
consumerism and
comment
materialism,
came
but
out of
it
your
still
mouth.
had those American
Your
overtones. You
comment
can't
out of your
escape it.
mouth was they're basically European. How the hell are they European when they're 99% of their content?
Again, I said the cultural overtones still were largely European. I'm talking about in terms of materialism and consumerism.
Was it American
Color.
or was it European? What European?
American culture is a European
No, it's
culture.
not.
That's
American,
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's an offshoot of European culture.
Black American culture is different than white American culture, bro.
color. Black American
And
culture.
a lot of our agency is mixed into American culture. A lot of what you see as American culture comes from black people.
That's what I'm saying.
Not true.
People don't understand it is.
It's not true.
Check us out. You saw that movie Sinners, right? The Irish
Give me
culture,
give me 5 examples of that.
Okay, rock and roll, jazz, you know,
All music and entertainment. It always stems to music and entertainment. Give me a functional aspect of society outside of music and entertainment.
That's where our African roots come from. Music. We concentrate on music.
Give me something. Okay, what scientific culture in America that give me 5 examples of scientific culture, academic culture in America that black people.
You ever heard Charles Drew? You ever heard Benjamin Banneker?
Yes.
George Washington Carver.
I'm talking about culture and academia though.
University.
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying culturally in academia, not individuals that were in academia. Academic culture.
Hold up. We have 165 black historically black colleges, industries. You know.
Okay. So, but how does HBCU culture? How did HBCU culture influence PWI culture?
You just brought up Souls of Black Folk written by black men. One of the best top scholars.
You aren't answering my question. I'm saying how did Black Americans influence?
First of all, I know this firsthand. The University of Tennessee, right? They basically got so many outreaches to Liberia, Africa, all the way, donating books, books, computers, everything. We've always been involved in Africa.
You're not answering my question, though.
You know what are you talking about?
And that's not. I'm talking about academic. You say culture. You didn't say donating. I'm talking about okay. So academic culture as in
black college
research methods.
Oh, they got black studies and whatnot. Most of the stuff you see right now are basically black studies and whatnot. Black studies and whatnot. What are you talking about?
How many people that are not black get black studies majors, bro? Come on now.
Hold on.
This is asinine.
Hold on. Is your argument that black people have made no contribution to academia in America? Is that your argument?
No. I'm academic. No, I'm not saying. Listen, you're not letting me finish. You're asking me a question and filibustering.
This guy's a black immigrant. He ain't fooling nobody.
I'm definitely not black. Black immigrant.
You're a black immigrant, man. You're a black
immigrant.
immigrant.
I'm definitely not.
Stop it.
I'm not a black immigrant.
Let him clarify.
I'm just subjective.
Let him clarify. Are you saying
either that you're undercover?
I don't even remember the question you asked because he's filibustering.
You're undercover MAGA person. You're undercover MAGA.
Let me ask.
I'm definitely not.
Let me ask him this question and let him clarify his point. Are you saying that black people did not contribute to American academia and to academia?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I said culture.
Okay, what are you saying?
This was a cultural argument. I'm talking about academic culture. Like as far as okay, you're influencing methodology, you're influencing research methods, you're influencing ways of funding, things that like academic culture within academia.
Okay, so have you ever heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yes.
One of the biggest scientific communicators.
He's a cosmologist.
Top astrophysicist. Did he not He's an
not communist.
astrophysicist. He's
Not
an
a communist.
astrophysicist. Did
The
he
the
or did he
astrophysicist
not
and the cosmologist is
influence?
He's
Then
it's
we
the
a
have no
same thing.
argument. Then we have no
No, I'm
argument.
no, it's not no argument. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a great individual and he's a great scientist.
So you're
But
basically
again, he has an
Okay, but
influence.
did
he's
he
He
100%
impact
Black American. He's
scientific
100%
culture?
African American.
Did he impact scientific culture? The answer is yes. I'm gonna help you find your tongue. The answer is yes, he did. You brought up W.B. Du Bois. He impacted academia. He's one of the greatest scholars to ever come out of Harvard. You mentioned him yourself. You read Souls of Black Folk. I read it too. He did academic. If you read that book, he broke in detail down the what was the name of that bureau? They did what was the name of the bureau after the Civil War?
The Freedmen's Bureau.
The Freedmen's Bureau, excuse me. Yeah, he broke that down. That was a scholarly book. You know what I'm saying? Are you going to say that wasn't a contribution?
Can you all
the
hear
black
me?
people? I hear you now.
Yeah,
Can you
go
all hear
ahead.
me?
Who's talking?
It's,
That's him.
hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead,
go
bro.
ahead. I had another guest on too, so go ahead, make it quick, bro.
Nah, can you repeat that again?
No, I was saying the Neil deGrasse Tyson impacted culture. You brought up W.B. Du Bois yourself, and you brought up Souls of Black Folks, which is a scholarly book where he covered the Freedmen's Bureau and showcased his scholarly work as one of the greatest scholars to come out of Harvard. Are you saying he didn't impact academia?
He didn't influence. No, like when we speak about this, it's like when I'm talking about academia, I'm talking about methodology as far as research methods, funding methods, things like that. Like, of course, we can bring out. There's
Keep
tons of black
moving
people that
the
have
Bro, there's
contributed.
very few
goalpost.
people that meet that standard,
You're
bro.
moving the
Like, so you have
goalpost.
to
No, but
totally
if you
revolutionize. Like, come on, bro.
no, but
You're moving the
again,
goalpost.
based upon if we look, so look at somebody like I don't even want to give them as example because I don't get those people no light. I'm not about to use them as example. I'm not saying that culturally. I mean, not culturally. I'm not saying that individual Black Americans have not produced great literary works, great scientific works. Like, of course, but if we're talking about it, just based on numbers alone, the impact that you can have on a culture when you're just a small minority, I think is overblown the way we try to.
Can I ask you a question, Noah? Who'd you vote for in this last election?
I've never voted in my life.
So
That's for a
basically,
presidential
how are you
election.
going to complain if you're not participating in the
I
culture?
look.
You
I'm
understand?
not when I don't complain about federal politics. I don't even complain about any
Hold up.
politics.
Look,
I participate in
hold on,
local civic elections.
so you pay taxes in this country?
Yes,
So you're paying taxes, right? And you basically don't. Your vote means that whether you think it impacts or not. That's your symbol of living in a country
I,
that takes your
I don't
tax.
think like that. If I don't determine, if I can't determine a candidate, if I can't ensure that my vote is actually being counted,
Hold
to
on,
me as a pragmatic individual, I'm not going to waste my time.
that's stupid, man. Because people do think like
It's
that.
not actually. If we're talking about logically, that's not stupid. It's actually the
What
opposite
you're
of that,
saying,
bro.
hold on, what you're basically talking about is this. See, what you made a mistake when you come on the show, right? Things like I always expose people, you know. The problem that you just said, right? You don't vote, right? Is the reason why a lot of Black communities is a shambles, like you say, is because they don't participate in the political process. They just said my vote don't count. They stay home. They do the same thing that you talk about doing, right? But yet you're up here passing judgment, doing the same thing they do. They don't engage.
I didn't say my vote didn't count. I'm saying my vote doesn't count
You say
federally.
your vote don't count.
Federally, my vote does not count. There's no way I can prove that.
You say your vote don't count, but how about millions of people who feel this because you feel broken, disheveled,
It's not about broken. I understand that I understand how civics works in America.
Hold on. So it's all right for you to feel like that, but if Black people disengage from the political process and the communities fall apart and whatnot, you're going to pass judgment on them.
These are straw man and fallacious arguments that you're making.
Fallacious argument. You just basically
this is a straw man fallacy that you're postulating.
You said Black people don't rise to the top of academia, right, and stuff like that, right?
I didn't say that. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Another straw man fallacy.
You know how people get appointed to fellowships and stuff like that? They're politically connected. You know, if you don't engage the political process and you're not in those inner circles, how are you gonna get there? You know, you could probably go for academia and change the system you're talking about, right? but you choose not to be engaged in the citizenship. So if black people think like you and whatnot, that's why the black people don't have what you think they ought to have.
This is a straw man fallacy. I said I don't engage in federal politics. In local civic politics, I would cast my vote if there's an organized bloc and a candidate that the people amongst me that I link with agree with.
So you say you voted in your local elections?
I have before.
So
I haven't been able to vote that long due to my age, but for candidates that I've agreed with,
I can tell you're young. I tell you're young. You're young, or you're like this because you don't have a lot of life experience. I can tell, you know.
But you're going to use that to negate my opinion.
No, I'm not going to negate your opinion. I'm just saying
that sounds like what you're doing.
I'm not going to disrespect you like that, but
no, it's not about disrespect. It's just, I mean, a lot of times when people bring up age,
you're entitled to your opinions and stuff like that. But I could tell when it's not anything wrong with you. It's like when you have life experience, because you know something, I used to think just like you at one time. You know, I used to be like just like you. Black people ain't shit. When I hated myself, that's what
I didn't, bro. Well, I never said that black people are anything.
Let me tell you something. When I was on,
you keep putting this stuff on me that I'm not saying.
You know why? Because in you, I see myself. Why? Because when I was your age, I literally hated my people. I'm like, we ain't shit. We ain't did.
I don't hate my people.
You do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You know, the stuff you were saying just now is not love. It's hate. You know. And so let me say, okay, let me get AB on. Let me get some more guests that's waiting to come in. J.A. Ja. Is that Ja for my is that Ja, my moderator?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's on your mind?
Yeah, what's up, Ja? What up?
JAH. Is it JA?
Yeah, Ja.
Yeah, all right, cool. Yeah. It's like a lot of times I always feel like most times people have some piece of the puzzle, not the whole puzzle, you know. Because like even the brothers saying African Americans, essentially I'm thinking he's saying like they haven't contributed scientifically to America, which we know is false, right? Saying Martin Luther King and MLK. I mean, but a lot of the things he's saying, I hear, you know, all the time, people say that type of stuff. They talk down.
My whole thing is this: Martin Luther King was Martin Luther King, right? A lot of what he said was basically driven by the media. We don't know. Like if you look at Martin Luther King with stuff he said and versus what they put out there, everybody like there's like 10 different versions of Malcolm X. Depends on who's doing the narrative, right? There's 10 different versions of Martin Luther King too. You know, it's all what you think is important. Some people focus. I have a dream. There's some people talk about the Freedom March. We're gonna come get our check. When like some people focus on the burning house theory. Some people talk about Martin Luther King, his against the Vietnam. There's many different aspects of the man, you know. But
Martin Luther King is an American hero. He shouldn't be disrespected. He stood on what he wanted, what he believed in, and died for it. And people take him out of context. They make it seem as if he's a sellout, but he's basically dealing with a screwed up situation. When you had separate but unequal, you have black people participating in the system, paying taxes, contributing to it, but all the resources are going over to another side, and we have no chance of being able. So he doesn't mean he was right. But he thought the best approach was to take integration, and within the context of it, it doesn't make you a sellout. It just means you disagree with the man. He shouldn't be.
No, what makes him a sellout is him cheating on his black wife with tons of white women. That's what makes him a sellout.
Are you kidding me, bro?
Stop it.
Are you dead serious?
It's facts. It's facts.
You got, wait. You got any images of him in bed with a white woman?
Man, these are CIA tape files, bro. You can go listen to them yourself.
Are you trying to fool us?
And so now you believe the CIA?
No. Trump about to release the files. We want to see what's up. Trump about to release the files.
Has he released the files already?
The files have been released for years. This is common knowledge. Martin Luther King loved him to white women.
The full file. That was the pieces, bits and pieces. We're talking about the full file.
No, there are full transcripted files of him in his conversation. They sent the CIA sent multiple white women with them to monitor him and see what he was doing, and he faltered every time. The dude was a
I
coon.
like Martin Luther King, though.
Martin
Why
Luther
you don't
King
like
was a
Martin
coon,
Luther
man.
King?
Wait. So you mean to tell me they had evidence and videos of Martin Luther King committing a crime, which was sleeping with
It's
white
not
women
a
at that
crime. It's
time?
adultery.
During that time period, it was a crime, weirdo.
No, but they use that to leverage against him. It's not
In the
weirdo,
South, it was a crime.
bro.
So they
All
had
you
documents of him committing crime and not jailing him for. Do you
they
know the
used
power
it
they
to
would?
they used it as
Bro, you
leverage.
sound dumb.
They
You sound
used
dumb.
it
Use
as
your brain.
leverage, bro. All you have this is common knowledge. All you have to do is go research
This
it.
ain't common knowledge. Use your
It
brain
is
if you got common
They
knowledge.
would have been put
A
him in
It
black
is common
leader
knowledge, bro.
in bed with white women.
White women
You
at
mean to
that
tell me
time,
that's one thing that they kept secret?
They didn't. They kept it. They kept it. They
When during the
blackmailed him with
time
it.
period
They
they were
blackmailed him with
killing
it.
people for doing that shit.
They
They
blackmailed him
kept
with it,
that
bro.
secret, man. You dumb.
They
Come
did.
on
They
now.
blackmailed him with
There's
it.
no
This is
way,
common knowledge, bro.
and this is why Carlos says you're not a black American, because a black American would
No,
never be that damn
I'm objective.
stupid.
Because I'm
No,
objective.
that's not objective.
No, it
There's
is objective. I'm not
there's
emotionally
stupidity.
attached to it.
There's objective, and then there's stupidity.
No,
A
it's not.
black leader sleeping with white women,
at that
and
time.
they got
he's a
evidence
coon.
of it.
He's a coon.
In the area in which it's a crime to do so. They were killing niggas for doing it. He got away with it, and the white people watched him. You got to be a damn
sent the women to
shit
him
like that.
They sent
You
the
got to
women
be
to
a
him.
damn. They sent the woman to him and didn't hang him for it.
No, this is
Use
the
your
CIA
brain.
we're talking about. They used him as
Wait.
him to leverage what they wanted him to, and then when he got out of line, they assassinated him.
This is why.
Martin Luther King is known to be in bed with the
this
small
brother
hats
got up here
for
and said that
finance
he
and strategy.
understands civics. If he understood the way the government works, he would know the CIA did not work in America. It would have had to be in the FBI. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No,
CIA.
That's your first mistake. You don't even know the agency you're
CIA,
talking about.
FBI files. Go look it up. It's the
FBI files. Really?
It's FBI files. Yeah, go look it up.
That's not the same thing.
It's not the same thing at all.
It's not the same. It's not the same bureaucracy agency. No,
it's not the same thing.
I didn't say it is. I didn't say it is.
CIA
is local.
No, yeah, the CIA is a Central Intelligence Agency. FBI is Federal Bureau of Investigation. It was the FBI. With J. Edgar Hoover. I mean, the files are already transcribed. The conversations that they had with him, the occurrences of what they had, showing proof that he was the women, the quote unquote honeypots that they sent to him.
Bro,
he engaged with them, bro.
For 1 minute, if it's possible, because you say you're an intelligent brother, and I want to believe that. In the area where they were killing people for sleeping with white women.
Go look at the files. This is not up for debate. Go look at the files and the transcripts, bro.
It's not up for debate. It's not a debate. I'm trying to understand.
This is not up for debate.
Do you have your brain? Does that motherfucker work? Or it don't? This is a tether brain. You're the
one cursing. You're the one cursing. Yeah,
because you say you are African American. If you're African American, there's no way you'd be this damn stupid. If you want to say that Martin Luther King slept with other women, black women for sure. Okay, cool.
No, he was with white women,
nice.
bro.
He was sleeping with black women.
He was sleeping with white women.
But now
in a world in which they were killing black people for being around, touching, lying on black people just to kill them and put them in jail for being with white women. They got documented evidence.
They sent the white women to him. Bro, all you have to do, go look at the files and the transcripts.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. They sent the white women to him to do what?
It was to track. It's reconnaissance.
No. These people that could bug microphones at that time period, they didn't need white women for that.
What do you mean bug microphones? How is a microphone going to track your everyday movement?
Bro, you dumb?
How is a microphone going to track your everyday movement?
Bro, my bad. Malcolm X got killed before or after Martin Luther King, if you don't mind me. How did they track him? How did they track Malcolm X? Did they send white women to him too?
It was through they intercepted his letters. It was through phone calls.
What? You mean to turn that other way to track people? That's crazy.
Again, how sending someone a letter? How he's not nobody's sending somebody a letter every day.
Malcolm X said that they
that's
were
not going to track
tapping
nobody's
his.
movement, bro.
Malcolm X said they were tapping.
I'm not even having this conversation with
Malcolm
you, bro.
X said
You're
they would
entitled to your
track the
opinion.
phones. This ain't an opinion. This is common sense.
Malcolm X said it is an opinion because there's factual documents. There's factual documents that will prove what I'm saying.
Hotels and everywhere that he went, they were following him in foreign countries. You think they need a white woman for Martin Luther King in America?
Bro, it's a common espionage tactic to send what they term as honeypots, which is women. That's common. They did it with Castro. They did it with Martin Luther King. They did it with a lot of leaders, bro. Like, you're geopolitically ignorant. I'm not. Listen, bro, you're entitled to your opinion. The files are out there. If anybody wants to look it up, that's listening, go look it up.
This is an example of when you so damn dumb, you believe everything you read.
Everything you put online,
even when
it's not everything
sense,
you read, bro.
Even when it's not logical,
it is logical. If you want to blackmail somebody, it is logical. They use these tactics with everyone.
Be able to trap Martin Luther King, who had a fucking public schedule, to know where he was going. They needed him.
Martin Luther King. This dude says, "Stop lying on him." Martin Luther King is your prophet.
If he hopped on a bus, it was tracked. If he hopped on the plane, it was tracked. If he stayed in a hotel, it was tracked. If he went to a church, it was tracked. They need a white woman now to track him.
Said was the fact that I mentioned institutions. Somebody said Soul Chain, and I mentioned Ebony magazine, and you almost basically allude to the fact that was European and white. What was white about Ebony magazine? What was white about?
I said it.
I never got to finish saying what I was saying either. By the way.
Okay,
I'll go ahead.
Alan, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying, man. We're getting off track already. You see what I'm saying? We're here sitting talking about whether Martin Luther King had a white woman or cheated on his wife. I mean, I've heard for years that he cheated on his wife. I always assumed or thought from what I read or heard about was a black woman. But I'm not. I don't really care.
It was multiple women.
Hold on one second. I really don't care that much about that, to be honest. You see what I'm saying? Because to me, whether it was a white woman, black woman, whatever, what he was pushing for in the country, I agree with the other brother that talked just after me and saying the guy was a hero.
Of course you would.
Now, because if I say he was a hero, does that mean that I don't also believe that Malcolm X had good ideas and great points? Right. No.
Listen, bro.
Malcolm X was also great.
It's just coming from.
Let me say this. Give me like 2
minutes. 1 second. Let me say one other thing before you go, Colin, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Right. But what you're doing now in this argument is the same thing Carla was doing earlier, and I hope Carla doesn't get mad at me, but I'm gonna just say what it is. It's like to accuse you of being, non-American, non-Black American, and to suggest in some way that means you can't have a right idea. Just like you can have a wrong idea. Or now to say that because Martin, what you're saying about Martin, because he had a white woman doesn't mean that he can't be right on this other point.
No, that's another straw man fallacy. That's not what I'm saying.
Let me say one last thing.
That's not what I'm saying. So that's incorrect.
One last thing, and then you can talk. The other thing is, even as non-Black American or non-FBA, there are FBA people that say the same things you've been saying. That some of the FBA or Black Americans don't like. They're FBA people. You can find Jesse Lee Peterson. You can find a whole bunch of them. They will say the same thing. Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Sound like him.
What you're saying, it doesn't hold any weight because, again, the reason why I'm saying Martin Luther King was a coon, and I'm not talking to the dude that just said that's how I sound. I'm talking to the dude that said before that.
Like that, bro. You can't be thinking like that, bro.
No, the reason why.
Let me say this. Let me say one thing. I said, let me tell you something. As far as my life, right? When I was growing up, right, we moved from the inner city to a predominantly white neighborhood, right? And honestly, man, this was the 70s. I freaking was a little kid. I freaking had to adjust from living in an all-white, black area to a white area. And I went through a lot of racism and stuff like that. My teenage years was okay. We had a nice middle-class life and everything. But I always felt this void, right, that connected with my ancestors. Like, constantly reminded of I'm living in a white world. I could imagine what my ancestors felt, you know. But the thing is, though, I kept my culture and everything was still black, you know. Everything in my household, everything was black. We go to the city, go to church, whatever like that was black. Now, as far as Martin Luther King is concerned, right? When I was a kid, right, I always asked my parents, right, why the heck did we have to move upstate? Well, it was a better life, you know, because Dr. King said black and white people go together, right? And so I really deep down inside hated the idea of Martin Luther King, integration of white people and stuff like that, right? But I tell you right now, listen to what I'm saying. Now that I'm older, right? And I look at it right here, even though I may have missed out on things like if I went to a school like my cousins, they went to a predominantly black school one night. They had things like the prom. They didn't have to deal with racism one night. That I missed out on, you know. They had things, you know, where like living in a black school, black area. And so I had a white school when I had to deal with racism. You know, I had white friends and everything. I said to do it so like that. And I basically, I couldn't have that black utopia that I wanted, right? So I grew up in a white neighborhood, right? And when people start talking about Martin Luther King, said angry, I hated him, man, right? I believe everything negative about it, I hated him, right? He brought integration. But now as I get older, right, I think about it, right? I said, my parents did the impossible, right? They brought us from the inner city to an area that I got a good education. I think about the school we went to and whatnot. We had a driver's ed program. We had home ec. We had carpet floors. We had all the stuff like this, you know. Remember weekends of going to skating rink and stuff like that. And I said to myself, my father had a good job. We had everything we wanted when I was growing up. Nice house, everything like that. And I lived in a mixed neighborhood, black, white, whatever like that. And I said to myself, what if I would have stayed in the city? Would I have basically turned out the way I would? Could it be a fact that I could have been involved with drugs? I could have got involved in the streets. I could have like this. What if my father would have got hooked up with some other woman, left our family, and we had to move into the project? I knew people like that. They had to move into the project because dad, he just found himself a new girlfriend, and you know, friends of my dad just left us and whatnot. Remember that little kid Sam's and lean on me? My father don't live with us anymore, sir. Remember that? You know, but that was true. So you left and you got to move into the ghetto because you ain't got a breadwinner in your house. And I'm saying to myself, my father always told me, he said, son, the reason why I married your mother, because I listened to Martin Luther King. He said one speech he said that spoke to me directly. He said, young brother, he goes, if you got a woman, raise that, marry her, get a job and raise that woman and raise your family. He said, so that's exactly what he did. And I told Dad, I appreciate what you did. I appreciate you being there for me and whatnot, raising us. And I'm thankful that my even don't follow his past. I'm thankful to the day that I had a father that raised us and everything like that. And to be honest with you, right, always attribute that to Martin, because I was always, every time I talk about Martin Luther King, he said, you know why I married your mother? You know why we raised you? When I ran as a young man, 19 years old, I decided to get married. I would sit there and listen to a speech by Martin Luther King, right? And he told me to be a man and raise my family. I was going to run off, you know, but I listened to speech. So, look, this is when my brother on the piano, man, no disrespect, man, but this is real. So when you talk about Martin Luther King and stuff like that, yeah, I understand we all disagree politically right now, but we got to start. That's why I said, when I ask you, are you Black American, right? You got to be careful about how you say things, you know? How you say things.
No, but to me, I could care less about how other Black Americans, quote unquote, think, because I know majority of us are emotional, and we hold these people.
Why not? Hold on, we're real people with real feelings. We're
that's emotional.
You know, it's not emotional.
People's emotion clouds their logic.
Hold on, bro. You can't talk about Dr. King like that, man.
Two things can be. Martin Luther King was a coon.
Two things can be true at the same time, and here's the deal. Martin Luther King was far from a coon, but Martin Luther King was what Jim Brown said he was, which was a misguided leader. He was misguided. He was a completely misguided leader, and by the time he realized his mistake, they assassinated him. They had to get rid of him. He should have been about economic empowerment from the very beginning, and not as focused on integration. That was his major mistake.
But that was what Hollywood and all his backers were pushing, you know, so he went along with it.
That's misguided leadership.
Yeah, but the whole thing is, hold on, we knew that, right? Because like I told you, the majority of black people was not involved with that, you know. So when this guy, brother right here, said black people chose Martin Luther King, that's how this argument started. I said, no, it's not. We were sitting there, we listened to him speak, we like his speech and everything like that. But majority of black people were not moved by that. We were living in cities like Detroit, Queens, New York, or whatnot, you know, Harlem. There was no damn integration going on in Black America. What did he talk about? Watts.
The majority of black people lived in the South then, as they do
no,
now.
they did not. No, they did
yes,
not.
They did.
South, bro. No,
yes, they did.
They're not, because of great migration, bro.
The great
Bro,
migration.
yeah, that didn't take. That didn't just take the entire black population, bro.
It did. Majority of
no,
black
it
people
didn't.
the majority of black people left the South.
No, they didn't.
And so
It's not true. It's factually inaccurate.
Millions of people get to thing. Majority also the
majority of black people then.
This is I know you're lying. You don't know what you're talking about. The majority. Okay, if you say Martin Luther King, do you know most black people, even part of the back in the 20s, went to integrated schools? Black and white kids. Let me tell you a story. I'm gonna tell you a story right now. How I basically found this out. When I was with the school, I went to a school called, my high school was called Pine Bush, right? When I was in junior highs, I had a school called Circleville, right? Pine Bush was a high school, right? That connected two middle schools, Crispell and Circleville. My school was Circleville. Crispell was in the country, right? Crispell was like in a rural area, upstate New York, when I called Pine Bush or Settlement, Orange County, right? Anyway, one time I was on the track team, right? And sometimes on the track team, we used to go to Crispell and for track. And we used to hang out in school, just like, and also in school they had the ballet, so we go in the back and like look at the girls, whatever like that, you know, white, black, whatever like that. Well, anyway, what struck me was this: I went into the back behind the stage, right, and I saw an old classroom picture, right, a picture, right, and it says class of 1935. Guess what I saw? I saw black kids in the class. I said to myself, in black and white, it was black and white portrait, right. And I said to myself, wait a minute here. I thought that all black people were living with to all, you know, saying. Then it dawned on me as I studied, right? The integration that you talk about with Martin Luther King, that was only the Deep South, you know? In the North, black people and white people were going to school together as far back as 1920, even earlier than that. Even back in the 1800s, black kids and white kids were going to school together. So we said we chose integrate. We already had that in the North, you know?
Where are you talking about in the North? See, these statements, bro. These statements are just not true, bro. You're lying, bro. Those are just lies, bro.
Malcolm X talked about his school teacher. He was a classmate, the only black kid in his class, and he said he wanted to be a lawyer. And his teacher told him, "No, that's not a good job for a nigger. Be a carpenter." Jesus was a carpenter.
Again, the only reason he was at a white school is because the adoption.
No, you said there's integration. We were trying to integrate. We're already damn integrated, man.
No, it was majority of black people were not integrated. This was like this conversation is really retarded, bro. You're just rewriting history right now, bro. This is
there
retarded.
was only a certain amount of states that wasn't integrated. Majority, overwhelmingly, of the United States was integrated.
Well, black in the North, black people were already integrated. That's where most of us lived.
Already,
you know,
that's not true, bro.
Bro,
it's true, bro.
Look.
It's not true.
No, bro.
Can I add something that has to do with
are you guys, listen.
Well, this is retarded, bro. This is crazy.
Listen, bro. Hold on.
You have all your preconceived notions. You're absolutely wrong, and you're being schooled right now.
What happened really during the civil rights movement? Like we just talked about, it was really a consumer rights movement.
Nigerian, I know.
Listen. It was really mainly a consumer rights movement. They wanted all the black people business, you know, wanted to integrate the money. That's what really.
No, they wanted access. They wanted access since black people were paying taxes. They wanted access to the same. They wanted access to the same facilities. If a black person,
we had the same facilities. Black people wanted to use the subway, Edinburgh Rapid Transit. We were going to the Guggenheim Museum of Natural History. We were doing all those things. You know, we were going to Coney Island. Now we had access to all that back in the 1920s, man. What are you talking about?
Bro, that's not 100%. That's not 100% true either.
No, it's not true.
You see what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna tell you why it's not 100% true. Because you're talking about, it depends on where you are in the United States.
That's what I said.
I'm talking about New York. New York was the biggest black population.
You're in the North. you're in the north. You're in
that's what I'm saying.
But it's not even in the north. In cities like Chicago, Chicago was the most segregated city in America as it is today.
His argument is that black people followed Martin Luther King into the ground. I'm saying, dude, when Martin Luther King was there, majority of black people didn't care because we already had damn integration, you know?
Okay, but,
no, that's
what
not
I'm saying
true,
to you, Carla, what I'm saying to you, Carla, is
Boston, it was already
you had
integrated.
integration, but it depends on
Carla?
where you are.
We know that.
LA,
already integrated, you know?
All of them was integrated
And
already.
the other thing is,
like I said, they just wanted the money.
I was
they
gonna
wanted
say,
the money. Black people down south, they had their own bus companies and stuff like that. They wanted to integrate all of that. You know what I mean?
Can you hear me well? Can you guys hear me well?
They wanted
You're
right.
going out. You're going out.
They wanted all the money. Right, Jonathan? They just wanted the money.
Yeah, it was all about money.
It was all about money. That's why you had the Montgomery the bus boycotts, the lunch cable on the lunch counter table. They wanted to integrate all the business.
Mega Everett. Look at Mega Everett. Mega Everett.
That's what it was
about black empowerment.
And he didn't know about it. And King didn't even know about it. Martin Luther King didn't even know about that.
Yeah, Mega Everett. Martin Luther King did his thing.
No,
it was mega people like Mega Evers, the Deacons of Defense, and all these other people like that really brought the job on. SNCC and Stokely Carmichael and stuff like that. They was the one who really got the job done. Martin Luther King was the one getting it. And you're right, Stokely Carmichael. It was getting popping. When people come up here, they don't know their history. They haven't read books.
Can you
go by what he goes online?
Can I add something that has to do with the original topic really quickly? What kind of inspired me to call was that that a lot of times people talk about, how uneducated or some of the misinformation that goes around in the black community.
I'm talking about online. I ain't talking about black community. I'm talking about online. When I'm saying online, by you calling in like that, it just proves my case, man. Most people don't read,
I'm sorry.
You heard what I said.
Colin, the internet messed everything up.
So wait. So me calling in.
I said, look, this proves my case, right? If you were very read on what happened in the 60s when I actually read books, for the most part, you will understand that black people were pretty much had moved to the industrialized North, right? That's how we basically built Black America.
No, I've read the Warmth of Other Suns by Isabel Wilkerson. I'm well studied on this. The majority of black people still lived in the South, bro. It's retarded what you're saying.
We had cities like Nyack, New York, that was thriving black enclaves. Which we call it. Booker T. Washington talked about that. We had thriving black enclaves way back in the early 1900s. We had nice communities in Atlanta that was there for generations. We had places like Spring Valley, New York, whatnot. Saratoga Springs, New York, all over New York, there were black Ellenville, New York, all over the Northeast were these huge black enclaves and whatnot, And so the bottom line is, and we interacted with white people all the time, man. That goes way back in this country and whatnot, So the idea, even places like Camden, New Jersey, there was black people and white people live in that city and whatnot, Fort Lee, New Jersey, So what I'm saying, when you talk about civil rights, that's something we saw on TV, and it was all about states like Mississippi, Alabama, and the Deep South, So when you make it seem like black people show integration, dude, we already had damn integration,
You're speaking from your point of view, which that's
the majority of black people, man.
It's not, because when you go to Chicago, when you go to Detroit,
Carla,
black people in Detroit were not interested. They didn't care about no damn. You have a part of Detroit called 8 Mile. White people on one side to this day, black people on the other. Black people don't go past 8 Mile.
I'm not saying that that's wrong. I'm saying by the way that they mapped out the cities, even in Chicago is the most segregated city in the country, still to this day.
Hold up. First of all, there's a difference between segregation and separation. Black people choose to live in majority black enclaves. You don't understand.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. No, the moment black people get a chance to leave, they leave, bro.
Look, my family in Queens,
just for property value alone.
Look, you got people in New York. We talk about property values, right? A lot of black people keep their property up. In New York, you got people that got million houses, and Bedford-Stuyvesant worth millions of dollars. Brownstones. What are you talking about?
Man, if this is the pervasive condition of our people, this is what I'm talking about.
Oh, like I said, I think you must live in poverty.
Carlos,
You know?
If this is the pervasive condition of our
it's not
people,
that.
if
It's not
we're
that,
well
Carlos.
off and we're wealthy, then we
This
should have no
dude,
problems
this
in this
dude,
country, bro.
this
Like
dude
you
doesn't
just
have. This dude doesn't
revisionist
have
history.
enough
I think you
common.
live around. I think you live in poverty.
It's
and you
revisionist history,
have
bro.
poverty. That's why you think like
He
that. You
for
know?
sure
No,
does.
it's not think like I'm being realistic, but okay, you can
That's your
live in your
reality. That's
fantasy
not
world
my
all you
reality.
want to boost your
Not my
self-esteem. It's
reality,
not
right?
accurate.
And even here in Virginia Beach, right here, we got nice black communities here. You know, it's not everybody the same position. You guys believe this idea? Oh, black people. Look, the majority, 90% of black people just living their life and everything like that. They don't even know what the hell. Most black people didn't even know who Martin Luther King was, man. They didn't even participate in no damn civil rights. They said, "What the hell are these civil rights, man? They doing life." The black people in the deep South, the students and stuff like that had white friends and hung around white people, and most of the civil rights was done by white communists and Jews and all these other people, everything like that. Convinced some black people that they were discriminated. Now, only legitimate thing and the Martin Luther King did was that Montgomery boycott, because that was wrong, putting people in the back of the bus and everything like that. And we boycotted and we run this settlement, whatever. Like that. But this other thing, talking about integration, stuff like that was really confined to the deep South. And then the violence, the Ku Klux Klan, the Birmingham violence of the Ku Klux Klan, right? Bombed those 3 girls, right? That killed those 3 babies in church, right? Going to Sunday school. That struck a nerve with black America throughout the country. Those black people in the country in the North ready to go down South and just get busy. They were really going down there to massacre shit, you know? But Martin Luther King stepped in. No, we can't do that. But the deacons of defense for him, right? And they were going to take it to the Klan. He was ex-military and stuff like that. They were going to take it to the Klan, you know.
Shout out to Deacons of Defense.
Well, Deacons, they just
Mega Evans and all of them.
Well, Mega Evans was murdered, you know.
I know, but shout out to him though. He's a real leader. Not no Martin Luther King.
Well, hold up. But the thing is, though, all those people had the confidence of the black people. We didn't agree with Martin Luther King. Most black people said, just like right now, like we listen to people like Farrakhan, we listen to people like that. A lot of times black people listen to people who we consider like Umar Johnson. For example, most black people, if you ask them, they think he's a clown, but for the most part, they're not going to throw him away because they think he's just. But that's how we are. If you understand Black America, we love our people, you know, even when they're wrong. You know, even when we think they're wrong, we don't agree with them.
That's the problem, though. That's the problem.
We don't have to follow them. You know, we don't have to follow them.
No, it's not. No, if people are wrong and they're leading the masses of people to a wrong spot, they need to be neutralized.
How we do is that we know he's wrong. Okay, when people don't support his movement or don't show up, whatever like that, we still love him, but we just like we can't tell him, okay, you know what you're doing.
No, if the masses are supporting his movement, he needs to be neutralized. It's that simple. We don't close amongst our ranks.
Look, that's how we are as a people, right? We even though we don't subscribe to Brother Umar, we still love him because he's one of us. That's the real African.
But that leads me to my.
But Carla, hold on a second.
Hold on.
If Martin Luther King was wrong, he made a lot of points. If Martin Luther King was wrong, what would you have done differently?
He really didn't have no choice, man. To tell you the truth, you know.
Yes, he did. Martin Luther King.
Wait. If Martin Luther King was wrong, no. What would you have done differently?
Economics and self-reliance first before he started doing anything having to do with integration. His movement became
I like that idea. Now, you're familiar that you said lead with economics. You're aware that they bombed every Black Wall Street and destroyed it.
I understand.
No. Go further than that. Forget Black Wall Street.
After Reconstruction, man.
We're not talking about after Reconstruction. Every successful major Black neighborhood, they took it and they put the Pentagon up. They took it. They put Highway 1 up in California. They took it in Chicago. They took it everywhere. So now there goes your Black economics. Pick something else because economics isn't the answer.
This guy
that was the answer. That doesn't make any sense.
If you can't protect the economics that you're putting up, that's not the answer, buddy.
But prior to integration, Black people had businesses.
We got that business.
Wait. I'm just curious now because I realized something. What stopped Black people from having businesses? Because there are certain areas, certain states where black people outperform white people, and they have never integrated with white people.
What stopped black people from having businesses is that black people, we were forced through segregation to actually have to deal with our own and do or have businesses. What happens is during integration, many of us gave up our businesses in order to integrate.
That's so simplistic, bro.
Into other people's stuff.
That's a simplistic narrative that's going around online.
Okay, wait, hold on, Carla. I got a question, brother. Do you shop at black restaurants or shop at or bank with a black bank? Do you do any of those things?
I don't bank black, but I do shop at black.
You just told me a minute ago.
You're confusing me with somebody.
No, that
else,
was
man.
me. That was me, not him.
Colin keeps confusing me with you, and it's really weird.
Yeah, because we have we're not going along with their narrative. That's why.
I'm not.
You know what it is? Y'all both Caribbean or something. You know, that's what it is.
Okay.
Nothing wrong. Alan's my Caribbean brother, man. But you know,
I've never even been to the Caribbean before in my life. But okay.
Yeah, you're Caribbean.
Hey, you know what, Carla? I learned something, and I learned this the hard way. Right? We always complain about, not supporting black businesses. Oh, why do black people rather go to Latin American countries or European countries or Asian countries than Africa? It's a choice. No one's forcing you to go anywhere else.
That is true.
And when you choose to shop at a non-black store, that's a choice.
That is true.
That's a choice. No one told you not to do it. So why are you doing it? You're the problem that you're complaining about. Can you imagine that shit?
I guarantee I shop at more black institutions than you.
All right,
brother, I don't want you to guarantee it. The mere fact that you already acknowledge that you really don't is
what are you talking? I didn't acknowledge any of that. What are you talking about? You are an idiot.
Listen. You said that he should focus on economics.
I didn't say that.
I said that.
Well, we got two weird
people
niggas
are idiots, man. I'm about to stop talking.
No, we got two weird niggas talking. My bad.
Something they think I'm saying it, and it's kind of ridiculous. Let me stand on my own on what I said, and if you don't like it, they don't like it. But it's kind of weird that you're kind of mixing up and taking one argument and it's weird. It's gotten weird. What I was going to say though was what inspired me to call before I got caught off was basically. That one of the worst things that's ever happened to black people in terms of information are the crackpot religions that spread throughout the black communities and it was giving out supposed knowledge, and was giving out people a whole lot of stuff. That's where all this Asiatic black man, Native American history type stuff all comes from, these street preachers and stuff like that. And that is some of the most damaging stuff. We don't call out people like Louis Farrakhan for pushing and Elijah Muhammad for pushing a false religion that made people actually dumber, act in dumber in the worst way, where you're actually
majority of black people don't subscribe to the Nation of Islam, so that does.
No, I'm not saying. What I'm saying is though that they have.
Are you? Let me tell you. Answer your question. Are you embarrassed by the fact that? Let me tell you something. Chuck D said something. A Republican said something profound that always struck with me, right? Because I was trying to slay into the coon world at one time. He said to white people, he said, "Look, and to his white friends, whatever like that. He goes, I'm sorry, but there's going to be people in my community that you ain't going to like, that we're not going to give up. We're not going to abandon, because they were talking about Farrakhan, blah, blah. He said, yeah, I know y'all don't like him. Y'all don't like Khalid Muhammad. We're not, but he's part of our community, and we're not going to basically give him up, just for y'all's sake, So what I'm saying is this, well, when you, look, I understand I disagree with Farrakhan, I disagree with Umar Johnson, I do like that, but Umar, like it or love it, is part of the community. He's part of the community. So, by the way, one thing I am not going to do is be like, let me get rid of Umar because I hope, because I want to show white people that, no, that's the wrong thing to do.
It's not showing white people.
What's an example of a crackpot religion? Are you talking about Christianity as itself?
No, yeah. I'm talking. Well, I'll give you a few. 5% Nation of Islam.
What's wrong with the 5%?
But how is the 5% nation saying the black man is God?
Let me finish, and I can tell you all the ones I think are crackpot religions. Nation of Yahweh, You know,
if people want to believe like that, what's the problem, man? You know,
the problem is that it's giving you guys these
let me
books
tell you
and
something.
things
I
that
have
call
my brother.
knowledge.
Let me
And
say,
it is not knowledge at all. And
yo,
that's
I don't
where a
mean
lot
to
of the
interrupt.
false
I don't mean to
information
cut
comes
you
But
from.
how is that different
About
from
the
somebody
origins,
believing that Jesus
about
is
the
white
origins
and
of
they
black people.
Moses learned something from a burning bush? Like we need, if we're gonna give up religion, give it up as a whole. Don't just because one is black and you think it's not factual because it's not based by Europeans. I mean, the
There are
Bible
no
is just as
European
fallacious
religions.
as the 5% nation teaches it.
There
hold on,
are no
John, let me
European
say this.
religions.
Let me say this.
Yeah, there
What
are.
you have,
Christianity is a European religion.
what you have, yo,
Christianity
check
is
this
not a
out. What
European
you
religion.
have is this,
It
right?
is. It's a European
Look,
It is
construction
not.
I have
of
a friend of
Judaism.
mine, right? Look,
It
I
is
have a
not.
friend of mine, my brother Omar, right? This guy I've known online. We never met. We've been friends on Facebook for 10 years, right? He basically is a 5%er, right? And he basically is 5% God's earth, whatnot. But yet this brother is a skilled mechanic down in New York City, right? And every day on Facebook, you see him with his son. He goes to his son's football games or not. He has a wife, what he calls his wisdom and everything. So he built his whole life around the teachings of the 5% religion. So I'm saying to myself, that's his religion. And I seen what the Bible says. You are a tree is known by the fruits it bears. So if you bear fruit, good fruit, you know. So basically, we're looking at the tree instead of what it bears. You know, if my brother Omar, basically, I've watched him for years, right? And he's like all into the 5% religion and whatnot. You know, he raised a family. I watched this boy online grow from like he was like 8 years old to 18. You know, in 10 years. And he's out there with the football games and whatnot, you know, go do family vacations and whatnot. He has a good job, have a house, takes care of his family. What the hell is wrong with that? You know? Why are we so hard on our own? I'm not gonna be hard on my own people. If that's his religion, you know, that's his religion. That's what he believes in. That's what basically he believes in. But so what you're gonna do is make it seem like everybody is a pookie and everybody's stupid because they believe something. No, there's a lot of people who believe this stuff that are hardworking people, that got jobs in the city and some of everything. You know, you got to really start being around black people more. You know, brother.
If you took an IQ test of the people in the nation of gods and earths versus people that believe in Christianity, especially Southern Bible Belt Christianity, the people who believe in the
That's
nation of
really
gods and earth
relative.
are going to
That's
be
really
smarter than
relative.
you.
The bottom line
Really?
is if you make
Yes, people that believe in Christianity are idiots.
So somebody who believes that black people are Asiatic, or somebody who or in getting that false information, or somebody who believes that in the mothership, or believes that or believes any of this stuff, about the
The
island of
nation of gods and
Patmos.
earths is give and take. They don't subscribe to all of the spookism that you're
But
talking about.
that's some of
That's
the
the
stuff.
nation of Islam.
Well, that's the stuff I'm talking about, though. That and they're branch off the Nation of Islam.
Yeah, but they took out all the spooky stuff.
Yeah, so I'm saying like this. But the point I'm trying to make is this: you got white people out there that works with ghosts and goblins and a wiki and cults and stuff like
Wicca,
that. That's
yeah.
Wicca, and they basically all over the place. So why did nobody ever get mad at that? You know?
Well, people do get mad at that, but that's not. But
Yeah,
I didn't know. I didn't know that
but
was
what I'm
part of
saying is, I don't
the
see
discussion.
nobody degrading them like the way you're talking. Like now, and you're basically saying because black people do these things, like Martin Luther King, or maybe into these religion or not, they're not even worthy of being human. By your tone,
I didn't say that.
No, but your tone is
that. No, that's not. But that's not what I said.
But
He's saying it's deleterious to their logic. Like their but again, Christianity is just as bad. So we need to give up all religions. To be honest,
but at least you could. My major point. You're right. Is destructive to their logic, but also is giving a false origin story of black people, and that's where the bad information comes from, and we have to deal with that.
But I think that basis stems from Abrahamic religions, though. That's what makes them susceptible to even create that basis, that concept.
Okay, but black people saying that they're from Asia or Asiatic is just ridiculous.
But again, you got to look at the frame of mind they're coming from, the religion that they practiced before. What area of the earth do they prioritize? Asia, the Middle East, the Levant. So that's the basis of where it's coming from. To be honest, so
okay, I can accept that. I can accept that. But again, when they're doing that, what the Nation of Islam became is a light skinned worshiping cult, essentially.
I agree.
And you know, even all their ministers are all, you know, wavy hair, you know, and all this stuff like that. It's not a good it's just not good. It's not good sound practice. And anybody who's took the time to read speaking of reading, read Message to the Black Man, and within the first 100 pages, you're seeing stuff that's like, people actually believe this stuff. No wonder people are all over the place.
But you have to also factor in the access to information that they had at that time. Nowadays, people believe in it. I'm agreeing with you, but at that time, people didn't really have access to information like we do now.
Yeah,
they were just looking for something alternative.
The Nation of Islam couldn't have been in the age of social media. That could have never taken off.
No, it could. If people can believe that they're abos, then they definitely could believe that. But
no, but I'm saying
I
that with
don't.
the Nation of Islam, you can believe what you want, but I'm talking about the fact that it was able to organize people. You know, the Wabo people can't organize people. You know, it can't get people.
That's just the fault of the leaders, though. They're idiots, regardless that will follow anything. You just got to be a good enough organizer. But
The Nation of Islam was able to organize people. You know, so the bottom line. So you can't put them in the same category as the Wabos and all these other people.
no, I'm not. But I'm saying I don't really fault them for it, because they didn't have access to information like that. They were just doing what they could with what they could.
Whatever they did, they was able to get a huge following in Black America. So they did something right. You know.
Yeah, it's definitely pseudo information though, and it's illogical.
It is, but the whole thing is, when you live in a situation, you understand something. In New York City, back in the 1940s, there was all kinds of cults. You had the Daddy Gracers, you had Father Divine, you had all these other people like that. Everybody was a cult. I remember back in the days, man. I had this one uncle, right? He would every month he had a new cult, right? I found the truth one night. He'd be sitting there debating, you know. With my religion, my father out there. No, and this day he said when he came from Mount, I am sitting there, I'm a little nigga looking at stuff like, what the hell am I looking at? No, but this is the truth right here. And they always try to come around, try to discredit the Bible and stuff like that with some new cult one that they found, you know. A month later, they're back to friggin' smoking dope and drinking beer on the stoop and whatnot, you know. They always finding some cult. But that's part of Black America, man. You know, they're still my people. I love them. You know, they with all their faults and everything like that, man. I would not trade Black America for nothing. You know. So
no, nobody in their right mind is asking anybody to trade in.
Yeah, but something like that. The guy, what's his name? He would basically say, "Oh,
I'm not trading, bro. I love my people, bro.
Wait, you said you're not. What you said you're not African. You don't consider yourself
No,
African.
I don't identify as an American. That doesn't mean that's still not my ethnicity. I love them to death.
Hold on. Let me tell you something. Let me break it down the list, right? When we say African American, we're saying this country right here is where our culture was born, right? Just like
not me. I don't agree with that.
Well, hold on. First of all, it's like, well, it doesn't matter whether you agree or not, you know, that's the truth, right? We're the African story of America. America has an African story. It began in 1619 as from the African continent. That's 1699. The culture, the survival, the persecution, the love, the joy, everything we did is an African story from Africa. We gave Africa's story in America is us, you know? And so therefore, just like you have the Scott Irish, like you have the French Canadians, just like you have Italian American, you got the Irish American and all those other people like that. The African American is the African story of America. Like the Irish American is the Irish story of America. You understand? So the African American is saying that I'm in America, that's the country, the land I'm in, right? And the culture is the African culture. That's all, you know? So when somebody says I'm just African, what you're doing is forgetting your American story. You have an American story. You can't, and a lot of times when people say that, they want to. And I take everything, whether it's enslavement of my people, the bondage of people suffered, and everything, the Holocaust, whatever like that, to Jim Crow, to the civil rights. I have to take ownership of all that. I can't throw none of that away. Whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, I have to own all of it. You know. So when you want to cherry pick and say I'm African, I don't buy that. You know, I'm like, what you're doing is you're trying to erase your history and whatnot because of the pain. I understand.
No, I acknowledge the history. I'm talking about the cultural expression, as me identifying with it.
Where did that pain come from?
I don't eat chitlins. I'm not eating chitlins because my ancestors ate chitlins.
No one ever said you had to eat chitlins. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying you do. I'm just giving that as an example.
No one said you had to eat chitlins. No one said you do all the stuff like that. But you acknowledge your history and heritage and who you are. You know, that's who you are.
I'm African. I'm not an American.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
You're African, but you live in this country. If you went to Africa, or you probably go to Africa, or whatever like
this
that.
This is Africa. How about that? This is Africa.
No, this is not America. This is America. It's not Africa.
No, this is Africa.
This is not Africa, bro. You're in America.
This is Africa.
You live in a delusion. It's not
Africa. But how? If I state that it's Africa, how is it not?
You can say whatever you want. So how can you basically say something like that and then try to talk about black people, talk about Martin Luther King, liking Martin Luther King, man? You sound delusional. You know,
it's not. No, what I'm saying is self-determination is the first actualization of power,
like
and self-definition.
I asked you a little while ago that if you really believe that, right, what you should do is immediately, right, is say cut your losses, get on the plane, and move to Burkina Faso, and then you're really in Africa. So you can't talk about Africa and use the white man's infrastructure and his way that you're just.
But that's not what I intend to do.
Hold up, you live in the white man's infrastructure, his roads, his telecommunication, your internet, and everything.
Yes.
So you're not in Africa. Why not? You would not be on this live right now if you was in Africa.
I could be on this level.
Oh no.
What I'm saying is all of these labels are just conceptions within the human mind. And the problem with us as Africans and black quote unquote black people is we're not creative enough to create our own concepts. In reality, that's the problem.
How about to have it created in the real context of your reality? Everybody always
so if I go and purchase a sign and set it somewhere and it says Africa and I say that I stake this claim this is Africa. How is that different? How is that different from when Columbus came over?
But the bottom line is it's just like a slave, right? He's living on the plumber plantation. He could say this is my land, whatever. But the bottom line is where whoever really controls the land controls who is on it and whatnot, and he could take at any time and sell your ass off to somebody else. And
when Columbus planted his flag in Saint Domingue,
the white man could anytime could grab your ass up, put you in jail, do whatever hell they wanted to, because land is supposed to give you refuge and protection. You got no refuge here.
There's no refuge and protection anywhere. We're human. We're animals.
Oh, really?
There's no refuge and protection anywhere. We're men and we're animals.
Really worrying about anything right now.
You said who?
I don't see Japan. Hold up. Forget. When's the last time Japan's been invaded?
Oh, first of all, Japan's demilitarized.
Hold on. When's the last time? You say nobody's protected. I'd say this people in Spain seem like they're very well protected. People in the Netherlands seem like they're doing all right. People in Belgium.
Hey, Carla, here's a better one. The people in Orania in South Africa seem to be doing very good and safe. Anybody fucking with them?
You're the black people in America that are living in captivity among white people in America, right? But you're delusional and you don't want to accept that. You want to
when did I not say that, bro? I know.
Did you say
that? I'm saying mentally, wherever I step foot is Africa.
You'll say, okay, you can say that, but the bottom line is that's not true. You can.
Okay, so it would take. So in order for that to be true, in order for that to be true, I would have to over.
The Nation of Islam say that we live in the hells of North America, the wilderness of North America. They acknowledge that they're in the white man's country, at least, but you call them crazy,
Bro, it still can be a white man's territory, but again, I'm staying claim to what I'm titling.
You basically make your land the white man's land, and he has ultimate
power. No, that's not what I'm saying. See, that you're missing the point, but it's fine. You're not going to be able to conceptualize what I'm saying.
I don't conceptualize because I good. But you said you were the one who said that all these people are doing all these crazy religions and cults and whatnot, and you sound just as crazy as they are.
No, it's not. It's not about. But that's right. It's just a concept. It's not about some spooky religion or me saying that I changed the molecular structure of the land and the people. So now I turned in. No,
Cuddy, right, and going over to Burkina Faso and raising your flag, saying I'm home in Africa when not like really be in Africa. You're trying to basically benefit from America by calling so that's crazy. That's
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's definitely not what I'm
exactly
saying.
what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You can ask me what I'm saying, or you can ask me what my
I
plan
don't
is, but that's not what I'm saying.
When that, what does everybody think about that? What you just said?
Well, I don't think it's very logical to claim you're someplace else when you're you are where you are.
No, but I'm talking about conceptually. So when Christopher Columbus came over to Saint Domingue and he played, well, it was Cascade, I guess at the time. That's what they say. The natives called it. But then he planted his flag and said, "This is Saint Domingue." He didn't take over the land yet. They didn't have. They were interacting with the natives. So is he delusional in saying it's Saint Domingue when they call it Cascade? It's concepts. That's our problem, bro.
You're not gonna take over. You live in North Carolina.
Bro, all a nation just besides the point. All a nation is a concept. There's no material. There's no material nation. This is all conceptual figments,
bro. There's a nation and there's a land, which is called a nation state, right? When you basically say you're in the America, that's a nation state. That's a land. That's a nation state. You're in North Carolina. That's where you live at. That's where this is dominion over. Your soil that you have dominion over. That's where you have dominion over, and that's where you're under that dominion. You're under that sovereignty. That's reality. You can't just declare yourself something else. That's how you sound like one of those sovereign citizens people.
No, it's not. You're not gonna understand what I'm saying. It's fine. I can see the point. You're right.
I'm just saying.
Can you guys hear me?
Clarity,
No, you're not conceptualizing what I'm saying.
Yeah, I just looked it up a second ago. So in about 1910, something like 89% of black people lived in the South. In 1950, it had gone down to like 60% or so. In the 70s, it hit the lowest point at 53% living in the South. And right now it's creeping back up, but it's about 57% of black people still live in the South. So the majority of black people have pretty much always lived in the South.
And it's only like a couple states in the South, Georgia and Mississippi and Texas. That's it.
Louisiana as well.
No.
Louisiana almost has a majority of black population.
Louisiana has a small population overall.
Yeah, but they almost have a majority black population. It's like 45%, if I'm not mistaken.
No. Mississippi is like 40% black. That's about it.
Pretty much the Southeast, it's like the majority of black people have pretty much always lived.
Yeah, the Southeast and the Northeast about the same place, a region right here. Black people are not this. People don't understand. So black people in the Eastern Seaboard will move to Mississippi, Tennessee, and all the stuff like that by the internal slave trade. They move people from the coast because slavery was dying out on the coast, and so they moved into slave holding strongholds like Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, and places like that. That's when the slave trade in the 1800s grew. And it was dying out on the Atlantic seaboard here. You have free black communities, maroon communities. That's my family's from. Half my family is free blacks, half my family is slave descendants. On the coast of North Carolina and Georgia. Well, that's what I am. So. But
I'm not from here, so I just moved down here to go to school. So,
so I know you're from Nigeria, right?
I'm not from Nigeria.
Hey, you're from. Tell the truth. What state were you born in?
I was born in Colorado. I didn't grow up there though. I grew up in the Chicagoland area.
So that's what I tell you. I could tell you didn't grow up around black people.
What are you talking about? I grew up in damn near a city with the highest black population in America. I was born in Colorado. I never lived out there.
Let me put it like this: you grew up in the suburbs, right?
I grew up in look up Ford Heights, Illinois. Look at the demographics of it.
What I'm saying is this though. You may grow into a black, but the bottom line is this: unless you live on the eastern United States, where the cultural power base is right here, you will never really understand black.
What are you talking about? Chicago is one of the bro. All right, bro. I know you're from New York. You New Yorkers are biased. Y'all think y'all invented sliced bread.
You live in Colorado, right?
I was born. I never lived in Colorado past 1 year old. I have no remembrance of it at all.
So you
I
born in
grew up
Colorado.
in the Chicagoland area.
Where'd your parents meet?
My father was playing basketball at a junior college in southeastern Colorado, and my mother was at Colorado State, and my uncle played basketball on the same team with my dad, so they was at the same JUCO. That's how they met.
Are you mixed race?
No, I'm not mixed race.
Okay, now let me ask you a
My
question.
mother's from the LA area. My father's from Chicago.
Okay, LA, Chicago. That's not really okay, Chicago I'll give you, right? But let me tell you something. The LA is not necessarily the beacon of black.
She's from Watts.
You know?
She's as black as you're gonna get in LA.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll give you that, Watts. But what I'm saying is this, though. So
But I'm from Chicago, bro.
I'm really not convinced you. But what part of Chicago are you from?
I'm from Ford Heights. It's the south. It's the south suburbs.
Okay, suburbs. Okay, but I don't think.
But you don't understand the dynamic. When in Chicago, if you're from the Chicagoland area, you know the south suburbs is majority black. It's not even the case. And where I'm from in Ford Heights, bro, just look it up, bro.
What I understand is, you know,
a lot of black people in LA came from the South, by the way.
Yeah, they came from Louisiana. All of them did. All of them came from the South.
Most people in LA came from only a couple of states like Mississippi and Louisiana. And
yeah, but they still came from the South. They came from the black.
A lot of people in LA don't come from the eastern seaboard of America. You know?
Nah, but
what does that have to do with anything?
The hub of black.
Well, what I'm saying, the eastern seaboard is the heart of Black America right here.
No, it's not. That's in your opinion. It is.
This is the oldest settlements in North America, black settlements.
Yeah,
right
you can
listen, bro. You're from New York, so you're gonna say that, bro. You're biased. You're not objective.
I'm from New York. I'm just saying it's the truth, though. You know?
No, it's not the truth.
That's why you had That's why you had the Harlem Renaissance. You had the Harlem culture. And you had all this stuff like that. You have the Black Power movement, stuff like that. All these things I hear happen right here on the eastern coast of America, right? And then you had Detroit, which is Motown, whatnot, you know. And you have Boston.
Boston, bro. That's how I know you're biased, bro. You don't objectively look at history, and you don't objectively look at demographics.
What I'm saying, when you make generalizations about Black America, it just smacks of you didn't grow around. Like I said, I would think that too if I did not see around my whole life where you go to areas where it's mostly black and they're doing well. You know,
bro, I'm from an area where it's black people doing mostly well. What are you talking about?
How do you get the notion that Black American culture is slave culture and same time say that you basically live in a black neighborhood? I don't get that, you know?
Because I'm not biased. I'm objective when observing our culture. I'm objective at looking at our strengths and our weaknesses, bro.
I will say this.
It's my opinion, though. So you don't have to agree with it.
A lot of people who, although they live in black neighborhoods, right? Culturally, they're distant, right? Maybe you grew up. Let me say, do you listen to a lot of anime?
No, I don't. Okay, I don't watch cartoons. That's childish. I don't play games. That's childish.
Okay, it's like I said. What I'm saying is, what is your culture like that you basically associate?
What are you talking about? My culture? I'm African.
I'm like this. I have a normal relationship with Black America. I don't like a lot of stuff black people in America do, but I always grew up with black music, black thought, black history, and stuff like that. I would never say something like Black American culture, slave culture, because I know better. I grew up in a black church. I grew up in a black environment.
How can you grow up in a black church and not say a slave culture, bro? The African American church is one of the most dysfunctional places in the world.
Thing about black culture.
Black church is slave culture.
Let me ask you something. What do you like about black culture in America? What do you like?
I like that we've attempted to transform a negative experience into a positive. I'm really more of a proponent. I'm really more of a proponent of black culture before integration. After integration, our culture has went down the toilet.
We already told you that the majority of people didn't care about integration.
Listen. That's your opinion. I'm not going with your subjective opinion.
Let me ask you a question. Give me an example of where integration happened. Did black people just start trekking over to white areas and start moving in and whatnot, and white people's houses?
No. The South suburbs in Chicago is a clear example of black people wanting to integrate. These areas, places like Homewood, Illinois, places like Markham, Illinois, they were all white areas. They were all white areas in the 60s and the 70s. Black people moved to those areas, and the white people left and went to like Naperville.
Let me tell
into
you
the northwestern suburbs.
Let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you a story, right? You got to understand something, particularly in America, right? In the 60s and 70s, right? They had these new things that were coming up called planned communities, right? Black people basically have gotten jobs for the first time in their life, right? Real estate developers, capitalists, and whatnot were saying, dude, we're going to build so many houses. We got us like this. Now, the race is like, oh, we want Levittstown. You ever heard a story of Levittstown, Long Island?
No, I've never heard of that story.
Okay, see, these are things you have to know, you know, before you start speaking. You know, Levittstown they had one in Pennsylvania, one in Long Island. But the Long Island one, in the plan of the homeowner association, they made a thing where openly said it's a place where a white family could come and they could be free of black people, right? This is the post-World War II, 1950s, right? Levittown, new houses, basically, I'm going to play a video, Levittown. And new houses will basically be 2.2 children, and a lot of white people got into the middle class, right? Black people wanted to move to Levittown, but what we did was we moved into their neighborhoods, South Jamaica, Queens, Roosevelt, Long Island, Islip, Long Island, Central Islip, and places like that. Hempstead, but once white, but white people moved out to Levittown, and like this. The point I'm trying to make is in other places like you was talking about, right, where you see black and white, they basically were probably more liberal, and they said, you know something, you know, we don't give a damn if it's black, white, or purple, right? And so if you give a black person a chance to own a home right now, do you think they really give a damn about whether the neighbor's white? Of course not. They have a chance to own a home, and that's how it wasn't because they said they just wanted to buy a home. Why are you making it say black people like we got to be around white people? No, they were trying to be whole.
No, they want access to better schools that could they know white people have a better tax base.
Let me hold up. Where were the better schools at?
Around in white areas.
In white area. So let me ask you a question. So black people should have basically stayed. This is why I say I changed my opinion about Martin Luther King, right? Because I'm saying to myself, oh, I did get a good education. That's why I'm so smart, right? And I said, I went to a great school, whatever like that, had a good life, whatnot. I guess it wasn't so bad, No, it
was definitely horrible. Majority of black people that go to integrated schools think like Europeans, and it's been deleterious to our culture.
Talking about think like European?
They think like Europeans.
What are you talking about? What's thinking like European? Give me an example.
Okay, so say you had the dynamic.
Give me an example.
What do you mean? I'm trying to give you an example.
Like Europeans, give me an example of what a black person thinking like a European does.
Okay, so let's say for instance, if we're talking about somebody's looking at somebody's governmental system, they're gonna approach something from we need to do this. Everybody in the world needs to be following this democratic system. Everybody needs to have a republic. Everybody needs to be following capitalism. Might is right.
I say you're not.
Only the strong survive. That's European stuff. Capitalism for capitalism's sake.
So on one hand, you say you don't vote because you don't believe in the system, and then basically you're making an argument that when people do participate in the system, that basically they can't make their own choice about what they believe a system.
Inaccurate presumptions. You're making inaccurate presumptions. That's not what I'm saying.
You said you don't.
That's not what I'm saying.
You don't vote. You say you don't.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when you try to export the system to other people that don't have the same cultural dynamics that we do.
No, I'm saying like this. If you basically talk about this, it's Africans themselves that embrace democracy. Why are you saying that black people? You think
who just? I'm not just speaking about Africans.
Hold on. So what are you talking about? Majority of
I'm speaking about the world population, bro.
The majority of people on the world, right, want democratic governments and they want free societies for the most part, No,
the majority of people want a good quality of life.
Yeah, so
however means they get it.
Most people think that having a democratically government that is responsible for the people is the way to do it.
It's based upon the results. It depends on culture.
When we analyze everything, right?
If you go to Iran, and
Iran, people are suffering. Iran, they have people, secret police that have no accountability. They arrest people, put people in jail, execute people all the time for disobeying things like not wearing.
You're not even letting me finish what I was saying. I know they do that. I'm saying they're
Come on, bro.
no, I'm saying I'm not giving it as a contemporary example. If you would have listened to what I was going to say instead of interrupting me, you would have heard what I was going to say. What I'm saying, Iran culturally, they have a history of Zoroastrianism and a history of divine rule of autocratic rulers. Now, because of the West, they did have a democratically elected leader that was deposed by the Shah, who was a tyrant. But again, throughout their history, they've had many benevolent autocrats, and that's their culture.
Bro.
And majority of the people without influence of the West will go for that system, and it's worked for them for majority of their history.
That's a bunch of hogwash. When people are educated, right, they understand human nature, right? They want basically the same thing, to choose their own government and whatever like that. I know that's not every case, like that, but eventually all countries move towards a democratic system. Eventually, if they're not and whatnot, what's going to happen is going to be problems. You look at countries in Asia; they're way more advanced than these countries you just named, Iran, and these countries like that. So when you say stuff like they don't want it, whatnot, you're not speaking for the people. You don't speak for the people. You're speaking for your thing because you have it in your mind that although you live in America, because if I really thought like you, I'll be on the next plane to the Ivory Coast, whatever you say you went to and whatnot, and I'd be out of here. And I wouldn't even look back, So I wouldn't even look back. So if you want to live in like a country like that, there's plenty of places in Africa that have autocratic rule and stuff like that you can go to, everything like that. So, but I know most people don't want that, People.
What are you basing that off of?
Because I know for the fact that people are trying to get into this country. They're trying to bust down
because of the economic opportunities.
But hold on. What produced that economic opportunity?
Imperialism.
No.
The Monroe Doctrine.
The fact that what produced that is the American workforce and the American economy. Right?
In order for America to industrialize, what had to happen?
Okay, America has raw materials and they have everything.
In order for America to industrialize, what had to happen?
America is the only country in the world that has freaking its own industrial base internally. America doesn't even have to export. It doesn't even have to import. That's the thing about America, right? So the bottom line is this. So, like I said, you feel I can't speak to you. You make bad faith argument. No, what I'm saying, my point I'm trying to make to you is this, right? You're
not objective.
Your whole thing is you hate Black America because you say we're a product of democracy and all stuff like that, and you call a Black culture disrespectfully slave culture. It sounds like you're an immigrant that came here and basically like, damn, my country was fucked up, so let me make Black America feel bad about the situation. I know Black America's fucked up, but compared to all these other countries in the world, man, that people will love to trade places with the people you hate so much, Black America, right? I don't see any Black people in America trying to get to Ghana in any large number, Nigeria in any large number, Africa in any large number, but I see Africans outnumber us to their country like 1,000,000 to 1, odds. So people are trying to get here to this country. So America must be doing something right. I hate to say, and as much as I hate to admit that, they must be doing something right because you can't keep these immigrants out of here.
Yeah, they're the greatest of all time at plundering, robbing people.
Yeah, so even if they're plundering and whatnot, people still come here and say,
yeah, they do. It's no different from the lady on the corner. The drug dealer on the corner getting all the females. As long as the trapper get the money, the females is gonna come.
African immigrants,
regardless of how they doing.
Oh, you're calling Caribbean African immigrants prostitutes, basically.
Paula, you got to remember though,
they're going for resources.
You got to remember though, the brother said this is his opinion, right? So really, you can't argue an opinion. you got to get the facts. You know what I mean? Like, you got to look stuff up and have a discussion on that, and see if his opinion is wrong or not. But if he still wants to hold that
Facts
opinion,
in regards to what though? The amount of people that are trying to come over here. I mean, nothing I said was not factual or based on fact. There's no subjective opinion. And the facts are that America industrialized off of free labor, and
yeah,
the Monroe
but
Doctrine,
you see,
making sure every other
You've been listening to my shit.
making sure every other country
By the
on
way,
this hemisphere
the
is not
bottom
able.
line is, we all understand that, right? But Black America made a concept when they fought the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, right? They basically, Black America was told that amendment was passed granting them citizenship, right? Black people in America at that time could say, no, we have, because the Liberian representative was here in America trying to get us to come to Liberia. We chose, our ancestors chose that this is where they want to make their stand. This is where they want to be. And although I think they made the wrong decision, it is what it is. And I have to live with that. So I'm not going to sit here and beat up my people for something that they had no power in doing. The powers that be before us, our ancestors, when I decided that we were going to be Americans or we're going to be part of the system. So guess what? This is what it is, you know?
yeah, but what I'm saying, Carla, is that if you look at it, yeah, they made that decision to some degree, but it wouldn't have been like, because they became at the same time, staying in America, essentially the richest Black people on the planet, right?
Yeah, so we're still Black people in America are the richest, most
Right.
successful Black people on the planet. It's not even close.
We the tallest midgets.
Economically,
Oh,
it
what?
was
You sound like an Akmeezy, you know?
right.
So the bottom line is this. Say what you want, right? Black people say, like I said, I know you are an immigrant because that's how they talk. You know, you're the tallest midget.
But Carla,
That, you know?
before you continue, but Carla,
You
let
are
me say this,
hilarious,
man.
bro.
I would
I know you're a Black immigrant, man. You
I'm
just,
definitely not, bro.
just come out of the closet, bro.
Carla, let me say this, man. Calling him an immigrant to me doesn't even really help, in the sense that there are Black Americans, FBA people, that will say the same things he's saying. And by the way, he's not necessarily wrong on everything he said. I would disagree with him on a bunch of stuff he said, but not everything he said. You see what I'm saying? But you have FBA that would say the same thing he said. And,
Yeah,
they're not.
you know
You're
why?
probably you're probably a capitalist that loves free market capitalism in the way that the Europeans conduct it.
I don't look. Bottom line is this: I'm for an African. I want us to have our own banking system and infrastructure. I believe in Black African infrastructure.
But
So if it
even
means having our own free markets, good. If it
even
means
on
us
that,
having our own
Carla,
industries, good. Right. So
yeah,
the
but even
bottom line
on
is,
what
they
you
don't
want,
put me in that.
Carla,
But
even on what you want, you can make an argument that does not exist in America, right? And even that I would push back on to some degree, right? But the African exists already.
well, it exists in thing, but what I'm saying is politically, geopolitically, it doesn't exist. You know. Geopolitically, because we don't make any decisions. We don't have no military. We can't take any military action or diplomatic action or something like that. We can't enter agreements with any foreign states, anything like that. So we're U.S. citizens. We're trapped. It's a prison. We gave up something. We lost something, and we gave up something. The idea we should have left America and went to Africa and built our own republic and nation state was what I think we should have done. Right? Since we didn't do that, right? This is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the
Which
consequences.
also happened.
And Colin, it's crazy you saying that. I'm in fear
Which
about the
also happened.
situation.
Remember,
I'm in
though,
fear about
that
the situation with the whites getting
that
the
did
country in South
happen.
Africa too.
That did
Yeah.
happen. That did happen in Liberia, right? And you see at the same time,
and Black people had a chance to go to Liberia, right? And we, like I
right?
said, hold up. The problem is, hold up, the job. The only problem in Liberia that happened was we didn't go there in large numbers and become the majority. Because Liberia at the time, do you know there's only like 100,000 natives in that whole territory?
When it took at least 1 million of us, or even
Yeah,
500,000 at that time.
if like 1 million of us went to Liberia, we have a country right now.
Man,
But
y'all need to stop trying to leave, man. We need to stay and fight in America because our culture is great over here. We love it.
But what I was saying, though, is that in terms of like Black nations with their banking systems and their political systems and militaries and all kinds of stuff like that, that stuff actually exists. There are dozens of Black countries. majority black countries that got their own military, got their own banking system, got that all that stuff.
Well, their own banking systems, you know.
Not
We,
organized.
You
it's
can
not,
make
that
an
has nothing to do
argument
with
though
me.
in
That's nothing to do
America,
with me.
but the thing is, in America, America is a one country, right? They're not. I don't believe that the American government or American people, or which we're part of it. So when I say American, we're already in it. So it's like to say now you're gonna build out your own government with your own military in America. I don't see that happening.
No,
Now,
it's not gonna ever happen inside America. No.
right? I could see that you say, you're gonna, make sure your communities are stronger, support educating more people, starting more
Well,
business.
even for that to happen, we need to be tethered to a nation state of our own. You know, like
Right.
the Chinese
No,
are.
but what I'm saying, that's not necessarily true, because I would make an argument, and I think that
I think it is true. You know,
no,
I
but
would too. Black America is never going to be united unless there's basically something to unite them, right? Right now, Black America is tethered to whatever local community they're in proximity to, which is white communities, whatever like that. That's just reality, you know? So I don't want to beat up on Black people because, man, why don't we build this community? Like, bottom line is this, years ago, our ancestors decided they wanted to become Americans, and they basically were bought into the American dream and everything, despite all the lynchings, the killings, the massacres, and everything like that. We still held on to America, right? And so basically, it is what it is, and this is what we're dealing with. That's what I try to tell Principe. This is what we're dealing with. This is a hand that was dealt to me. I had no choice in this. Whatnot. I wish we would have got behind the Marcus Garvey. They deported Marcus Garvey, saying he wants to get the hell out of here, build our own nation in Africa and whatnot. So basically, the government failed that. Y'all ain't going nowhere. Failed that. So we have all these movements that try to do it, what people say, build a nation of our own. So the bottom line is, since that didn't work, the white man don't want that to happen. He's going to sabotage everything, put our leaders in jail, whatever. Burn down our settlements that we did. Black Wall Street, Wilmington was burned to the ground. Durham, North Carolina, Forsyth, Rosewood, all these thriving Black communities were burned to the ground and whatnot. And so people are going to sit here and tell me about what Black Americans don't do and whatnot. So
Would you say that would you say that European men are inherently stronger and more intelligent than us?
I'm saying in this context, in this country, they're backed by the government, they're backed by the police, they're backed by the military. They have all the things back. They have the law and everything on their side. So you're behind.
Yeah, and it's like that around the world.
No. South Africa is not like that. They're outmanned and outgunned in South Africa. That's why they call.
Yeah, but they control the economics.
No, hold on.
So that's even more of a
very relative. They basically put their stamp on it and whatnot. But the bottom line is the majority of consumers in South Africa, and most of the money in South Africa, white South Africa made, is Black consumption. So if they want to boycott white people, they could crush them overnight. Also, South Africa and white people benefit from the Pan-African links that are afforded to them by the Black government in South Africa. In other words, South Africans basically recently, the other day, Malawi just banned South African products, right? And then you have the Black government saying no, and they're basically saying, and the thing is that these are white companies using the South African Pan-African links like this. So Black people in South Africa have a card to play because they're the majority. They have the government and whatnot, and they're basically the consumption base for the most part.
So what, Carlo? What I'm saying is that, like, you agree that in America it will be difficult or probably impossible to set up your own forces, military.
No, you cannot do all that in America.
Right. I got your point. I would make an argument though that a lot of things, probably the vast majority of things, have improved for Black Americans in America. We became the richest.
No, hold on. Let me say this. Right. Let me say this. Who's speaking? Is that Ja?
Yeah.
Okay, this is what the whole thing is. This no one's going to argue that when you add everything up, Black people in America have the highest standard of living, the most money. We understand that, but there's something in our soul that's missing, right? For example, I said this show the other night when I was talking to Princess and P, right? I said at some point in time, black, I don't know about women, right? But Black men, right, want to show their manhood, right? And it's at that time period, right, when you freaking got money and success and everything like that, and you're saying to yourself, Why is George Zimmerman walking around free? Why can't we deal with that dude? You know? Do you think if that was a black court system and everything like our justice system, he would have walked away like that? No. You know? Do you think if we had a system where if we had a black country, do you think we would have to worry about a George Zimmerman and all these other people like this that's doing stuff? Of course not. Do we have to worry about what happened to Medgar Evers and all this stuff like that? No. So we basically understand, although we basically have all the material things, there's something that we give up when we talk about America. Like if police come up to could be a black couple sitting there enjoying ice cream and sitting in a car. Police come up, let me see your hands. And next thing you know, the woman drops her purse, and next thing you know, boom, blows her brains out. They know we'll boo-hoo for a little while, cry and crave racism. But when the dust settles, they know you'll go back to playing football, watching a football game and stuff like that. Why? Because that's the reality of being black in America. At some point in time, deep down inside, what triggered me to be part of the trigger to Africa. I was talking about the Afghanistan for decades, right? But I was giving up on it, right? Until one thing happened. 2016, I watched that thing where that Betty Shelby, that bitch, blew a black man's face, Stanley Crutcher, face out in Oklahoma, blew his face out, right? And in the state of Oklahoma, basically let her off and then rewarded her with a better job. That's when I said it's over for me in America. I am sick and tired of this country. It's time to build a nation. Okay, look, hold on, John. There's no coming back from that. You know, there's no coming back from that. You know, I cannot forgive that. I cannot forgive that, and I can't forget that.
Paula, I get what you're saying.
Drives me.
I get what you're saying, but here's what I'm saying. Right? Is that we got to be careful, in my opinion, with 100% thinking. Like 100% this way, 100% that way. That's not life.
Well, no, I'm saying like this.
No,
I understand that black people can't just get up and leave when not. But there's somebody that got to be out here saying that the only way we're going to have salvation is a nation of our own. And I believe it's time for us to part ways with white America forever.
I get what you're saying.
Why are we so weak as black men?
I get that. Right? I get what you're saying. I'm just saying now that we got to also admit that certain things have happened in this country.
Oh yeah, I know that. I know that. I acknowledge all that, right?
Hold on,
take all that into consideration, man. But
hold on. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about, right? George Zimmerman thing, some of this police killing, right? They went to court, a lot of them, in modern times.
Well,
right?
The bottom line, they went to a white man's court system.
1 second. You might not get the outcome you desired on all of them.
Well, the bottom line is, this is what I'm talking about. Why is it that almost 99% of white men always gets the outcome he desires? Why is that?
Okay, hold on a second.
Because we are cowards. And as long as we have air conditioning, as long as we can go buy Jordans, as long as we can go listen to the latest mixtape or listen to some oldies.
Now I agree with something you're talking about. You know, that I agree with.
That's what I'm saying. As long as we can do that, we're fine. There's something wrong with us, bro. We're cowards, bro. It's just that simple.
That's the only thing wrong with the black man in America. He's a coward like that. He's not a slave. He's just a coward. You know.
Hold on. Remember, we don't control the system, and
that's why I say it's time for us to consider. This is why I say any Pan-Africanism has to include talk about an African for ourselves and whatnot. You know, if there's no African talk, we have nothing. Like I say, if people say, "Colin, get involved with the Burkina Faso." Look, I like Traore and whatnot, but I want to hear those magic words. You know, I believe the black people in America. It's time for Black America to rule himself, have his own government and stuff like that. I don't want to be ruled over by no one else ever again. I want
that's how you should feel as a man. But we have too many weak men. The problem is we have too many weak men amongst us that don't agree with it. They're fine with being tenants in somebody else's land as long as they have as long as they get tricky.
That brother, I agree with. You know.
In my opinion, we need to close the ranks. We need to stop black women that have a defeatist mentality and that's coons. We need to separate from them. Black men that have defeatist mentality, that's coons. We need to separate from them.
So I love my sister Frenchie, but black women, particularly black women in America, when I start building a real movement, women stay home. Y'all stay home and knit, watch Real Housewives, Basketball Housewives. Do what the hell you need to do. This is a movement for men. I need men involved with this.
Facts.
So here's what I'm saying, right? That we don't control the system, right?
You're making my point. We don't
hold
control
on,
the system,
Colin,
so I really don't give a damn about the
but you
system
haven't heard
anymore.
my point yet. You haven't heard my point. Because I agree with you that we don't control the system, right?
Yeah, so
That's
what do?
all I
You get
say.
control over a system of your own.
Because here's what I'm saying, though.
Only men think like that, though.
Hold on. Here's what I'm saying. The reason we don't control the system, right, is because power in America, at least.
Yeah, power in America. Power in America. I want to get the fuck out of America. I'm tired of it. It's time for us to have a nation of our own. I'm tired. We hear all that. All I hear is just this babble about fucking the power in America. We know that. We get not asking. We got our foot up, a white man's foot up our ass. Tell me something I don't know. Dark Migo. Not Dark Migo. Ja.
I get your point. What I'm trying to get to is how we get to a nation of our own. If that's the case.
Well, you gotta want it first.
But what I'm saying to you
gotta
is,
want it. The bottom line, you know what I hate is the fact that when I talk about an African, I got people he and ha and whatnot. It's like, am I dealing with a bunch of sissies or not? The strongest thing you could do is say, I want a nation of my own. I want land, territory of my own. That's a man.
What I'm saying to you is, I think what have to happen to get to that point. Let me cut to the chase. To get to that point, because when you're dealing with getting your nation your own, you need land, right?
Yeah, we're gonna get that land. Look, the land. Look, let me tell you something. The land is not even a problem. It's the fact that you don't have enough black people saying that we need a nation of our own, whether I go there or not. Like Jews, most Jews don't live in Israel, but they know the state of Israel exists for them, right?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying to you, Carla. What I'm saying to
Jews, you study the history of the Jews, how they got their land. They basically had they had the World Jewish Congress. It was basically planning for decades. Then they started sending people over to the Palestine, and it took root. Black people in America, right? If you basically are so comfortable in America, when like I said, people are just so comfortable in America that they don't even want to think about it. The fact that I even talk about an African, that gets them upset, man. You mean to tell me, Colin, we gotta probably leave? Leave Massa? Are you kidding me?
A lot of people will be against the Afristan because they can't use racism as an excuse, Colin.
Right? They can't do that.
They can't use it.
Nah, it's not that they don't want to use racism as an excuse. Our people are just cowards, bro. They don't want to. They don't want to be in control of their own destiny because they're not confident in themselves. That's all it is.
And the other brother, what I'm saying is, there are already countries out there that are majority black control.
No. A nation has to have our purpose, bro. What's the point? Look, the point. If I say that we're a nation, right? Burkina Faso is a nation, right? There are people with a common language, a common story. That means a common destiny, right? You could write a narrative. A nation is a story. This is our story, right? To the world, right? We come there. These are such people. This is like this. You have to have a story, right? I can't be a Ghanaian. I can't be a freaking Liberian. I can't be a Nigerian. I can't but I am Black American. I'm African American, right? So I have to have something that basically the foundation, the Constitution, the land, everything, the flag, the seal talks about my history and my heritage. That has to happen, So there's got to be people going to Africa, right? And I don't see for the most part, I don't see anybody that lives on the continent, Black American. They always go to the continent. The same thing they complain about. We can't do this. We can't do that. We can't do this. We can't do that. We can't do it. Yeah, but I don't speak like that. I get called a Bruni. I get called a Kata. All the stuff that they complain about. And like as I said, wouldn't it be easy? Like our friends and people in Ghana. We got people in Ghana that sell it, but they going through hell over there, man. They said we're always getting ripped off. They always overcharge us. The government, they'll look out for us. We're on our own or not. Wouldn't it be easy if you had a country of your own that'll settle you and help you settle in, and that the Constitution is written specifically for you?
I know a contingent of people in Ghana that are thriving. So
Yeah, some people in Ghana are thriving, but the majority, the
but
ones,
and it's because they've ingratiated themselves within the culture and they know the language. They can speak the language fluent. They teach the locals the language,
who
and
was it?
they have an autonomous mindset. They're not enamored with European concepts,
Okay, let me
and they're
ask you,
separatists.
bro, who are these people?
The Cambone family.
Look, bro, come on, stop it, man, stop it, man. I know the
What do you
Campbell.
mean?
You know they're not thriving, man. Come on, man, stop it.
What do
You
you
know
mean they're not thriving?
they're not thriving, man. They're doing okay. They're struggling, man. They're still struggling, man. But I love Dr. Campbell. I have respect for him, and whatnot. But you know, come on, man, stop it, man. I thought you were
How
gonna
are they
tell me.
not thriving?
I thought you were gonna tell me. What is thriving to you? You know.
Thriving to me is setting the foundation.
You got businesses. Unfortunately, my brother, Dr. Campbell, is a good brother. He's a brilliant brother right here. He can't even get audience with a government official, right? He should be teaching the Minister of Education over there, you know? He
No,
can't
but
even
you see this, but this is what I'm talking about. It's not going to happen. You're looking at it from a commonplace geopolitical standpoint as far as people taking government office. The change is going to happen from the grassroots.
yeah, but I've been hearing this, that babble for years, man.
No, but it's not babble. People are not
You'll be saying it
people
all the
aren't.
time, and not a damn thing happens, not a damn thing.
Not a damn thing happens because people aren't actually doing it.
But you just said these people are thriving, right? If you're thriving, that means that which we call my brother Bomani, who has a community over there, can reach out to Dr. Campbell and basically help get roads and infrastructure built on his property, right?
Yeah.
Can we call Dr. Campbell and can he hook up with my brother Bomani and we can get shit built in our community that we got in Jagazi?
To me, I'm not. I know he's in
You just
Aquapim
told me he
Mampong.
was thriving, bro.
No, but I'm saying I know, but again, you're talking about beyond his jurisdiction. I know he's in Aquapim
If you're in
Mampong.
Ghana, you said Ghana. You said you Ghana.
Yes, he's
thriving, right? And we know
thriving.
we know Dr. Ali Campbell and whatnot. He's a good brother.
Obadele.
And Obadele Campbell. We know him. He's a good brother. Him and his wife Kala. Good people, whatnot. Love him. Good, beautiful people, right? But come on, man. Bottom line is,
but what you're looking for, as far as from a governmental office standpoint, that's gonna take somebody being there for a generation to get into political office. Nobody that's just coming over there is gonna be able to get in political office. And even if that's you're gonna
he's been there for like 15 years.
It's not, bro. This is not going to happen. This is what I'm talking about. Tactically and strategically, the change that you want to see is not going to happen over a generation.
I'm just saying. You said they were thriving.
No, they are thriving. In my opinion, to you, they might not be thriving because they haven't built a skyscraper or a community. But I mean, there's a literal physical neighborhood, I guess, or community for what you want. But in my opinion, they're thriving. They're setting the foundations for autonomy.
Literally need a bunch of funding, especially probably coming out of Black America or other places that's like got money like that.
But again, that's from your view of how you're viewing it strategically. That's not, to me, that's not how it's going to work. But you're entitled to it.
It takes a lot. You know what I mean?
It's going to take years.
Yeah, it takes decades to build something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's going to take. Yeah, you're right.
Because Carla and us on this chat are not the only people thinking, you know what? Because I've always thought that, hey, if Africa, what we need is some strong African nations to where, like, if you're Japanese or Chinese here in America, if you have people look at your society, look at you sometimes based on other societies. So people kind of look at Asia and they might say, oh, they got China and that's a thriving place, or Japan or Korea or whatever, right? And so it kind of bigs you up as an Asian in a sense. It's not right for people to think that way because all human beings are human beings that have the same abilities, and it doesn't matter where you're from in reality, but it's just how human beings deal with things, right? Sometimes, right? And so a thriving African country would be great for all of us. The more thriving is, but there are plenty of thriving African countries, but what we're doing, we're comparing different places to places that exist, and relative to another country, they might not be as thriving.
I agree. That's the problem.
He's over there. He's the moves he thinks he needs to make, and I respect him for making those moves. I don't think he's right on everything, of course, but he's making bigger moves on that type of mission than most of us have ever made in our entire life. But at the same time, I can't knock it. It's relatively small what he's doing, but all these little small actions will add up over time, and that's kind of what we're going to need.
And that's how nations are built. People think that it's going to be this massive movement.
No problem with someone saying, "Look, I want to join Bamani. Okay, I want to move to Ghana tomorrow and start all over. I want to be part of the culture. I want to be like." I have no problem with that, whatsoever. If you want to do that, because I'm getting to the point where the truth is, if I one day find the truth that Black people will just say, something, Kala, like Richard Wright. You guys ever read Richard Wright? That's why I said academics are important. Richard Wright, basically, when he went to Paris, right, he wrote scathing things about American racism. But you know who he hated the most? He said he hated two people. He hated white people and he hated Black people. He said he hated Black people because he saw that Black people had sold their soul, right, to a racist system for a little bit of treasure and comfort. That's what Richard Wright said, And so basically, I don't know if I'm going to ever be like Richard Wright.
Richard Wright, look where Richard Wright ended up.
He was in Paris.
In France.
You know why? Because he was tired. If you understand something, Ja, Paris was the friggin' mecca for Black intellectuals. That's what Billy Wall with. And like that, Paris and what you call it,
James Baldwin.
Yeah, James Baldwin
and all them guys went.
They all went to Paris. All the people, a lot of people, Black people went to Paris.
But that's the hypocrisy and the conundrum of our people.
Because relative.
Tell me a place where you can go understand something, right? Paris. Remember something. This is the 1940s, right? Most countries in the world didn't have electricity, didn't have modern world. We're imprisoned by the modern thing. You couldn't go to Lagos, Nigeria at that time. You couldn't.
That's my point, though. Is the trinket.
I'm saying
so the bottom line is Black people in America are here because Africa is not developed. That's why it is. So as long as that's the truth, majority of Black people are always going to be in America, right? So that basically changes,
Yeah, which if that's the case, that's sad because
it's just sad, but that's just reality, bro.
No, I agree with you, but and that's why I say that it's slave culture because if you value
it's not a slave culture.
To me, I'm saying to me that's slave culture because in order for if you value trinkets and comfortability over your autonomy, to me that's autonomy is complete freedom. That's slavery to me.
We have not had autonomy since 1619, bro.
But that's my point, though.
So the bottom line,
I'm saying we have slave culture. It's not just African Americans that have slave culture. We have slave culture. All of us.
Also, what do you call? Hold up, Mike. What do you call even in Africa right now? Most Africans like Ghana. Are they really free? They're
even worse though. That's what I'm saying. To me, the continental African,
we're not free.
The continental African is a worse mental state than us because they have access to their culture. They have access to.
If you basically create a nation state that's free from the IMF, World Bank, and everything,
how they not free?
Go ahead, Mike.
I'm confused. So IMF, what the heck are you talking about? This
Ghana just took
recently. It's like global organizations. They
28 loans and whatnot.
You just take loan. You sign. You need a loan. That's why you take.
Hold up. Most African countries spend like 30-40% of their GDP, their budget, of servicing IMF loans. That's
Bros, I don't know where you get your facts, but if that's the case, hold on.
Come up here.
It has got nothing to do with being captured or anything or being on free.
That's still slavery, Mike.
Define. Hold on. Now. If you hold money, doesn't mean you're a slave or whatever. Don't America hold money to China? What are you talking about?
There's no autonomous Black nation on the planet.
Autonomous in what sense?
Autonomous and conceptual autonomy and physical autonomy.
Physical autonomy. So you're saying human beings living there on that
they don't have the power to control their own destiny.
A human being living in Africa doesn't have power to control his own destiny?
No.
So how am I able to do what I do?
And that is due to their conceptual slavery. They're conceptual slaves to European colonialism. because I can walk to Ghana.
Okay, can you explain
and
it?
somebody's name is Josh Achempong, and they worship a white Jesus.
But that's his personal choice,
they're under conceptual slavery. They love white people.
What do you mean by conceptual slavery? Can you define that?
Conceptual slavery. They value European systems of governance, European religion. They value European culture over their own.
That's their own personal. That's the individual's personal choice.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. That personal choice is commonplace, and that's why Africa is not gonna. Africa hasn't grown.
Hold on. Like me personally, I choose not to do that. But another individual, can decide. Okay, I like this, the religion, whatever, or I like this, and choose to do that. But it doesn't mean every one of us is a slave. I'm not saying literally everyone's literally not a slave, but majority of the population. Why do you guys always have to attribute everything to slavery and whatever oppression?
Because that is our current standing in the world. I know it hurts people to accept.
No,
it is. I know it hurts people to accept.
Bro, he's a Nigerian man. They're different.
Hold on. Let me tell you what our current standing is. The difference between us and maybe a country that's better is that maybe that country is better. They're manufacturing, and they have more citizens that are innovative. They are actually creating a lot of inventions. So they're more productive intellectually and things like that. And that is, normal in life where one person is performing better than the other person. Whoever's performing better is always going to do better. So a country doing better than another country doesn't mean the country is doing less better. It's a slave to that country. No. There are some countries in the world, non-African countries in the world, there are some African countries that are richer than. In fact,
it's not about it.
Here's the deal. Like the difference between the most African countries and richer countries like United States or Japan or China is that those people are technologically advanced. They manufacture more, right? And now the day Africans, which is one of the reasons why I called in, I want to tell Carla that the solution, if you want to be as great as other people, what Africa needs is manufacturing, innovators, people that know how to make things, not somebody coming to just talk or to be intellectual and just be running their mouth or to come there, build a little mansion or whatever, or say you want to come there to open a small business and things. No, that's not what we need. We need someone that can actually know how to manufacture something. Manufacturing, countries that manufacture, they're the richest countries in the world. So because you manufacture and richer than me, doesn't mean I'm your slave. Yeah, I may come to you because I need the things that you produce. Well, Africans go to Europeans and we deal with them because we need their technology. We need stuff. It doesn't mean we're a slave. We need it. We have a choice not to reject it and not consume it. But you can't say we're a slave just because someone is richer than us.
Listen. What would you call?
The matter is, if you go to Africa, people are living their lives. Most people don't know white people. They don't see white people. So this idea that someone is a slave, they
don't need to see them. They worship them.
Well, it's a choice. Here's the reality. If I'm doing better than you, right, in life, your kids are going to admire everything about me. In fact, if I'm doing better than you, right, if I build a house next to you, and my house is so bigger and more beautiful than yours, your kids will prefer to come to my house and come play than even yours. But it doesn't mean they're worshiping me over you or they love me more than you. The thing is, Europeans...
What are you talking about?
No. It's a fact.
No, it's
a fact.
This is crazy, bro.
Am I lying? Wait, if I build a very...
No, I'm saying if infrastructure is what it takes to gain someone's loyalty, bro, then that's the exact problem I'm talking about.
No, here's the deal. Really, people
are idiots.
Things that people do things for enjoyment reason or entertainment, whatever reasons, whatever feels good, people engage in. You understand? It's got nothing to do with slavery, whatever. There will be something that more appealing to than what the other person is offering. People will dump that and start toying with the other thing. So if people choose to be Christians, whatever, maybe they enjoy it. There's nothing wrong with that.
They're conceptual slaves.
Okay, it's like me saying, okay, wait, do you drive a Japanese car?
Yes.
Okay, so are you a conceptual slave to the Japanese?
Yes.
You are?
Yes.
Okay, so every white person that's driving Japanese car is also a conceptual slave to Japanese.
No, they're not. They don't have the same socioeconomic
what the heck? Come on,
standing
man.
I do.
Look, I
Wait,
work
wait,
with
come on, don't shift it now. Come on.
everything it's
If you
nuanced.
admire somebody's products, it doesn't make you. Come on, don't try to shift it now, because you
Yes, it does.
accusing the
No, it's
Africans.
not shifting
Wait,
it.
hold on, you accusing the
It's not.
Africans.
Again, listen, it's nuanced. What I'm saying is, okay, so you say a European person that's driving a Japanese car over here. That's not really the case. These people value Ford stuff that's made over here because they value their country. Now, in one aspect, yes, they are. They're valuing Japanese concepts, but in the majority of their life, the concepts that they value are European because it's their culture.
Hold on.
And
Are you kidding?
anybody that's logical would do that.
Wait. Majority of the things the Africans value is their culture, is their own culture in the continent.
No, it's not.
What
No,
do you
it's
mean?
not.
Do you live there? Do you live in Africa?
You look at that. No, I don't. I don't live in Africa.
So how do you conclude? So your knowledge
majority of
coming
the
from where?
things.
So where you
I'm gonna
getting
say you're right. I'm gonna say you're right. Majority of what they value is their culture.
Exactly. So what is this?
All right.
Exactly. So the thing is, human
It's
beings,
del-
things
it's- it's
things you
delusion,
present
bro.
to them
This
that's
is crazy.
appealing, or they find to be very appealing, maybe make them happy, or for the moment they will jump on it. That's just how human beings. Just like
All right. So name me. So name me the pervasive aspects of African culture that majority of African people on the continent right now embrace.
First of all, there is no Africa is not one group of people.
Okay. What ethnic group do you come from? What ethnic group do you come from?
I'm Yoruba.
Okay,
and I can tell you that.
Okay, so what aspects of Yoruba culture do majority of Yoruba embrace that's pervasive around majority of the population?
I can tell you that Yoruba culture, Yoruba religion, is practiced in almost every continent in the world. If you go to South America,
bro, come on,
you asked me a
bro.
question. I'm trying to give you an answer.
This is retarded. Why I'm talking about on the continent? Why are you talking about every other place? I'm talking about in Nigeria, where you said you're from, where you said living in Africa.
I'm answering your question.
You just said on every continent.
The Yorubas value their culture.
No, they don't.
How do you know?
Y'all don't.
How do you know? Do you live in Yoruba?
Bro, I know y'all don't because y'all are making up false histories about where y'all came from. Y'all talking about Oduduwa came from the Middle East.
Who's this y'all?
Bro, majority of Yoruba people are saying
how do you come with the conclusion as majority?
Because okay, based on my anecdotal experience, majority of the Yoruba people that I've came into contact with are agreeing that Oduduwa and their culture, they originally don't come from Yoruba land or Ile Ife. They come from somewhere else.
So listen to yourself. People you came in contact with are what you're using to draw the conclusion that majority of Yorubas are thinking or believing one. What are you?
No, I'm saying that I'm talking. So the majority of Yoruba people in Nigeria right now.
Let me ask another question. This Yoruba people you run into, where did you run into them? Where? Let's get to what it. Answer the question.
All throughout life. What?
And life means where? Give me names of the places you ran into them.
It's all in when I go to Chicago, when I'm in Houston.
Chicago, Houston, okay.
When I'm in Atlanta.
Okay. So the Yorubas you run into are not
They're
actually
Christians or Muslims.
Yoruba land. You run into some Yoruba Americans. And so it's like me running into Black Americans. Hold on. It's like me running into Black Americans that grew up in Ghana, South Africa, and I've never been to the United States. And I'm telling you that, based on the Black Americans that I ran into in Ghana, they're born and raised in Ghana, in South Africa, somewhere in other countries. Whatever they tell me is the conclusion of how Black Americans think.
Most likely they're gonna be Christian and still carry on the same values.
You're telling me that some Nigerians you run into in Chicago, these things, some places they probably don't even goddamn know shit that grew up in America, and you tell me
they don't even speak the language. Most of them.
You have you ever been to Yoruba land? Have you ever lived in Nigeria before?
No, I've never lived in Yoruba land or lived in Nigeria.
So what is this? Okay, let me ask you this. Will it make sense to you that somebody has never lived in a Black American society is telling you that he knows everything, facts about Black Americans?
I didn't say everything. Listen, if somebody were to come and tell me on if they've never been to America and they tell me about Black American society, majority of Black Americans are Baptist Christians. I'm not gonna go against that and say that that majority of us are Muslims, or if majority of African Americans speak.
What did the person tell you that majority of Black Americans are like most Black Americans are Muslims?
They would
And
be
you
wrong.
ask him, how did you come with that fact? And you say, oh, the black Americans are running to in Saudi Arabia, in Ghana, he's saying they are Muslims. Would that make sense? I mean, you ran
Nah,
into,
no.
I'm gonna run into some black American Muslims not living in America, and then he ran into 10 of them, and they all 10 happen to be Muslims. Now he's now telling you
Nah, but
that
it's not an all 10
no,
though.
what I'm
So are
trying
you
to tell you,
are
the
you
only way you can know, hold on, calm down. The only way someone can know
that would be dumb if I was just basing it off that.
calm down. The only way you can know what majority of people are doing is you have to live in that society, the actual base. Like even if you
But
live there,
again, I'm not just, and I'm not only
so
basing it
I
off
ask you,
anecdotal.
you
I'm
never
not
lived in
only
Yoruba
basing it off
land, and
anecdotal experience.
even me that live in
May I
America,
ask you? May I ask you what's your first name?
even me, if I live in, don't go.
What's your first
no, it's
name?
irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
No, what's
Even
your
me,
first name?
even me.
His name is Mike.
Dude, just
That's it. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm not gonna tell you my real name, whatever my name is. What? Just you can call me
Man, I
Mike.
know how
Whatever.
y'all do. I know how y'all do. Y'all give y'all European name to someone else.
Okay,
Then
that's
when you
fine. If we
reveal it,
like
but
the
you don't.
name, it's nice. If we like the
Yeah,
name, we
we
like
know
it.
why you like the name Michael, because you're Christians and you value
No,
their
I'm not
spiritual
a
gift.
Christian. No, I'm not a Christian.
No, I'm not saying you are specifically. I'm saying the person that named you most likely is a Christian, or they value European culture, or they wouldn't have
Okay,
named you
that's
Michael.
fine. That's what that person prefers. So what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that is you have your own culture, and
Okay,
the same
fine.
people that you're people that you're naming yourself after
Do you know that we can?
colonized you.
Do you know that
The
people
same
can
people you're
practice
naming
multiple
yourself after
cultures?
colonized you.
Calm down. Do you know people can practice multiple cultures?
Man, get out
And
of it,
by the
bro.
way,
You want to
colonization.
practice every culture but
Hold
your
on.
own, man. Stop,
Let
bro.
me tell you something. Colonization was not a bad thing.
Of course it ain't, because your name's Michael. Of course you would say that.
Okay,
Look,
nice.
bro, you're entitled to your opinion.
Mike,
I'm not going back.
Mike, wait. Let me address Carla, man. Carla. So I think, Carla, you have this infatuation with white men in America, or the white people in general. It has come to my conclusion that you're just jealous of white people.
That's what it is, man. Even this guy is jealous of white people.
Who's jealous of white people? It's about autonomy.
You jealous of because people like their culture. You jealous.
No,
if I like other people's
who's
culture, why
bro?
you
No,
mad?
I am jealous of white people because white people are strong enough to make Africans disown their own culture, disregard their own culture, and embrace theirs because they view it as better than theirs when it's not. That's why.
Wait, no. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Let me finish, man.
Mike has never disowned his own culture.
Wait.
No, I'm not saying him, bro. Who's saying just him? I'm not saying just him. I'm talking about the average African.
The average
continental African is the average continental African is ashamed of their own culture, bro.
They haven't disowned their culture either.
He has
Man, they're ashamed of their
that's
culture.
the problem. Jonathan, if he asks you, where does he live? He will tell you, man, Africans in Chicago.
Let me finish my statement.
This dude lives in La La.
This the dude named Michael, by the way. From Yoruba land.
I like the name. I like European names too, and I have Yoruba names.
I bet you drank a Coca-Cola today too.
Coca-Cola? Don't you drink it?
Coca-Cola is a product. It's not a part of culture.
Yeah, it is a part of culture.
So if I like Coca-Cola,
no, it's not a part of culture. If it's a part of culture, whose culture is it?
It is a part of culture. Drinking Coca-Cola is a part of culture.
Whose culture is it?
It's a European American culture.
Do you know black people help develop Coca-Cola? Wait. Do you know non-white European people help develop Coca-Cola, though, right?
Let me finish my point
Again,
first.
who's the person that created Coca-Cola is American, and it's their culture.
White man build something delicious, I shouldn't drink it.
One person at a time. Let me hear Zongo, and then we start Zongo. Then we go to Jonathan.
So Carla is just jealous of the white man, right? So instead of staying in the U.S. and fight with a white man so he can establish sovereignty for his own people in the U.S., he want to run away and go to Africa and establish the resemblance of America in Africa, right? I mean, practical example is the brother just said that Kambon is thriving in Ghana, and Carla said, no, he's not. I mean, how do you know he's not thriving, Carla? Can you explain that? Are you
Dr. Campbell? He's doing all right, man.
No.
He needs donations, man. Look, Zongo, you say you got money. Why don't you
Nah.
send Dr. Campbell some donation money? You know,
Nah.
Man, see that's a different, bro. That's not productive, bro. That's really disrespectful. Bro.
No. But Combo doesn't even have. It doesn't come on YouTube to beg people for donation. You know,
Facts.
I mean, come on, man. He's teaching at the University of Ghana. He's teaching a lot of people. I mean, come on, man. Like, Kala, are you judging him based on your living
no,
in
I'm not
America?
judging him. You guys keep bringing him up, man. I don't talk
So
about.
why you say he's not thriving? Because I'm trying to really
saying when
understand
somebody says somebody's thriving, that means
He
tomorrow.
is thriving, bro. He's definitely
Yes,
thriving.
Look,
that's what
somebody
he
says
said.
thriving,
The
right?
man, the man said himself.
I can send my brother Bomani over there tomorrow. Say, yeah, man, let's get Dr. Campbell because he's friends with Dr. Campbell. We all know him. He'll say he can send somebody. I can send somebody over there tomorrow, and y'all got to kick. But everybody goes to Ghana, man. They're struggling, man. It's like, damn. Yo, by Ghanaian standards, yeah, he may be thriving. I mean, he's eating.
Oh, you see?
No,
So you
he has an entire company that will soften if you get in tune with him. The thing is majority of you black so-called Pan-Africanists are not real Pan-Africanists. Y'all just want America in Africa, bro. That's all y'all want. And you wanted to look pretty and all that other stuff.
Let me ask you a question.
That's what I'm talking about.
So you know,
Kala is obsessed with the white man's culture, man.
What you say is this. You're saying Africans shouldn't be entitled to running water.
Who's saying that? I'm talking about culture.
Here's the deal. If you can afford running water, you get it in Africa. You pay for it. Listen, most Africans that don't have running water is because they can afford it. That's why, Kala.
Let me ask you a question. Should we eat rats?
Kala, if you see Africans, can I say this real quick? Kala,
should we eat rats? Really?
Kala, if someone enjoy eating rats, let them enjoy it.
But I don't want to do that. So he's
telling me. Is anybody forcing you to eat rat, Kala?
In other words, I got to be African.
Is anybody forcing the Africans that enjoy eating the rat? Maybe it's part of the delicacy. Is anybody forcing it? They enjoy it and eat it.
I don't want to do that, though. So
Kala, I know African millionaire that eats rats because he likes it.
I don't care about a billionaire rat.
So what does it have to do with anything? What do you have to do with suffering or anything?
I mean, look, I'm just saying that my whole problem.
You become whitewashed. You become whitewashed. That's why you don't like things Africans eat because white people don't eat it.
Kala, what you're looking for? What you're looking for?
He's saying the fact that that I basically will eat fish, chicken, certain types of things, but I don't eat rats. Look, I'm gonna play a video for you. Okay, you guys don't.
Who's making you eat this? Like this right here is juvenile, bro. This is juvenile.
This is what we're talking about. This is what my good brother here wants us to be.
No, see this.
Nobody
asked you.
We just told you if you don't want it, don't do it. No one is forcing you. Don't say anybody wants you to do something. You're the one that is choosing to.
I'm gonna go downstairs. I can't even watch.
Nobody is telling you to go to Africa and eat everything they eat. If you don't like what they eat, don't eat it.
Look, what you're looking for, Kala, is not going to be.
Everybody doesn't eat that.
The Black American.
Everybody doesn't
what you're looking for, Kala, is not going to be built unless you build it. So.
The Black
it's that simple. So either enjoy America or do what you can to improve Africa. Either way, complaining is not going to do nothing.
Kala, let me tell you something, man. One thing you need to understand.
Hold on, man. Kala, why you playing this video?
See, this is why I can't. You're not a real Pan-Africanist, bro. You're not a real Pan-Africanist, bro. This is white supremacist. This is white supremacist tactics that you use.
The thing about people like Kala is people like Kala, they don't go to Africa. They consume their knowledge of Africa from media.
No, you're not a real Pan-Africanist. This is retarded. The point you're trying to make with this is the same argument some white supremacists would make.
Kala, if those people are happy with their life, why does it bother you?
Nothing to be ashamed of. If that's what they eat, that's what they eat, man.
What does it bother you, Kala?
That's what they eat.
Nobody telling you to eat it though. Other things. What does it bother you? Kala, do you know that if America becomes broke today and they can't afford to give extreme poor people welfare, do you know that a lot of them will be eating whatever they can eat to survive?
But we the same people that eat pig intestines.
I don't eat pig intestines.
Kala, what is your issue with these people that is eating what they're doing? What is your problem?
Yeah, because Kala has an agenda. That's why. Kala has an agenda, man. That's all it is. He goes around the internet, look for videos that's gonna help his agenda. That's all it is, man.
Is that Zongo talking?
Those people, man, those people like.
Oh, that's what's
Places
that.
in
Oh, that's
Africa.
Ahmed.
I've never seen anybody
Ahmed.
doing this.
What country is that?
So you went to a
I don't know,
specific
man. I think
group
it's
that does
Nigeria.
this, and you try to paint this as Africa. That's pretty trifling.
Yeah, this right here, bro. This is suspect agent behavior, bro.
Hey, I mean, the people are surviving. They're living their life. So I don't know
No,
what.
but
Exactly.
yeah, I'm not saying that there's definitely nothing wrong with what they're doing, but the point that he's trying to make is crazy.
Because Carla has
What's the point he's trying to
Somebody
make?
said
The point he's trying to make is he equates this is what he equates African culture to.
The point I'm trying to make is this: when you say you want America and Africa, I'm saying I don't want to do everything Africans do. That's the whole thing, and that's one of the
Okay,
things.
fine. Is anybody telling you to do everything Africans do? Even I don't do everything Africans do. For example, I'm an African, but I've never done.
The one guy
Carla,
said, the entire
time I grew up in Africa, and every time I go, I obviously don't do that stuff.
Whatever Africans do, I don't want to do everything fucking Africans do.
Who's telling you to do it? Carla, please listen to yourself. Can you give me the name of any human being? Carla,
whatever Africans do.
Carla, give me the name of a human being they tell you to do.
Like them, we got like this. We got like
yeah, I definitely didn't say you.
Carla, can I address you real quick? Carla, just
I definitely didn't say you do that.
You said that's what I gotta be.
Carla, me that I'm from Africa.
You made it seem like that culture is better than the culture I know in America.
Carla,
who made it seem like, bro? What are you talking about?
Carla, you're not making sense. No, all Africans don't have the same culture.
And but my thing is that's what you try to portray African culture as if that's it.
I'm just
yes, you did.
I'm saying, just like hold on, you sat here for an hour. Don't go there, bro. You sat here for
it ain't no don't go there. That's what you minimize African culture to be.
Putting down black America
because you try to portray an image,
slaves, everything like that. And all I'm saying is this: I'm like, yo, if you're gonna put down Black American culture, right? Then let me show you something like this. You show your Black American culture be like this, and now you're ashamed.
I'd much rather be doing that than have to worry about walking outside and my daughter gets shot because a 15-year-old got a switch and he's mad and he's trying to kill somebody, bro.
So every black
wait, hold on a second, man. You call that Black American culture because that happened?
No, I don't. I'm doing what he did. That's what I'm saying. That's the point I'm trying to make. Him trying to minimize that as African culture is the same as me doing that to our culture in America, bro. You people that do this stuff, bro, are like white supremacists, and I don't be around y'all, bro.
You came at Black America and condemned every north, south, east, and west as a slave culture. When I'm telling you,
it is exactly. You are the quintessential example of why it is, bro.
The most intelligent. I run a fucking business, right? And I travel the world. When I travel all over.
You don't travel over the world. Come on, stop lying.
But you still do this.
Kyle, you travel to Liberia.
Come on, man.
So the bottom line is
you only been to Liberia.
You travel to Liberia. You have a layover in Morocco.
Yeah, that's travel the world. There's another world, though, right? Yeah. All right.
I'm traveling the world on YouTube.
Here we go. Here we got this. Ross Moisture. We got.
You went around the world on YouTube, right?
Like that. They're all basically like in here and whatnot. We're gonna have this is Collar Rumble.
Man, Collar, you fouled tonight, man.
I ain't fouled nothing. I'm just telling you.
Collar go around the world
Rumble tonight, bro. So see,
within every African American is a little white man, bro.
Yeah.
So
see,
the bottom line is every Negro like you is somebody don't know who the hell.
Yeah, see, and
so I don't know who the hell I am, but you can diminish African culture to somebody to brothers that's trying to feed themselves, and you trying to make light of that.
One at a time, man.
That's clown behavior.
5%. You came after the 5%.
Very much so.
The Nation of Islam.
One at a time.
I definitely did. That wasn't me. That wasn't me.
Can everyone from Africa that's on the panel acknowledge there's no such thing as African culture?
Exactly. That's what
Ain't no fucking African
over 2,000 tribes, bro. Over 2,000 tribes.
The 2,000 ethnic groups with different way of life, different food,
exactly.
Different. We all eat, even in Nigeria, the food that they eat in Calabar, I've never tasted in my life.
Exactly. Over 2,000 tribes.
Different. There's some food in Ghana there's some food. What's that thing you got eating? There's some food in Ghana that we don't even have in Nigeria.
Is
Like
there a
we
such
have to
thing as
we go to
European
Ghana
culture?
so every country, every culture try to have their own unique culture.
No.
But kind of
No,
like was
but I'm
saying
Hold
so
on.
before.
Can
there's
I
no
can I
such thing
can
as
I say
European
something real quick?
culture.
Can I
No.
say something real quick, bro?
Is there
Hold on. Let me
anything?
say
Is there
something.
a such thing as Asian culture?
Hold on, bro.
No.
Let me say something,
Italians
man.
have
Hold on.
their
Hold
Okay.
on. Hold on.
Italian culture is
Hold
completely
on.
different from the Ukrainian culture.
Yeah,
Hold
there's
on.
Asian culture. What are you talking about? Whoever said that?
The
Bro,
No,
British
of
culture is
course,
completely different from
There's
us.
different cultures, man.
there's
Different cultures.
nuanced differences,
Hello.
but again, the broader of the cultures, there's something that
let me
ties
get
them all
Lewis talk.
together,
Maybe I
bro.
can get somebody
What
intelligent.
is
And
it?
their
How is it?
similarities
Out
are
of
closer to the
curiosity, if
difference.
you
Let
don't
me say
mind
something
me,
real quick, man.
if you don't mind me, can you name something that's in European culture?
Colonization.
That's not culture, man. Everybody
That's not
colonized. That's not a
European
culture, man.
culture.
We colonize
It
Africa.
is.
Africans did that.
Do you want me to tell you
Africans
about
did that.
colonization?
Asians did that.
Yeah, Mansa Musa was doing
The
that. But can I
Persians
say something real
in the
quick?
Middle Eastern did that.
The Africans even
So
colonized Asia.
that's not synonymous to European
Let me
culture.
get
Name
let me
something
Hold
get
on.
else.
Can I say something real quick?
Lewis to my
Can I say
left,
something?
right? Let me get
Can I
Lewis
say
to my
something real quick,
left.
man?
I can't even talk.
Yo, Lewis, you got the floor. Go ahead, bro.
Oh man. Let me.
Homosexuality.
Hello, can we be serious for a sec? I love
No,
the
this
joke
guy's
and
a
all the rest
clown.
of it.
Ain't
Carla,
serious.
listen to me. I'm going to give you a little advice that some of our African brothers won't tell you. I'm telling you, I'm an African brother. It's time to have this conversation because we got to move on. Don't do what you just done by showing those people like that again. Don't do that. Some of our people on the continent. Hang on. Some of our people on the continent chose and choose to live like that. Not many of them chose to live like that. But listen to you, I'm going to tell you a reality.
Carla doesn't even know what country they came
No,
from.
listen to me. I'm going to tell
Carla
you a
doesn't even know what
reality.
country they
Of
are.
what, who's that?
I said
I'm
Carla
going to
doesn't
tell
even
you.
know what country
Let
they
him
are.
finish. Go
Thinks
ahead,
that we're
Louis.
gonna talk about
Let him land, guys.
Let him land, guys. Let him land. Come on, stop interjecting him.
I'm going to tell you the reality of what really goes on in Africa. Okay? And what some of our African brothers won't tell you because we don't like to bring things, we don't want to turn our struggle, our black struggle, into stupidity. Many of our people that got on the boat when the white man turned up, many of the people that was forced on the boat that were captured were living that lifestyle. And some of the people that were living that lifestyle are some of your very ancestors. That's why when we look at people like Tariq Nasheed and he mocks those people, when we look at idiots who think that Africans, that's how they live, many of the people who got on the boat in the early days, that's how they're living. Simple bush life.
Let me say
They didn't
something,
care for
Lewis.
nothing else. Listen
Let
to
me say
me.
something.
So when you project people like that, you projecting some of your very own ancestors.
Let me say
I'm
something,
telling
Lewis,
you this. Listen to me. I'm telling you this as someone who you accuse of partaking in the slave trade. Listen to me. This is why the white man don't respect you, because the white man know that your very ancestors were living like that. Some of them were living just like that. And you today, you want to mock them.
100%.
That's why Africans on the continent sometimes don't respect you, so-called FBAs and those of us we're taking abroad. Stop doing that, Carla.
Hold on, Lewis.
Lewis, you are dropping jewels, brother. Tremendous respect
It's
for you
disgusting.
tonight.
So what you're
The
saying,
white man,
Lewis?
listen.
Well said.
I'm gonna say for Bush.
Listen to me very carefully.
In America.
Right?
Well said,
That's
Lewis.
something
Go
new,
ahead,
man.
brother.
His people do not have no power in America. His people do not have no power in America.
I know, brother. I'll come to that.
So, I mean, hold on, man.
Zero
Let Lewis
power.
let Lewis land. Go ahead, Lewis.
You guys say your people captured my people. Listen to me.
No, man,
Those people who listen to me. Those people who were living like that, they were low-hanging fruits. You can easily capture those people. They're simple people. They don't want to bother nobody. But that's how some of our people were living. Some of our people today choose to live like that. That's why they got those pictures. Those pictures are recent. Back then, some of our people.
Are you saying
No?
Lewis, FBA
What I'm
people?
saying is, your very ancestors, Carla, as someone who got on it, who was pushed onto the boat, some of your very ancestors were living like that.
That's
Do
interesting.
you know that those people live longer than people that live in the
yourself
city?
and showing that. Because you get no
do you know
respect.
that those bush people live longer than people that live in the cities?
Hey, Lewis,
Yeah,
can I
because
say
they live
something?
natural life. It's
about
not
it.
stressful life.
If I
They
knew,
farm and they
Hold on, I want to say something
if
about it.
I
Because
knew you were gonna carry on doing that,
those people are from the Hazabi tribe in East Africa, bro. These
I'm
people
not
are
talking about the
That's
Hazabi
right,
tribe.
guys.
I'm
Right.
telling
I was
you
just
These people
about
are
to say that.
self-sufficient. These people have
no
never
Listen to me.
conducted Taliban on anyone.
Listen to me, Carla. You should never ever do that. Because if I knew you were going to
Lewis,
do
you don't
stuff
have to
like
take
that,
it too personal, man.
I've got to
Let
take
people
it personal. It is personal. Okay, because what Carla is doing, he's actually showing some of the people who could have come from his very own ancestors.
No.
All right. What you can't do now, what you cannot do is try to beat up on Kala because everyone on this platform has it. Hold on, Lewis, because I want you to be mindful, Lewis. I want you to be mindful.
Bro, listen to me.
Don't claim something that your culture do not practice. That's why everyone lose Africans as one big old African nigga. Because y'all get up here and y'all be like, either it's African culture or it's not African culture. Brother, I told Kyle to stop. I told Kyle to stop playing. It's disparaging this bullshit.
Jonathan,
don't claim something as African culture. It's not widely practiced in Africa.
No, brother Jonathan.
Can I defend Kyle, man, real quick, man?
Okay? Right, brother Jonathan, you're on the content. You've seen different people live different type of lives, different of us. Some of our
and
people,
I ain't never seen no shit like that.
Okay, listen to me. I have seen that. Listen, I have seen that. Not behaving like that, but I have seen. Listen, my earliest recollection of a particular group, I don't know where they came from.
But they came African American tribes.
No, listen to me, please. Hear me out. I'm going back as far as my memory can go. Listen, I'm going far as my memory can go. I don't know who these particular people were, right?
You can't hog the mic, Lewis. You can't hog the mic. You just spoke.
Lewis, you gotta let other people talk, man. You can't just talk forever.
Can I say something real quick?
Everybody get it.
I'm gonna leave you to it, man. Let Lewis land.
Can I say something real quick?
Let him land, guys, man. Let him
He landed already.
Well, you already landed.
He said don't disrespect Africa like that. And I said that's not Africa. That's a specific tribe.
Jonathan, listen to me. Jonathan,
I ain't seen the Yoruba do no shit like that. I ain't seen the Benny do no shit like that. I ain't seen the one in Cameroon do no shit like that. That's that specific tribe. Be honest now.
Listen to me. Okay, you turned up in Africa in 2020 what? 20? You did not see certain parts of Africa in the 1970s. Some people even go further back than that. So I'm telling you, to Carla, stop doing this. Because some of these very people living their own life in a simple way, were the very people that were put onto the boat. You don't really want to go there.
We get the point. Can we move on now?
Yeah, we get your point, but you don't have no evidence of that either.
Stop doing that.
Guys,
because I've seen people that live like that.
Guys, let me
stop it.
Louis, we got your point.
Yeah, guys,
you laugh like your own people.
Louis, we get your point, man.
Let me
make
someone else talk. Yeah, I want to make this point out, man. I'm trying to address. Louis, like you talk to Carla all the time, man. So this is a typical black behavior in America, you know. The moment they go wild,
man, you generalize.
They gonna laugh at you, man.
Generalize.
That's how they are.
Listen,
you want Carla to
that's what you just did to the African. Like
no. What I did was
African culture. So why would you choose that the Hadza people
spend here for an hour putting down black
that is pertain to them, Carla, and to say that that's the whole that's what
hold up. Let me say
Carla is just roasting Africa, man. That's all, man. He's just a joke, man. You guys can't take jokes.
Somebody says that if I they always got to move the goalpost.
You have to say that that's what all African people do. Come on now, man.
It's not enough just to go.
No, Carla is just roasting. He's just roasting. You guys can't be taking it personal.
Come on, like him. So I'm saying, okay, do I gotta be like this? You know, is that
Can I defend you, Carla? Can I defend you, Carla, real quick, man?
Carla is exhibiting FBA.
Can I defend you real quick, man?
Carla just do diaspora war.
I'm about to drop everybody down, man. But Zongo's talking.
Can I defend you? Oh, go ahead.
No, Prison, go ahead, man.
Yeah, because I feel like if you heard the beginning of the show, you know that Carla talking about reading. This guy's he's an overeducated fool. I mean, he reads too much white supremacist books, so he's confused. That's what it is. So he's buying into the white propaganda. So he saw people throwing jabs, so he threw like a under like a low blow, and that's the low blow video right there. But he's like I said, he's fused with Like everything you read is not good. And some of the stuff I believe he read is white supremacist views, and that's what he was showing you through that video.
Go after him.
That's what
He
he
doesn't read.
believes.
He watch. He just watch.
Oh, you what? All right,
All right,
I'm gonna pass the mic.
can I go
John,
after him?
go ahead, John.
Yeah, so real quick, so I don't know why everybody's getting offended by it. Like,
Nah, nobody.
Princess
I'm not
said, hold on,
offended. It's only
Princess said it was
Lewis.
a low blow video, bro. This is a indigenous tribe in Africa. This is a bush tribe in Africa. These are people are self-sufficient. They eat organic food. These people have their own culture. These people have never dropped atomic bombs or they're not manufacturing weapons of mass destruction, anything like that. These people are relatively more civilized than much of the Western world, in my opinion.
That's true. That's true. How did Colin present them though? How did Colin present them?
That's what
How did
people.
Colin present them?
I just think that we need to change our perception. We look at somebody like that and say, "Oh, these are prehistoric or
We
backwards
think we're
people."
better.
These people are living their lives, bro. They have no worries. They're not eating processed food like we are eating. All of us here in the West, we're literally eating out of the white man's palms. And these people are self-sufficient, self-sustaining people.
Hey, Jack, can I say this real quick?
If the economic system in this world collapses,
Who said that, Jack?
if the
economic system, I've heard in my life, man. Come on.
If the economic system in this world collapse, these people are going to be unaffected by it. We're going to be eating just like them, and they're going to be
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Kala, let me say this.
You just got to change my perception of black people. To me, that's not humiliating. To me, I look at some people who are powerful, who have freedom. More than
let me say this real quick,
Ja, are you saying you're willing to go over there and eat with them people?
Kala,
If I had to, if it was me,
No. Not if you have to. Forget the have to. Are you willing to do it voluntarily?
Am I willing to do it voluntarily? No, that's not my culture. That's not my
No. Brother, you just said these people are self-sufficient and they're healthy. Don't you want to be like them?
Yeah, but I can.
He doesn't have to be like them. I mean, to be happy, he can be himself.
I'm not gonna do what they do. These are Hazabi people.
Kala, let me say this though.
I'm a genius.
Kala, can I say something real quick?
Full of shit.
Kala, can I say something real quick?
Full of shit, and I just play it, and I just let you guys talk. You know,
as the deal.
Comes out.
As the deal. Let me say this real quick. First of all, there's no way I'll be ashamed of those people at all, because they just like just living their life. Now, here's what I would say, Kala. I can guarantee you today, if the white man decide to separate himself from you, like isolate you, Kala,
whatever. You don't know.
I can guarantee you that you be. No, Kala,
no, nigga.
Hold on, Kala, wait now, Kala.
You don't know my family. My family are far more landowners in Carolinas.
Let me learn, Kala. Kala, let me learn.
Hold on, Kala. Let him learn with his foolishness.
Before you respond,
we're always a freaking independent white people. We had our own black economy.
Can you calm down? Let me just get across, man.
We suffer with the white man. Get out of here with that shit,
Kala,
man.
calm down. What I'm trying to tell you is that everything from your hair to your toe, to your toothbrush and your toothpaste, all manufactured by the white man. So what I mean by if the white man, even the food you eat, Kala,
what does that got to do? What's that got to do with it?
What I'm telling you is the shoes you wear, everything. If the white man separates himself from you, you're gonna be in that.
First of all, the white man can't sell because the bottom line.
Kala, tell me one thing you manufacture yourself.
You know, they give me our money. What's the bottom line? It's
the only reason you think you're better than those people is because you're closer to the white man.
I live in the United States. Look, I live in the United States. You know,
I live in the United States too, Kala.
I don't have to do manufacturing. I don't have to. That's what you
because the white man has done it for you, Kala.
You guys gotta do the come up. I don't have to. I
I'm just letting you know that the white man separated himself from you.
I don't need to do all that.
You're gonna be back in the Stone Age, Kala.
I need to freaking manufacture toothbrush for.
Do you okay? So what if a white man separates himself from you?
It doesn't matter. It does not matter. I'm here in America. I have money. I can purchase anything I want to purchase. I don't need to have.
But I'm saying, but I get that. But
the white man don't sell me a toothbrush.
Mike, to be fair to Black American people, when we were separated from white people in America, we thrived.
No. But you still were consuming what the white man manufactured, though.
White man manufactured. Yeah, black invented, white man. Mike. Black invented, white manufactured. Asian manufactured, medical manufacturers.
Go to all these. Back in
the we ain't got to go through. We ain't got to go through. I'm just saying.
Hold on, calm down.
Mike, this is a very popular talking point. Before Black people were in America, white people were eating each other.
Thank you very much.
And dying.
Okay, let's talk about today.
We don't big up white people here.
Give me 1 second.
Let's not big up white people here.
I'm not bigging. Hold on. We have to big them up. Hold on. Wait. Let's not go to we invented this and that. No, today, right now. today right now when it comes to manufacturing, things that we
You don't get to manufacturing today right now without it being invented, Mike. That's not even possible.
Calm down. Forget invent all the. I'm not trying to get into it. I'm saying today right now.
Yeah, today right now you can't get to today right now without going through the invention part of today right now.
Name black people that are manufacturing these things that we are consuming today. Don't tell me about.
I can't name white people that are making things that we manufacture today. It's all done in Asia.
You agree with me? You agree with me that if the
Mike, if China stopped making shit right now and India stopped making shit right now, we fucked.
Yeah, one thing for a fact is
who's fucked.
You can't pick out white people here because white people ain't making
shit. There's nothing Chinese man can make that the white man cannot make. I'm sorry.
You can do it. Yeah, can you allow Ahmed and Rasmus and Persip to talk to?
Can you just let me get across?
Yeah, exactly, man. Mike,
Jonathan, the point I'm making here is this:
Mike,
if the white man, hold on, if the white man say color genesis,
come at me with hard. Let right man Ross.
Allow me to just land. I didn't get across.
I'll go downstairs. Well, look, I'm gonna leave you guys alone. Behave. I'm going downstairs.
If the white man say color genesis and don't color and separate himself from color genesis and take color genesis to pick his own boys and his whatever crew, his VAIO family, and dump them in an island. Within a year, Kala will be living worse than those people he was laughing at because Kala cannot manufacture anything he consumes. That's a fact. Kala will be hunting rats because Kala can pay. I don't even think Kala can farm. Or even
he wouldn't survive, man. He wouldn't survive, man.
He wouldn't survive. That's a fact.
Listen. Kala would eat probably the most poisonous berry, not knowing that it's poisonous. Okay, but that's Kala. Ahmed, go ahead, Ahmed.
I used to farm in my granddaddy's farm in North Carolina. When I was a kid, you guys sneaking smart. We thought I wasn't listening. Let me try it, bro. Look, I used to farm.
That's like you eating grasshoppers, man.
Everything in North Carolina. I used to live on a farm, you know. So the bottom line, I know what the heck farming is. I used to plant crops and whatnot, you know. So the bottom line, when I was 9 and 10 years old, you know. So the bottom line, I used to pick apples from an orchard every summer. To friggin' to get making money when I was 10 years old
in New York City.
No, this is North Carolina, fool.
I thought you said you grew up in New York City.
Every summer we went down home to down south, either Georgia or North Carolina. That's my family, you know. You don't know shit.
You know how to farm.
Every black person in America, in New York, has family in North Carolina. We always have. That's our route to the south. You know, we always go back. You know.
Mike, I got a question for you too. Because I was listening to somebody. I mean, I like you generally, but sometimes you come up with some rubbish. Because I've written one here for you as well. Okay?
Who, me?
You made a ridiculous statement.
Wait. Let all guys finish. Then you go on with your point. I mean, Ahmed, go on. Ahmed, go.
I mean, first of all, man.
He's not asking no question.
Man, first of all, I'm not sure.
What's your question?
No. Wait, Louis, they're on the panel and they haven't talked yet. Can you allow them to chat? Ahmed, Rasmus, and Mr.
But don't forget the mic. I got something for you, Mike. You
just ask the question, then I'll answer it later.
No, let the guy finish first. I'll come around.
Man, first of all, I'm not shocked with whatever Carl is doing and his people, man. I'm not shocked because at the end of the day, he lives in America. White folks control America in and out. So at the end of the day, man, whoever controls you, you study them. So now they doing what the white people used to do to Africans. But the only difference is white people still control America. So at the end of the day, you just somebody else is just attached to the white man. But then the white man is the one that dictates everything about this country. Like it or not, the white man, 95% of the time, dictate what happens in America. Economy-wise, politics-wise. That's absolutely facts. Those people you see right there, they 20 times more healthier than the average American.
Man, you sound like a fool, bro.
Ahmed. Every time you say that, you have to remember you in America.
You're fucking stupid as shit. Ahmed, you a dumb man.
What are you talking about? I'm serious. I'm not.
You're fucking dumb, man. You know. Ain't nobody's gonna.
The fact of the matter is,
I was licking a rat. Don't even fucking take the hair off it. Just eating the fucking rat. That's disgusting, man.
How's it disgusting, Kala?
Okay. Let me say this, right?
Well, they're more healthy, man. Shut up.
Okay. Let me say this, right? Look at gorilla, right? Do you know what gorilla eats?
I don't know where to go. I don't care where
Yo,
to go.
let's not get into all this trying to educate Carla. Let's not get
Ahmed,
into all this, man.
Ahmed,
I don't care what
you
colors,
you
bro.
just because a gorilla can eat some shit, that'll mean you can eat it.
This
Listen
is
to
what I
me,
see.
man.
I
Anyway,
think you know that, Ahmed. Let's not
in
do
this
this.
life, this is what I see in this life. I think those people, if they
You
have
see, man. Y'all
money,
not thinking
if they
smart.
have money,
Y'all
they
thinking
will go live in a mansion and live in a whatever. So everybody live according to what they can afford. Now here's the deal, Carla. Those
because you
people
can
are living
afford
there
things
because that's all they can
doesn't
afford,
make you
which is
better than
fine.
somebody.
Now, Carla, I can guarantee you now, if America go broke and they no longer
Mike,
give
stop
welfare,
interjecting the guy, man. Let him
and they no
finish
longer
his
give
point.
welfare to the poor Americans will
Mike,
be fending
Mike,
for themselves.
You
Mike.
know, you might want to hear something funny. I was watching History of the World, a clip of History of the World. I might play it.
But
Right?
shout out to the
Roman
white man for being rich,
Roman
Carla.
Senate,
So he's able to give you
the
welfare and
Roman
all that stuff.
Senate, they said, hey, fellow senators, check this out. In History where it goes, fellow senators, should we continue lavish buildings or should we use for a noble purpose of building facility for the poor? That was the 7 voted. Fuck the poor. Okay, voted is fuck the poor. Good.
Allah, there's always going to be poor. The only difference is that the white man is so rich that he's giving the poor welfare.
The only thing is
the poor in America welfare.
Got PlayStation,
and the poor in Europe welfare. Other than that, the
Yeah,
poor in America will be living.
In America,
Ahmed, are you done, man? Ross Moise,
running water. They got heat.
Nah,
They got
But
showers.
that's welfare, Carla.
Yeah, I would love
but Mike,
Zongo, you should start your platform. You know how to be fair.
Who's Zongo?
There's no,
Carla, let me ask you a question.
Man, Zongo is about
If the
50%
federal government,
Elvis.
if they cut out welfare, no government assistance, how do you think the poor in America will
I have no
survive?
idea. They just have to do something, man. Get a job.
What would they do? What would they do?
They'll get a job, you know.
Everybody can get no. When there's no job, now everybody got a job. Some people don't have a job.
Mike, stop living in an alternative world.
Mike.
No, I'm just asking Carla a question, man. Like those people in that place,
Welfare didn't always exist in America.
Say it again.
Welfare didn't always exist in America, and somehow America still survived.
There's always welfare. There's no. There's always
man, guys, man, can you allow the others to talk, man? Can you allow them to talk?
What I'm saying for a fact is, if
white people were the ones starving at that.
Okay,
I'm full, Frenchie. I'm full. I can't get nobody in the chat room. The chat room full. I don't think I can get anybody else in. Might get one more person in. Let's see.
Don't worry, man. I might step out soon.
Come up, Frenchie.
Hey, Ross Moise, man, you want to go? You want to say something, Ross Moise?
Can I ask that question? You guys ready?
Wait. Ross Moise really does need to speak. Let my brokey brother Ross Moise speak. Go ahead, you Dakota clown.
Okay, bad luck, Jonathan. Okay, we get it. Well, listen, Carla, man, it was very idiotic of you to play that video, man.
Why did everybody keep talking about that video, man? What is your fridge, man? Damn,
what was it idiotic for?
I thought
There's nothing wrong with the video.
I don't see anything wrong with the video. I don't know why you guys keep complaining about
the video was
the video.
disgusting, but at the end of the day,
hold on a second. Can I make my point, please?
I thought you guys would like that video, man.
Can I make my
wrong
point,
with that
please?
video.
I actually like the video.
I have no issue with the video.
Man, goddamn, man. Can I talk, man?
I thought you guys would like the video, man. I don't know. What do
I have no issue with the video. Honestly speaking,
those guys that you show, Carla, they from the Hadza tribe in Tanzania. It's not all of them that practice that. You know, some of them are very well. They get in tune into the Tanzanian society. Some of them got decent job. Some of them not. Some of them are working in politics. Some of them are doing other things. It's only a minority of them that still kept their ancestral tradition, but a lot of them have gone away from that. But
I don't think it's a tradition. It's just that they don't have money. They're poor. That's why they have to survive the way they can.
No, they choose to live like that. That's their life. They want to live like that.
All right.
That's what I'm saying. It's just they're surviving.
I'm not long-winded, man. I got work to do, man. I'm not long-winded. Let me land, please. But it's not all of them that does it. So for you, Carla, to say that oh, this is African culture, man. That really pisses me off, man, because I don't usually come to the panel, man.
No, I didn't say it was African
I like being
culture.
in the
Hey,
chat.
that dude that was
Are you offended by the video? By where those people leave?
No,
yo, that dude that was on
I mean,
that dude that was on earlier.
I was
No,
offended
that
when
dude
Kala
in
said this
Golo
is all
said it was
African
African
culture.
culture. He said that was African culture.
That's what I was offended. Like for you to say
He
that,
said
oh,
that
I
was
don't want to
African
practice
culture.
Well,
like
that's
this.
fine.
It's
Why would you be
African
offended though?
culture.
Why would you be offended? What is wrong? What is? I mean,
No, I mean like Mike,
okay.
you are Yoruba. Does Yoruba people practice that culture? No.
just because we don't practice it doesn't mean it's wrong. Something is wrong with other people's culture. Other people's
Exactly.
culture.
What's wrong with those
I'm
people?
not saying it's wrong, but
That's
for
their
him to
culture.
but for him
If
to
they're
label
okay with it, that's fine.
but
That's
for
fine
him
with
to
me.
label everybody in Africa, this is what they practice. I'm like, bro,
They don't
come
shoot
on, man.
people every
Like you
week.
out of your mind.
Everybody have
Yeah,
their
but
own
that's
culture.
your
I'm not going to
problem is
say
that's part
because
of
I don't
They're not
your culture is
gangbangers.
different from my own. It means something is wrong with your culture. If that's the
They're
way
not
they survive,
gangbangers.
there's
They
nothing
don't
wrong with
sell
it.
drugs to their
Yeah,
cousins,
that's
to their
definitely true,
uncles.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's
man,
what
you
he was
don't know
Yeah,
what
saying.
them
it's
That's
a
people
what he
do.
white
was
man's
Shut up.
mentality
They
where
sell,
you always
they don't sell drugs to
you
their
always have to
cousins.
You
push
seen the video of people
conspiracy,
eating, and you
complex.
like, they don't do this, they don't do that. Them
Oh, but
people
that's
be
true. I
sleeping.
mean,
White
Calm
man
down.
has lived, Kala has lived with white people too
But I
long
bet
because these
that's
white
what I
people they
bet
always want to tell
brother
people
Benny
that
wants.
there's something
Listen,
is wrong
Jerry
with them.
Miller.
Go
They are
like that,
better.
man.
Man,
That's the version of us.
exactly, man.
I met the pygmies sell weed in the Congo. Did you know that?
Tony Miller. Those folks,
You be
those
like, these
folks are
people
not
don't
selling
sell
drugs to their
weed. They
cousins,
don't
to
do
their
this. They don't
uncles.
do that. They do a
Jonathan,
whole
you
lot
bought
of
some
shit you
weed from
don't
the
know
pygmy?
about.
I mean,
Jonathan, you bought some
They
weed
not
from the
doing
pygmy yet?
Jerry.
Hey, I'll cop weed from the pygmy any day. Shout out to the
You know what I'm trying
pygmy.
to say?
Calm down.
yeah, they
Yeah. So at the
sell
end of
weed
the
and
day,
they smoke
The
weed.
pygmy is not
Y'all
on
see.
drugs, man. Those
I
guys can
man, you
ball.
seen a group of people eating some shit. You like, man, these people are harmless. They don't do anything. Man, calm down.
of course, they people
Ain't
too.
a
They doing their
harmless
own
human
thing.
being on the planet. Calm down.
They doing their own thing.
They
You
been
know,
killing shit too, like everybody else.
man,
That's
you
what I'm
from
trying to figure out.
California,
Why
man.
is
Hey,
everybody
You act
so
Jonathan,
like you
close
don't
let
know
me
minded
what
ask
about
you
that?
this.
I
gangbangers
don't
do
get
in
it.
If we
California.
ship Kala to
Hey, get out
Africa,
of here,
if
Jonathan
U.S.
Miller,
government
man.
they send Kala to Africa and they take his U.S. citizenship away,
They-
Kala is
don't do
gonna end up
that.
like those people, man, for sure. Because Kala doesn't have the brain to even survive in Africa at all. Kala is not gonna make it in Africa for a fact. I'm
All
telling
he
you.
wants, he wants Africa for his people.
He's
That's all
gonna
he
be like
wants.
I know some of you would love to see
Kala,
that.
you're not gonna
Man.
make it in
Like
Africa,
to
man,
happen.
because you're not smart enough.
Look, I can't see my brother Bomani eating down, man, sitting around talking about, yo,
Kala, if you
man.
could make it in Africa, you
go
would stay
Frenchie,
there,
go
man.
Frenchie.
You came back to America after 2 weeks in
Oh
Liberia,
yeah,
man.
Ross Moore
But if
said,
you have
"All
what
right,
it
man,
takes to
continue."
survive to make it in Africa, you would have been in Africa. You'd be in Africa
No,
right now.
I'm done.
Actually, I gotta
No, I
drop
know
That's
for a
what I
Sandra
fact
wanted to
life.
if,
say.
if,
I'm
if, the,
done.
if the
I'm
U.S.
gonna drop
government, if
all
the
this.
white
I'm
man
gonna
take
drop
away your
this information
citizenship and ship you back to
to come
Africa,
Man, why you talking so low? You sound like you about to cry because
No,
Carl played the video.
it's
No,
not. It's
no,
not night.
I got headphones, man. I got headphones.
It's probably not night
Oh,
over
okay.
there. That's why.
Man,
It's probably not night. He doesn't want to
man,
disturb his neighbors.
yeah, it's like, man, it's
It's
like
not everywhere
2:30.
else in America too.
It's like 2:30, man. You know what I saw the other day? Man, I saw a black guy digging in the trash can, picking out food and eating it.
Oh
I
man,
could have
see,
easily recorded
hold
that
on,
and said,
see,
"Oh, that's America."
everybody can take shots at
Do
so-called
you
FBA,
understand,
man, but
Carla? I
we can't
see
say
things, man.
yourself.
I
Wait.
live in a
You
black
see someone
neighborhood.
dig in a trash can and eat it?
but
Yes,
Kala,
I've
that's
seen
not
it all
shots
the
for
time.
FBA. One individual
Wow.
is poor and
You
he's
sure, yo, check this out. You sure he wasn't a Nigerian?
Oh,
Kala. If somebody is
you
poor,
see,
it doesn't represent. It doesn't mean the
I ain't
entire
never
Hey,
seen
nation.
no
You
Kyla,
sure he wasn't
Nigerian
a
before.
Kyla,
Nigerian?
this
remember
is childish,
yesterday's
man.
I ain't
show?
never seen
Remember
This is
Nigerian do
yesterday's
that.
childish.
show,
This is
right?
childish.
When I
This
said
is
there needs to
childish
be a
things.
delineation, you said no. They can look at every black person, just be like, that's African American.
No,
That might not be African American that you
Oh
looked at,
no,
bro.
on
no,
that part I
lineage.
agree with. Yo,
Listen,
that part I agree.
listen.
Like
You
yo,
can't look at
Jerry
that
Miller,
person and say
yo,
that's
you
an
got that
African
muscular
American, a
Nigerian guy that
Jamaican,
man,
walk
or a
Dirty
around
Mike.
shaking
Ghanaian.
his ass or
That That could have been a Dongo native.
Yeah,
listen.
Hey, can I ask Mike my question now?
Let me tell you
Yeah, go ahead,
after
Louis.
this.
Go ahead,
One at a
Louis.
time. One at a
Mike,
time, fellas, man.
you made a statement. You said colonization was a good thing.
That was dumb as fuck.
Well, it depends on which.
That was dumb.
Like,
brother, listen, brother Mike.
Will you give me a chance to answer? Can I give me a chance to answer?
Right. When you say things like that, okay, and I've heard some dumb Ghanaians come out with this shit. When you say things like that, right?
Dumb as hell.
Okay, tell us now what was good at what makes colonization a good thing? Tell me.
Okay, thank you. Carla, can you give me a chance to explain without cutting me off? Because I can't even
go ahead. You also justify slavery, Mike. You said it was a good thing.
Can you? Okay, let me answer this.
Go ahead, Mike. But go ahead.
Colonization happened in different ways. the different concepts, right? Some people's colonization is different from other people's colonization. For example, you can say South Africa's colonization was apartheid, it was brutal. You can say Kenya, Mama colonization was more physical, whatever. But there's some people where their own colonization was more of a partnership. You understand? In the case of where I come from, when the British came, right, it was more of the engagement with most of the kingdoms in Nigeria was our kingdoms were already dealing with them trades, and we were interested in being part of the committee of the nations because the rest of the world, the Eurasia and the American continent, they were already doing this global order way of trading and doing things. So we were interested in being part of it. So when the British came, they now say, oh, we can introduce our ways of doing things. We can share culture. It was more of a cultural exchange. So when they were dealing with the empires where I come from, it was more of, hey, we're here to introduce our ways to you, introduce yours to us. So when they were in Nigeria, it wasn't like the white man was there just, controlling or doing some kind of barbaric things. So we didn't experience any kind of barbaric stuff.
Oh, Nigerians.
We were not. Maybe in a different part of Nigeria.
Nigerians, man.
Hey, can you not make sex noises while Mike's talking?
I can bring documents to you.
Mike, are you speaking specifically for the Oyo people?
I say you guys will allow me to explain, right?
You speak about these people.
But you gotta be
Man,
specific,
I'm sorry, man.
Can I land?
Nigerians, man. Something wrong with
Can
y'all.
I land?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
Bro,
man.
you
let
a
Mike land,
disgrace
but
to
you
your
gotta be
people,
specific,
bro.
Mike.
So
You a disgrace to your people, bro.
at the end of the day, I can say the entire time the British were in my part of Nigeria, not the old Nigeria. I'm not speaking about the old Nigeria. My part of Nigeria, what they were doing was just introducing some new knowledge to us, where we also give them some of our knowledge, and a lot of our people were going to England to become doctor, get their Western education. Well, a lot of them became doctors and lawyers. So it was more of a cultural exchange. However, the only place where something went wrong was when they were leaving. They didn't tell us that they were going to put us together with all the other tribes and form a country called Nigeria. And what they did was create this class of people to hand over Nigeria to, like this class of people that took England to become the military and the politicians. And then when they left, they just handed this new concept called Nigeria to those people. So what I'm telling you is, during the time they were in my place, there was no any kind of bad anything going on between us. There was no, in fact, the British were not even interacting with our villages. They were only interacting with our tradition, our kings, right? And everything they were doing was in an agreement with our traditional rulers, and the relationship was very good.
It was very good.
God.
Listen to me, Mike. I'm gonna say
Mike,
one thing
You a
to you.
slave, bro.
Mike,
You are a
Mike,
slave.
Okay, can you
You
tell
are
me
a
how I was a
slave,
slave?
and you are a
listen to
disgrace to
me.
your people.
Wait. Y'all not about to
And
jump
again,
on Mike.
let me remind you, I'm only speaking for
Okay?
my people. I'm not speaking
Y'all
for the whole
not gonna
Africa.
jump on Mike today.
You a slave.
Something
I'm
wrong
not
with
The
speaking for
British
the whole
people
Africa.
did
I'm
not
just speaking for my
harm
own people.
every group in
Something wrong with
Africa like
Nigerians,
y'all
man.
like to
That's not the
think they
point we're
did.
making.
Ghana,
I
Something
you
asked
wrong
a
get
with
where I'm
simple
coming from,
question.
right?
I'm
Eh?
You
Everybody
said
experience was different.
colonization was a good thing. Tell me
something wrong
what
with
was good
Nigerians,
about
man.
colonization.
I just told you, well, for
He's
me, my
Nigerian, so
colonization.
Okay, when it comes to go pen and paper, I can't name
If
one.
you gonna Lewis, if you're gonna take a shot at my Nigerian brother
No,
Mike, I'm gonna take a
I'm
shot
not
at you.
taking a shot.
Why the hell are
I'm not
you in a
taking a shot.
Okay,
colonizer's country?
Louis, let me answer your question this way, so that way we don't fight at the end of the night.
No, I'm not fighting you. I'm just
Wait,
telling
hold
you.
on. Okay, let me answer your question. Maybe I don't know how the colonization was in Ghana, but maybe I can say colonization in Ghana may be bad. Maybe it was bad. But I'm telling you that
The Ashanti fought
in
against the
Ashanti
colonizers.
or wherever you come from. But I'm telling you that colonization in Yoruba land was not bad. It was a great relationship. It was a cultural
man.
exchange.
Nigerians, man. You guys are
There was
special.
no
Man, this is the
war
pathetic. This is the pathetic
or
people we got
oppression
in
by
our
white
race,
man.
bro. You are
Exactly.
pathetic. You
Exactly.
are pathetic,
Mike is
bro.
not being pathetic. He's
You
being
are you
honest.
pathetic
No,
too.
he's
So
pathetic.
goof ass.
He's being honest. I'm
No,
You
he's
sorry,
pathetic
pathetic,
y'all.
too.
man.
So goof
Wait.
ass.
Do y'all know there were some tribes in Africa that were never enslaved?
Exactly.
He's been pathetic,
Oh, we
man.
know
He's
that.
been
This
pathetic.
generalization of
Know
Africa
Mike,
that?
is just something that's wrong, man.
Y'all think
Mike,
everybody in
I'm
Africa was
talking about.
enslaved?
I basically put to him a
Mike.
question.
There's
Right, you
no
know why I find
place.
it interesting?
Yoruba
right?
people, we got
Right.
everything good out of colonization. We didn't get
Right.
any
Oh my
kind of
God.
oppression from white man or
So the
anything.
Yoruba people benefited
I'll
from the
leave it
slave
there.
trade. That's what
We
you're
got
saying.
great things out of
That's why your
colonization.
name is Mike today,
They
huh?
did. They
Exactly.
did.
Yeah, I like the
They
name because it's a
benefited.
cool
How did they
name.
Yeah,
benefit?
they
Yeah,
did.
There's
you
nothing
was
wrong with
saying
that.
How did they
well.
benefit
Okay,
from
so
it?
what did you give to the
That makes
Europeans
no
in your
sense.
cultural exchange?
Oh, Europeans learned a
Thank you.
lot. They learn,
You
You
were
Japan.
what?
They learn.
Europeans.
Listen, man,
Man,
they learned a lot from
Rice.
us.
Nigerians are
They got
special.
jollof rice.
Niggas
They
are
gave them
special,
human
man.
beings for magical
They
Niggas
lyrics.
are
got
special.
Come
Afro
on.
beats.
No. The
Bro, you
Europeans,
are
Niggas
goofy,
are
bro.
special,
the
man.
Europeans learned
You
something
are a
called the
straight
binary
clown.
science.
It's
They
Nigerians,
learned
man.
the binary
Nigerians are
science from the
special.
Yoruba people,
And
which is
what?
Nigerians are the
But,
best
but,
the
Africans in
binary
Africa. Calm
science. You know
down.
what
Hell fuck
binary
no.
science is?
yeah, but Mike, that's a
Hell no.
valid question. What did you exchange to your parents though? Like that's a very valid question.
Say it again.
Hell no.
What
And
did
I'm
you
not
give to
answering
your
that.
parents?
Man,
They
Nigerians are
learn
something
binary
else,
science
man.
from the
You
Yoruba
guys
people.
are
They
really
learn
something else.
metaphysics. And they also learn some pharmacological
Y'all
knowledge.
school, y'all mentality is all fucked up, man. That
Well, you're
country's
gonna have to
that
elaborate what
country's
you
a
mean.
fucked
You
up
can't just
country.
say, "Oh, it's fucked up." It's fucked up. You're gonna have to
They
explain.
cowards, bro. Y'all
Can
are
you
pathetic
articulate? Can
cowards
you
and
articulate
slaves,
your
bro.
point rather than just say it's
Everything about
fucked up?
Nigeria is fucked up, man.
Because you're a white man,
North,
because a white man
east,
bullied you
south,
doesn't mean he bullied me. You know?
He
whatever is
does
fucked
bully
up.
you. Your name is Michael.
He didn't
Exactly.
bully
You's a
me.
That's why I
I
goofy.
talk to him
like the
like that.
name, so that's why I adopted it. What's wrong with
Yeah, I
that?
know you do.
Okay, so why do you
Nigerians,
have
man,
problem with
something wrong
me
with y'all. How the
being
hell you
okay
gonna
with a
I
come out
don't
here
Nigerian?
and
got a
say
bro. I don't got a
you come
problem
out
with
here
you.
with
I
some
just,
So
bro,
why you
you a
so
disgrace
hostile,
to your
man?
people. You a disgrace to your people. I wish you
Yep.
was
No,
white,
I'm
bro. For
not. No,
Exactly.
real.
I'm not. I'm
I
just
wish you
telling you
was
the
white,
honest
bro.
truth.
I wish you was white, bro.
When did
At
they
least
Yes,
exchange
you
at
are.
though?
least
Bro,
at
Yes,
just
you
least
because
are.
he
you have issue with white man doesn't mean you have to have issue with white man.
Yeah,
no
I know
at
you
least
don't.
no
And
but guys
that's how I'm over here.
but guys
Goofy.
you're missing a point,
But
man.
y'all do know that white people took Yoruba culture and brought it to the West, right?
Exactly.
But he's
And they
saying it like
practice
that.
it.
And they
But look,
practice
Yeah,
it.
but
they
look
took
how
the
he's
human
saying it
cargo
though.
and
Look how
Yeah,
he's
brought
saying it.
it
He's
unwillingly.
saying it as if it's like, I love you, you love me.
man.
Come on,
Mike
man.
said the white people practice Yoruba
Man,
culture. Are you crazy, Mike? Which Europeans are practicing
They
Yoruba
did.
culture?
They did it in Cuba. They did it in
all
different
Those are
did
parts
the
of
is
South
slave laws,
America.
right? Like he said it.
No,
man.
no, no. I mean, actual white people
Man,
practice it. They
man, shut
practice
up,
it.
man.
They got it from the slaves that they brought here.
Zongo. On this platform the other day, someone said white people have juju. Can you
That's
believe
a
that?
fucking lie.
Juju.
That's a fucking lie, man.
Hey, some reason they juju outdid African juju and conquered Africa. Okay, they had some.
They superior. They just superior people. Cause we got cowards like
Hey,
you.
bro. Hey, bro. Boy, you
They
a bitch. Shut
superior
up.
people, bro.
At the end of the day, if you look at white people as superior, I pray for you. Now, at the end of the
Bro, they
day,
superior to you.
Mike,
But Mike, man,
Mike, apologize, man.
how do you allow
Apologize.
the Europeans to
What you
divide your
just said
people? Because
is
some
worse
of
than
your
what
Hey
people are
man,
Paul
listen,
in
I
Benny.
can't blame Europeans have their interest just like I have my interest.
What
If
what you
ever they
do in
go about
Benny?
their interest, hey, ever they succeeded, good for them.
Are
I'm
are
not
you
gonna hate
are
somebody.
Europeans on average more intelligent than Yoruba people?
I
Would
don't
you say
think
that
so.
based upon your experience?
I don't think so. Because if they were, then I think Yorubas are very clever, and I think
I don't
we
think
got.
so
If
either.
you
Okay,
I
ask any
don't think so
Nigerian, they
either.
will tell you
why
something
why
else.
Hey,
why are they
Mike. Hey, Mike.
economically and
Question.
technologically more superior to you all?
Did you know that
Well, they
the
have. Hold
Nigerians
on now.
got a way
Let
to
me.
get they sold a non-existent airport to some white intelligent people?
What I can say is that the white people are well organized into their institution,
So
where
did they get a
they
better
have
end of the
something called
trade?
the. Hold on, now,
So
I'm answering your question. They have something called science research programs, which unfortunately we Africans and blacks we haven't figured a way to come together
No,
to
no, no,
create
no, no, no,
to
no, no,
start
no,
so
that.
no, no.
therefore we're not intelligent. They're
No,
more
That's
we're
true.
intelligent
No,
than
no,
us.
no.
That's true,
Individuals
Mike.
intelligent. Hold on, collectively, yeah, we may not be intelligent as a
Stop it,
collective, but
man.
as individuals, we are intelligent. Just
So
like
no, I'm saying on
Jonathan said.
average. So on average, Europeans are more intelligent than us. That's
No,
would
collectively,
No,
that be
on
an accurate
average they're
assessment?
not. On
collective
average they're not.
not.
collective white IQ, collective IQ is higher, but individual IQ,
Lewis, man,
I can't say it's higher
Phyllis,
because
man.
individual white men are running to majority of white people are running to. They see me as someone way more intelligent than them. So a white man would tell you the average Yoruba person is far more intelligent than the average white man. But and in fact, an average
That's a larger sample size, though. That's not accurate.
Even a black American, natural intelligence is more intelligent than white American, naturally. But collectively,
That's not true.
They have more collective intelligence, meaning that
It's 100% true.
Exactly.
You know the problem. You know why you don't think it's true? Because you believe white people are superior and white people have lives.
No, they are superior.
White people are just organized. That's what it is.
Bro, Every year they celebrate Christopher Columbus, who discovered America. Do you believe that to be true, or is that some made up bullshit that they just tell their kids to believe in?
What do you mean it's made up? Of course, how could you
Did he discover America?
How could you discover something when somebody's already there?
Oh, I thought they were intelligent. That's crazy.
They are intelligent. They're more intelligent. They're more intelligent
That
than us.
doesn't sound so intelligent to me.
They're the ones running this country right now. We're in it. We have no say so. So who's not?
Yeah, but hold on, Kyler, hold on. But Kyler, the facts is the culture is a creolized culture. If you compare what Europe was to what Europe is today, they had to take elements from the quote unquote new world and old world to make what Europe is today.
Yeah,
So
Europeans,
to
they
say
went around
that,
the world to collect knowledge from everybody, and they put it
exactly.
together.
That's
And that's what I
exactly.
mean by they are organized. That's what gives them the advantage over everybody. They are better organized.
Even hold on. Even to my point, they took the agricultural knowledge from different tribes and regions. They took medicines from different tribes and regions in Africa, different spices. Even when the guy was talking about
They even go as far as studying animals.
They did all of that.
The cola nut comes from Africa. The guy was talking about Coca-Cola earlier.
Well, hold on, let me ask you a question.
That's an example
Well,
of a creolized culture.
Hold on, you got black people all over the world. How come the black race hasn't come together and built one state that's equal?
Well, that's what we're telling
You know
you.
what?
That goes back to what Mike said. Organization.
Hold on, Mike. Mike, you're right. Mike, you're very right. Kyla, can you explain to me why the East Europeans can't do what the West Europeans have done?
I have no idea.
They're white too.
I have no idea.
Because the West Europeans are better organized.
When we talk about white,
white people just ain't superior. It's certain white people.
Oh, you're talking about the European maritime nation, imperial maritime nations. You know, that's what you're talking about. You're not talking about Eastern Europe. You're talking about when you say white country, Western countries. What about what you don't say white? You say West. The West is France, Spain, Portugal, Germany, the Netherlands, Belgium, England. That's the West, you know, and just happened to be
leaving out other countries, though.
Well, that's no. When I say the
apparently
West,
ain't shit either.
Who?
And
they're in the West. They're in Western Europe.
What?
And the Scandinavian countries too.
Yeah, but the whole
when you naming them on purpose.
Norway, Sweden, all that stuff like that. But I'm saying is this: those countries in Western Europe, that's why it's all Western Europe, right? Other than that, then when you talk about Eastern Europe, Bavaria, and all these other places like that, Bulgaria. That's not freaking Europe, you know.
Guys, I really want to follow up with Mike regarding what he said about his people, because he wasn't speaking for the whole of Nigeria. He was speaking specifically to his people. Wait, come on, let me finish, man.
What he said was dumb.
So Mike, the view.
What
So
he
the
said was
view
worse
that
than what Carla
let
was
me
doing.
finish. Wait. So the view that you hold, is it
Nigerians, man.
Is it representative?
Man, let Zongo finish.
Is it like representative of like
Those people are
some
something
of your people, or just like you know, are the one holding that view? Is it like something that majority of your people, I don't mean like, you know, the Yoruba people hold, or it's just a Mike point of view based on, you know, analyzing the historical past?
Hold on, say it again. I want to be clear what you said.
I'm saying like what you said about, you know, the cultural exchange, like there was no, I mean, you didn't see anything wrong with colonization to your people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is the view widely held by your people?
Is the views expressed by Mike Olawale?
Yeah. First of all, if you go to inner Yoruba land, most people didn't even know colonization existed, ever happened, because during that so-called colonial period, 93% of my people didn't even see a white man face to face.
No, I'm talking about like the ones that know, like, do they hold the same view too?
No. What happens is a lot of Nigerians today, most of them just grew up around other people.
No, you can't just say Nigerians.
Calm down. A lot of them.
You gotta say the Yoruba people, because you say like your people, so that's what you're referring
No.
to.
What I'm saying is, like, for example, let's say a Nigerian that's grown up here now, and his entire life, all he hears is information from you guys or from everybody. Oh, colonization happened in Africa. And they begin to believe that, for example, something that happened in somewhere in Kenya where a white man did something terrible, and he's going to consume it because people generally generalize Africa. He's going to consume it.
But I'm talking about.
Calm down. He's going to consume it as something happened to him.
Nah, you need to calm down with that.
No, we're not talking about the average. We're talking about the intelligentsia among your people. Like, do they hold the same view?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
African guys don't believe you.
Maybe one or two
African
people
guys
may be
say
confused,
you're
but
crazy,
No,
man.
but no, he's
Hey,
but he's not speaking.
Mike, I got a
in Europe,
question. I got a
No,
question
let
too,
me
Mike.
finish.
we still have good
Jonathan,
relationship with the British, man. With the,
no, Jonathan, let
When
me
you done,
finish, man.
Zongo.
Let me finish. He's not asking for whole. He's speaking for his people, not Nigeria.
African goddess is an Igbo.
What I'm saying is that the cultural exchange that you made mention of. So in the case of religious transfer, like they brought Christianity to your people, the language, the English that you speak, and the whole political system. It's not really the traditional like system. Like you don't see that as they gave you more and you take like and you give them less because we don't see what you guys taught them in their world because it's not
no.
really prevalent.
The British will tell you that they learn a lot of something called metaphysics, knowledge.
But I mean, come on, like, because even now, you even
My
speaking
phone went off. My phone went off for a second. So what I can say is, yeah, anyone that knows
because it's rare that you see an average British person using your people's names, but you do see a lot.
No. Hold on. There are a lot of British people that practice my Yoruba religion. A lot of British people. In fact, one of the British general, I don't know if it was general during the World War, right? They usually were using our divination system and our spiritual system against the Germans during the war. And they wrote about it. It's not me making it up. It's something they wrote about it. Even one of the German general himself, was doing our, our spiritual system, our system to actually hack information, to know things happening there, to the point where he saw the attack, the collapse of Germany, where he literally went to England to surrender that, because he saw it, So
Yeah, but
they
I'm talking
came and
about.
learned a lot from us, and
I'm
they
talking
could use
about
it to their advantage.
No, I'm talking about the extent of the exchange because she's talking about cultural exchange. So
Well, I can say we got more. In fact, I can say,
so is it fair to say like you got to you?
To me, I can say we got more. To be honest.
Okay, I think that's.
So that's what I mean. That colonization is not bad. They got a lot. They got from.
Wait. You said the Yorubas got more from the exchange from the trade.
Of course, because they speak the
we
English
got
language.
more from them. Yeah.
We speak the white man's language, the political structure,
Exactly.
everything
So,
like the white man.
Hold on. Let me say this.
Jesus Christ,
it's an advantage that we speak English because first of all, I won't be able to engage. The English is the most spoken language in the world. If I didn't speak English, I won't be able to really what's the word? Play. Have a larger word to play to do my trade and everything. So the English language is very beneficial to me. So it doesn't mean I don't speak my own language anymore. Of course, my first language is not English. My first language is Yoruba.
African.
My first language. In fact, right now I'm learning Mandarin. Calm down, dude. I'm learning Mandarin right now. It doesn't mean the Chinese man now is benefits.
Yeah, but I mean, they say he's speaking for his people though, so you don't have to.
No. You got to
understand. Where's Carla? When you talk shit about Dahomey, when people talk shit about Dahomey, this is why I always defend Dahomey. This is the people who was fighting the people from Dahomey, that the different tribes that came together that created Dahomey, because the Oyo people was invading us. These people was aligned with the whites. They were similar to us, but they were aligned with the whites. They were selling Nago, they were selling Dahomey, they were selling us. So we stood up and we fought, but they demonized us in the media, right?
How are you going to sit here and defend the British Empire? Come on, Mike.
Who's defending who?
I'm not defending anybody. You just said it.
Okay, tell me what I said is defending the British Empire. Tell me.
Colonialism is a form of the British Empire in Africa.
I didn't say. I said my people. I didn't say these people are African.
Your people ain't
Wait. Hold on a second.
People don't have those.
Louis, didn't Mansa Musa colonize other parts of Africa?
Come on, man. Man, typical stupid
Nigerians, man. Is that Louis or who's that?
Ain't no but did he do it or not?
Up in the head, man. I swear
Who's that? Who's that talking, by the way?
That's Ahmed.
Ahmed
Just be saying shit. Don't mind Ahmed.
Okay, Ahmed. If you hear me correctly, I'm not speaking for the whole Africa. We are not one people. Africans, we are different people with different experiences. Your colonization may be bad. Maybe yours is bad. I won't sit here and tell you that your colonization was good. I won't say that. Yours was bad. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know your story.
You
I'm telling you that mine is different from yours.
You are defending the British Empire.
I didn't
No,
defend.
but
What are you defending here?
he's looking at the negatives in a positive light. As
Are you kidding me?
So I mean,
Ahmed, he's being objective.
Let him explain to me what I'm saying. What I said is defending the British Empire.
That's how his people look at it from his point of view. I mean,
No,
he's talking from his perspective.
That's why I'm coming here having conversation.
Because you know why?
He's coming from emotional.
His tribe was aligned with. He was hold on. His tribe was aligned though.
That's why he's saying that.
Can you
so
hold on. But I meant some of your people was also aligned with the Europeans. You were Fula. Sir Fula was.
That's why I said
calm down. Dude, let's have a structural conversation.
Reason.
Let's stop talking all over the place. Let's have structural conversation. Calm down. Let the guy explain to me what I said. That's defending the British Empire.
Okay, you understand, right? When the British come like any place, everywhere, right? You know what I'm saying? Like they go somewhere and take shit and do whatever the fuck they want, right? Or they separate tribes, whatever, right? Whatever they do, right? They do it for honor the king or the queen of England during that time.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yeah.
So when they defeat your neighbors, they do it for the honor of the king or the queen of England.
They defeat
just because they didn't defeat your people, the way they defeat other people, doesn't mean your people are not being affected. You understand?
Okay, tell me how we're affected.
Okay, let's say you have 3 tribes, right? Or 4 tribes, right? You know what I'm trying to say, right? They
have
the British Empire.
Tribes where?
Let's just say in a small country, let's just say down in the ocean, right? Atlantic Ocean, right? The British Empire came through, right?
The first tribe talk about Yoruba only.
The first tribe they run into was the Hausa, right? You know what I'm trying to say?
No, speaking about Yoruba, man. He's speaking about Yoruba people.
And that's my problem with having conversation.
Missing the whole point.
Like
he's an African guy, man. He's from I think Guinea.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When I say black, I'm not talking about black American. I'm just saying black man in general. I mean, we all reason the same way.
You're missing the point. Africa has different kings, right?
Speak about Yoruba only.
Exactly.
He's a Yoruba man.
What he's saying doesn't make no
a Yoruba person is only supposed to care about their Yoruba self back in those days. But they wasn't responsible for all Africa.
If I
wait,
I asked him a question and see how he answered the question. I asked him to explain to me how I defended the British Empire.
He answered your question with saying Fulani first. Fulani got to do with Yoruba.
And how did I defend the British against the Fulani? Did I defend the British against anybody?
You're thinking about 2025.
I only spoke about my own people, and he's telling me that I'm defending British Empire.
He's thinking very small. In all
fairness, right? So
how do you think the British Empire people?
Listen, if the British do something bad to you, that's between you and the British. It's none of my business.
Wait, let me finish this point.
The Yorubas did not benefit from the slave trade, bro. I'm trying. Trust me, all colonization. That's a fact. Yoruba people, the oil empire did not benefit from the colonization of the.
They benefited from it. They benefited from the.
No, they did not, man.
That
is just asinine.
They were at war with the Fulanis at that time period. That's why I'm mad. They Fulanis got their ass whooped.
Oh man, we don't want to go through this conversation.
And I'm going mad.
I would say this: what the British did in Africa to many Africans was bad, was barbaric. I condemn it. I'll join you in doing something bad to them if I have the power to. But if you're talking about me, in my story, my history, my storyline, bro, the British never took anything. They didn't really.
Yeah, but Mike,
they
what I'm
take
saying,
from me, I took from them, and I took more from them.
Right.
Yeah, but Mike,
he's right.
Wait.
Africa, we're not one people. Let's stop this African kumbaya shit. We can get there one day, but we're not there yet.
You hear
we can become one day, but we haven't got there.
Never gonna get there, Mike. Never gonna get there. Let's be realistic.
Maybe when we get there, we can start talking all these one. We're not there. We're never there. We haven't been there. We've never been there throughout history.
Wait. Let me.
No,
so Mike,
this is bullshit.
Let me finish. So Mike, in retrospect,
you worse than color.
Maybe at that time, your people kind of saw that.
Color.
So that
Mike, wait. Maybe at that particular time, when you guys were interacting with the British, you saw it as a mutual cultural exchange, right? But in retrospect,
that was the negotiation what the British had with us.
Yeah. But now, in retrospect, right now in this current time, looking into the past and looking both sides of the situation, do you see that the British in actuality really exploited your people? Now, maybe in the past, your people saw it as a trade.
What I can say,
he's making money.
Okay, hold on.
He's making money.
mean,
if you
let me
go
finish.
go study Nigerian history.
No. I'm talking about now, like you.
Yeah, I'm looking. That's what I'm saying. If you
He's
look
gonna
back,
say no because you know what? He's making
can we
money.
talk one at a
He has
time?
a big house in Nigeria.
Dude, can we talk one at a time, please? Can we have a conversation as structured rather than just
Stop
blah
pocket
blah blah
watching.
blah
I'm
blah,
mad.
just blah 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 all over the place. Let's stick to one point at a time, right? Instead of just being emotional. Calm down. So Zongo, you asked me a question. He said, if I look back, right, Zongo,
Yeah.
do I see that? Can you?
I mean, at the time, you guys saw it as a mutual cultural exchange, right?
Yeah.
But now, in retrospect, in the current time, if you look back, did you see that? It looks like those people really took advantage of our rather when we actually saw it that as an equal cultural exchange. Like,
Okay.
it's just like a fairness assessment to conclude that way, you know?
Yeah. What I can say is,
Because you have to
when I
account
look,
like
hold on now. You
the
want me to answer your
resources.
question?
No, I'm saying like I'm saying account like the resources that they also came and took and everything.
And I'm going to that too. The resources.
Okay.
That's why I was trying to tell you that if you look at Nigerian history at that time, where the British were getting the resources from, the minerals out of Nigeria, was not Yoruba land. It was placed Plateau, and then they were getting coal from Enugu. So there's no part of Yoruba land where they took anything.
Exactly.
There was no part of Yoruba. So what I'm telling you is, if I look back, calm down.
Because the British Empire wasn't about
calm down. Nobody's defending
Let him finish.
We know
I
how
bet
The
let him finish.
Yorubas were conducting business, bro.
Dude, can you?
I
This guy
bet let
doesn't
him
allow
finish.
people to stop being
Man,
emotional.
have you having a large
Zongo,
picture?
let me finish answering your question. Yes, when I look back, what the British negotiated, they had ulterior motives, right? What they came to do on the continent was different from what they were negotiating with the kingdoms. And I told you that one area where I can say they got Yoruba people was that they didn't tell us they were going to create a country called Nigeria. The agreement was, hey, this kingdom is going to be introduced to the wider world order like we have today, right? This UN, this old trade, because Eurasia, Asia, and Europe, they're already trading, they're already sharing knowledge, and help them to advance technologically and evolve faster. Because Africa was kind of isolated. Africa and South America, the two and the Americas were kind of two continents was isolated for a long time. But Europe and Asia were already doing a lot of trades, information, the knowledge sharing, and everything for a long time. That's why when the Europeans came to South America, the Americas, the Native America was still kind of back behind the Asia and the Europe. And when it came to Africa as well, so we were kind of behind in terms of modern advancement. You understand? Technological. So, but we were trading with them. But when we were more interested in being part of, in fact, our people were already even going there, coming back. If you look at they had like the Dominican had an embassy in Portugal back then. I'm not lying, go look it up. Dominican had an embassy in Portugal. Even the
That's true.
Yeah, hold on, calm down, dude. Let's talk. So we are already aware of their civilization because we're trading, but we wanted to be part of the whole global order that's going on and become, because it's advantageous. Just like today, if a country is isolated, they want to be part of the world. Iran is begging to be part of the world community, global community, right? Because it's beneficial. You can get knowledge and things like that. So the British had a discussion. There was a discussion they had with the empires in Yoruba land. So we like, okay, let's do that. But they say, okay, well, we're going to build schools here. We're going to have your people come to our land and get educated into our universities and things like that. And that's exactly what was going on. A lot of Yorubas were taken to England to go to school and things like that. But they were also doing it with other kingdoms within Nigeria. But they had other ulterior motive where they were trying to create a bigger country, right? But we didn't know that. So at the end of the day, what I can say was bad out of it was that Nigeria was created, and then when they left, they just ended this new concept called Nigeria. So some group of elites, and then Yoruba people, we are stuck in Nigeria, but we are playing our politics in Nigeria. And if you ask any Nigerian, the Yoruba land is the most prosperous part of Nigeria because we still winning even within Nigeria.
Okay. Let me say something.
And the resources that Yorubas are benefiting in Nigeria, most of it come from other tribes, particularly Niger Delta. So we're not losing. As a Yoruba person, I haven't lost anything.
You tell the truth.
Okay. Let me say something. Because this man spoke for at least 2 minutes. Okay, in Sierra Leone, right? you had the British when they came, right? From my understanding, I'm not too deep within the history of it, right? But the side effect is still going on in Sierra Leone as we speak currently, right? It's kind of similar to what he's saying about Nigeria. So when the British
He's
Empire
still
came,
speaking for
right?
I didn't speak
Nigeria.
about Nigeria. I spoke about
No,
Yoruba.
I'm saying
He's
I'm
talking about
connecting it to
Yoruba,
what
man.
he's
He's still
saying.
speaking about Nigeria.
I'm connecting it to what he's saying.
Okay, go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It could be related
Yeah,
as well.
yeah, but don't say
He's missing a
Nigeria because
point.
he's not speaking about Nigeria. He's speaking
I
about
understand,
Yoruba.
but he's missing a point because every country could be related to what the British Empire did, especially in West Africa. It's not just because he come from the Yoruba land. The British Empire, their number one reasons was extracting wealth out of Africa.
That's everybody's interest.
Yeah, but the issue is that
That's every
Can I say
empire's
something?
interest to extract wealth from other people.
Yeah,
Can I say something?
What are you talking about?
Let me
No, no,
finish.
but
Let me finish.
He's saying his people says they don't see that. What is your issue with that?
Let me
What I'm
finish.
saying is
Right?
at the end of the day, the British
Okay.
did not scam my people.
Yo, Mike, Mike, let him answer. Let him answer. Let him answer. Cause let him answer. I mean, go ahead, man.
Their number one purpose was about extracting wealth under their own control, their own demand. Think about that now. In Sierra Leone, right? You got the corner people, right? That's where the wealth was while the British Empire came, right? They stayed there. They did everything they're supposed to, right? They extract all the wealth and took it to England, right? What they did was they made sure they fell in love with those people that was from Kono in Sierra Leone, right? And then they used their wealth and they took it back to England.
Okay.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Okay, bad for them.
They didn't attack.
Yeah, but I mean, what
does
he's
that have to
saying?
do with me? What does that have to do with me?
Yeah, but I mean,
hold on. Can I say something?
Go ahead, Princip. Go ahead, Princip.
What does the issue between British and colonial people have to do with me?
Just because they didn't attack your side. What I'm trying to say is, right, in Sierra Leone, they didn't attack some other ethnic people. They just let them do their thing. You understand?
Yeah, they got the people where the British are bad.
Was,
I'm not saying they're good, but I'm telling you that, well, everybody is bad. If I have the opportunity, listen, if I have the opportunity to exploit England, I'll do it. I'm in America. I'm taking advantage of opportunities here. Even FBAs are crying that I'm taking their shit. You know, if you get opportunity to take something, you take
been
it.
in America for years. They don't want to allow other people to come in and take their shit.
Hold on.
Yeah, but Mike,
listen, there's some Nigerians that are scamming white people, you know. So listen, human beings are looking for a way to survive. Even animals they will hunt they will take each other's meal. That's nature. So this idea of crying victim is not the way forward. The way forward is to speak.
Nobody's not crying victim. I'm
they
not saying
did something bad.
victim.
Yeah, good. Nobody's telling
Yeah,
anybody's
but I mean, do you live in? Have you lived in Africa before? Because generally, Africa, when somebody is speaking about this group, man, you know,
Africans are even robbing each other. African kingdoms to take advantage of other kingdoms. We're doing it for hundreds of thousands.
Because he's speaking about his group. That this is how they felt, right?
Can I ask Mike a question?
You know? That's all.
I get. Hold on.
Yeah, Mike. Can I ask Mike a question?
Go ahead, John. Let John ask the question.
Yeah. So, like, I'm still trying to figure out. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, right? So, how exactly did the Yoruba people benefit from the colonization? And I want you to point to me, like, somewhere socially, politically, culturally, economically within your people, within your society, Yoruba land society. Where exactly did they benefit from the colonization or the trade amongst between the Yoruba people and British?
I mean, language.
Because they were just the middleman. That's all it was. The British people used them as the
asked me a
middleman.
question. Can I answer?
That's all it was. He's trying to put it as if it's like a 50-50. The British didn't give a fuck about your people. They didn't give a fuck about your people, man.
Yeah, but brother, I want to hear Mike respond to my question.
Do you think the Yoruba people give a fuck about the British?
No, but you saying it as if the British people was trying to empower the Yorubas.
I didn't say that.
No, he never said that. He's not saying that. Ahmed, he never said that. He talking like Ahmed, hold on.
People were just the middleman of this.
That may be true, but hold on. Ahmed, but
your head, man. Typical Nigerians, man.
He's just listening.
It's not. Ahmed, you gotta realize too that pre 1960s, pre Berlin Conference, there was treaties that were written, and some of these treaties, the tribes that they were partnered with had a lot of power, and some of the promises that they wrote in these treaties was like almost like a partnership, like they're a shared
Man, Prince
kingdom,
of Pete.
Yeah.
Prince of
Most
Pete.
many
I
right? So
always tell
what
many
he's
people,
saying is
kingdoms
not
in
far
I
Africa
always
fetched.
say about
He's not
was
saying
a
far fetched stuff.
I
So
always
All
say
right,
so
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 black
Mike,
you
folks
yeah,
are
Mike, but I
very
want you to answer my
simple.
question, Mike, because when I look at the trade between the Yoruba people and the British people, right, I
Mhm.
see I mean, I don't really see any benefit that the Yoruba people got. I mean,
Okay. Do you want me to
I
tell
see
you?
that. Hold on, I see that the traditional systems were undermined. I see that you know there was economic exploitation, cultural loss. You have a lot of Yorubas that they're
Became
Christians.
Christian.
They're not even, yeah, they're
Look up a song.
Christians.
He's
I
a
also see like there's some. Yeah, I mean,
And
like
also like
can you address those things?
part of
Do you
them are
want me to
also
answer your
uh,
question?
Yeah, no,
part
I
of them
want.
are
Yeah, I
also
want me to answer your question because I have, and I've told you this before. I have an aunt, right, on my father's side that teaches Yoruba spirituality, and she says when she goes to Yoruba land, the people don't even subscribe to it. They say they don't. They think that Christianity is better. So I think that's a form of
because it's the fear of the
the.
people. That's how Africa is. This man
Listen,
coming
Yeah,
up
but
here
I
and
want
trying to
Mike to
like
respond to it though.
kiss a
the
Ahmed,
British,
calm down. Ahmed.
God damn
listen,
it, man.
listen.
Some of these Nigerians,
And
man.
Mike, can
God,
I add
God.
one point too? And Mike, you keep
Ahmed,
saying Yoruba,
I
Yoruba,
mean, you
Yoruba.
guys are just talking. God, Lord, man.
Mike,
How many questions? You gonna ask me another question, or you
all
want?
right, go
Okay,
ahead,
go
go
ahead,
ahead.
and ask
Now,
your
I'm
question.
gonna
Ahmed,
answer John question. Answer John question. I'll ask you after.
Okay, now you're saying we didn't benefit anything, and then you started
No,
mentioning
I'm not saying
that.
that you didn't benefit. I'm just trying to figure out your position. Like I don't see the benefit, but you say you see the benefit. But I want you
no,
to.
no, 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 Ja, there's benefit, man. Like not just only them. Like I mean,
I mean the
the
English, right?
language,
Ja,
And
Omala,
then
there
the
were
Christianity, and then with
there were
Christianity is a
different
benefit as
tribes
well.
that benefited
Omala,
from the
hold up,
British and the French. Not
hold up, hold up.
majority didn't, obviously, but there were tribes that benefited.
But
That's-
I don't see it,
It's
bro.
okay.
I don't see it. I
Okay.
don't see it.
That's like saying
That's
that
what I can
there
say.
were people in America that were enslaved, and some very few slave masters were not as wicked as the majority. It's true.
I
Uh,
Now, I
believe.
wouldn't say that we benefit from slavery. I ain't going that far.
Okay,
But I'll put a bullet in my head
okay.
before I say that.
Let me say
But
this.
But
at the
go
end
ahead,
of the
Mike.
day,
Man, let me say
understand
this.
Mike's position.
Ahmed,
Let me
let
say
Mike
this, right?
respond. Let Mike
He's
respond.
a
yeah,
he's a Yuba man, right? Since he
Go ahead.
was since he wants to talk about, this and that, right? There's a song, ITT, um, International Thief, right? By
like
his
Fela
people,
Kuti, right?
right? Falat. Falat says when he went to England, right? He what was it? Like they thought he was a monkey, that he actually had a tail.
Okay.
Think about it though.
So the point you're
You a
making is
pig.
the British don't like you. That's what you're telling me.
You miss but you a pig saying it was equal, it was a good thing. It was this and that.
So because they call you monkey in England, it means our trade.
No. They
What
thought
the heck are
he
you
was a
talking
There's
about?
monkey.
no hope,
They've
man.
been
That's what
they've
they
been
got.
even
There's no hope.
investigating him.
No,
Acting he
there's
had a
hope
tail.
now. Wait a minute
No,
now.
but
Y'all not about to do Mike like this, okay? There
I'm
were
telling
white
you,
people that loved
man.
black people.
No.
All right,
It's
what's
not.
that one white guy that slaughtered white people? John Brown, I think it was.
You
There
see the
were
problem.
white
Let me tell you something,
people.
Jonathan. You see the problem with black man is this: black man is expecting that somebody's supposed to love him, like, because someone doesn't love him, it means that's what the problem is. You're oppressing him. Oh, he's taking advantage of him. No one love anybody. The white men don't love no one in this life. The king don't love another kingdom.
You see,
People go after people for their interest. They engage each other for
of course we know
Hey,
that.
Mike. The white people don't even
the
love each
Russians and the
other.
Chinese right now, they do body right now because they both know that hey,
Yeah,
we
but
got to
Mike,
like each other.
the point is saying that when his people come to your people's land, the treatment he get is not the same thing your people get when they go to his land. So there's a disparity over there. You know.
Exactly.
No. First of all, hold on, calm down now. When if a white man, right, white man that come to place this idea of when white man come to Africa, we treat them nice, and we go to Europe, they treat them like monkeys. First of all, a white man that usually come to Africa, he comes with money. So he shows up, he's usually doing something, has money, right? So anywhere you show up with money, people have no reason to see you as a monkey. But average black man that goes to Europe is going there looking for opportunity. People gonna see you as a monkey. Even in Africa, if you're broke,
No,
you get around people,
you
they
see,
see you as a monkey. Now, let me tell you something. If white men start coming
it's
to
not.
Africa, calm down, let me land, dude. If bunch of poor hillbillies or poor broke ass white men from anywhere in the world start coming to Africa broke, looking for opportunity, begging black men for job
People
over there.
come to
Hold on,
Africa.
calm
You
down.
got
Let me
$2 in
finish.
the
Let
bank
me
with their
finish, dude.
euro.
Let me learn. Start
Exactly.
constituting new time where people look at them and like, these guys are here from nowhere, have nothing to offer. They're here looking for jobs, looking begging. No one's gonna see them as, hey, not white man.
Oh, really? Oh,
See them
really?
as monkeys.
You know how many white men go to Africa and get lucrative business deals because people think,
Yeah, man. Yeah,
But that's
they go there
different.
like
They didn't show
In
up
the
just
song, Mike.
begging
In
people
the
for job on
song,
the
Mike.
streets.
You know how you go to the hospital, right? Like you do a physical, right? And everything, right? In the
But
song.
even Fala wasn't looking
Well,
for
well,
he didn't
well,
come
well.
in.
In the
To
song,
be
Fala
fair, to Mike,
Yeah.
are
Fala
there
says
Asian countries that
it was
benefited from colonization? Lie and say they ain't.
in the
Oh,
song, right? Fala says they asked him, "Where's your tail?" They kept on investigating him. It wasn't like somebody just called
Dude,
you
the
a monkey
argument
on
you're
the street. No,
presenting
no,
as
no, no,
white
no.
man.
He went to the
Hold
hospital.
I meant the argument you're presenting
Hold
is
on,
that
stop
white men don't
it,
like black
man.
men.
Even
No one is
the
arguing that.
greatest Yoruba man,
Nobody's
Fala. Even the
listen.
greatest Yoruba man, Fala, has songs bashing the British Empire. You up here
Okay,
kissing the white
fine.
man ass because you got
yeah,
money.
but
That's you, man. That's you, Mike. Typical
No, hold
fucking
on,
Nigerians, man. Typical fucking
Ahmed,
Nigerians.
you're
hold on.
missing the point here.
You're missing the point.
You missing
He's
the
not.
point.
He's
You're not
not saying that
saying
he is a good thing or a bad thing. He's saying that, especially pre 1860s, right? There were the umbrella concept that the West
He's
is
a
selling
Yoruba man.
is not the
He
This
knows
case.
is
who's
what
Fala.
Ahmed is doing here.
He's a
Hold
Yoruba
on,
man. He
Ahmed.
knows who's Fala.
Hold on. The pre 1960s. Oh, they just traded mirrors and umbrellas. That was false. These guys promised them like partnerships. They
That's what I'm
promised them a
talking
whole bunch
about.
of shit.
That's
No, no, no.
exactly
But
what I'm
you,
talking about. Fala
but
went to
you,
school in England. Fala went
but
to
you have
school
to
in
understand.
England.
yeah,
He went to
But
school in England.
Ahmed, you
You
have
don't
to understand
understand,
that.
SMP. Fala
Yeah.
went to school in England.
Ahmed,
No, but
Ahmed.
he's
That's the
talking from
same
the
time he's
perspective of his
talking about.
kingdom, like right,
Oh
like if you
shit.
look
That's
at
exactly.
Can you guys speak
if you
one
look
at a
at
time
Moreover,
instead of talking blah 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 all over the place?
hold on, I meant if you look at Yoruba, right? Yoruba used to be different groups of people. Like even some of my lineages, like Nago is a part of Yoruba. There was a separate entity under Yoruba,
listen
right?
to me.
So the
If you
European assisted the Oyo people in unite. Like certain Yoruba are Muslims, certain Yoruba was like this group and that group, and this there was like divided. So
No.
under
Hold on.
with the white man assistance,
Priest,
they
you're not
helped
talking to the
united.
point. Priest, calm down.
Go ahead.
Calm down. Hey, Ahmed, let's make one thing clear. I'm not here telling you that I like white men. I don't like anybody. I'm not here telling you I like white men. I like
I'm not
British.
saying for you to hate
Hold
white
on.
people.
Calm
That's not what I'm saying.
Calm down,
We are
dude. Calm
judging the
down.
empire.
You
We
are
judging the
presenting
British
a whole
Empire.
different argument here.
Yeah, but you're judging the empire in relation to his people, not the entirety of
That's
the
exactly what I'm
context.
trying to say. He's a Yoruba man. I'm giving him examples.
But do you understand the history of his people?
Let me just make something clear to him, man. Tango, give me 1 second. Hey, Ahmed, I'm not here telling you that the British had good intention, or the British are people I like, or the British are people that came to do good things, or people that I don't wish that if I have opportunity to take advantage of them, I won't do it, or I don't wish black to do something, retaliate or revenge. That's not what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is that when they came, with all their whatever intention they had, at the end of the day, my people had a better deal out of them. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
Because your
saying.
people was just the middleman. That's all it was.
My people, not your people, not the whole continent.
Just say exactly what it was. When you invade a place, right?
They didn't invade me.
You gotta have a middleman. You have to have a middleman.
Who cares? Ahmed, at the end of the day, Mike has explained to you how his people benefited, and he gave you the facts to back it up. At the end of the day, what we are learning, Ahmed, is this very mentality that you have after Mike has explained his shit. We see that the majority of Africans think the same way about Paul Kagame. He's in a winning situation. Exactly. You see the mindset that you got. Paul Kagame's in a winning situation, making deals with all of these countries, and y'all want him to be Troy for no goddamn reason.
Okay, let's just stick to Nigeria, right?
Kagame took advantage of Congo to help his country. Right?
Man, let's just stick to Nigeria, right?
And they mad because they want him to be like, no, we're all one African people. No, he's an intelligent person. He's fucking responsible for Rwanda. To hell with the Congo. Shout out to Paul Kagame.
Jonathan is, but hold on. But we're supposed to learn from the mistakes of the past.
No.
you just support autonomy is
Princip. At the
treacherous.
end of the day, if Black Americans were in a position to win in a situation, be like, fuck the other people, fuck them.
Yeah,
Jonathan,
guys,
Man, we ain't doing the big
Jonathan.
gigantic
I feel like
Negro
you
no
guys
more.
keep rambling
One
and
day,
Mike didn't
yeah,
even answer my questions.
no,
That's
Ahmed, wait,
what I
Ahmed,
was
wait.
saying on Dynasty
one
Show
day,
today.
right?
No,
I was
I
talking to my
Ahmed,
father.
wait.
don't shits about
Ahmed, wait,
what
wait, wait,
Africans
wait, wait,
think
wait.
anymore. You know, I'm like,
Scholar,
Ahmed,
they want to be one big gigantic Negro until they're in a
Ahmed,
position to win.
it's only when they benefit.
Ahmed, wait. We want you, Ahmed. I
Africans
want
tell us how
Mike
we ain't
to
all
really.
stuff like this. Now when everybody's talking about Traore, now all of a sudden we're all Africans all of a sudden.
He's
Yeah,
typical. Mike is typical.
man,
Mike is just like Elvis.
man, come on, man.
Mike is
Ahmed,
just like
relax, man.
Chico.
Come on.
Based on
These
what?
guys
What
are
is your
typical.
issue with me? Can you
They
tell
have
me, please?
money. They have money in America. They have a house. They have.
So I'm supposed to be. I'm
$900
supposed
per
to.
home.
They don't have
They're
money,
typical,
man.
man. He's just like
Yeah,
Elvis.
but
He's just like Chuku.
well, Ahmed, why you
Hey,
thinking?
I feel like Ahmed is being a little bit
Mike is
emotional.
typical.
Yeah,
That's,
man.
Hey,
that's why
Ahmed.
Africa cannot develop because everybody's just
Man,
You know what the problem
Okay,
is, right?
hold
The Japanese learned a long
on.
time ago to work with the devils. They have
wait.
benefited by working with the devil. Sometimes you got to work with the devil.
Wait. So, Mike,
It is what it is.
John made a very good statement, right? Because
Jonathan,
because you
my
said,
father told me something.
man,
I
I mean,
spoke to
calm
him.
down, man, calm down. 1 point.
Your father's from Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is a turmoil. Don't follow that advice.
Jonathan,
Go
wait.
ahead,
So,
Zongo.
He sound
because,
like I disagree with what he says, but I have to respect it. I'm trying
Okay,
to.
but you're being a little bit emotional, Ahmed. You just gotta ask questions
No,
and then just
because
keep it
man, at the
moving,
end of the
man.
day, man, when you have somebody
I
praising
mean, me and you were
the
not
British
related, so I
Empire,
don't really have to care about
Yeah.
praising the British Empire.
oh man, come on.
When did I
Okay,
praise the British
we get
Empire?
that.
When did I
Ahmed, we
praise
get
the
that.
British
Zongo, go
Empire?
ahead, Zongo. Zongo, go ahead.
I got a question. Ahmed, do you learn from the British Empire?
Of
Have you
course, I
learned
learned.
anything
I
from them?
Was the
respect
one,
them.
man, Jonathan. I'm the one asking the question. Come on, man,
You got to
calm
Hey,
down.
stay.
wait,
Zongo, go ahead, man.
hey, was this J dude the same dude that was defending Martin Luther King earlier?
Hell
Man,
yeah, I defend Martin Luther King, nigga.
Well,
That's my
yeah,
ethnic
that's what
group.
I'm talking about. You was straight coon, bro. You bitch made, bro. Stop, bro.
Hey,
Like
bro,
you,
Yo, yo.
you won't even leave. You won't even leave America. You too bitch
bro,
made for me to even talk
what
to
are
you.
you
No,
talking
at the
about,
end
bro?
of at the
Hold
end of
on,
the
let's not
day,
switch
You
the
was a straight
conversation
at the
up.
hoe.
end of
Let's
the
Zongo.
day, brother,
You was a
you
straight
have
hoe.
to.
You love a white man and you're raising level,
You a
bro. That's
dummy.
all
You a
it is,
dummy.
bro.
You a dummy. At the end of the day,
You think you think you on equal
one
footing, bro. You
thing
not on equal footing with them.
Mike
Your ass is
has
an
said.
idiot, bro.
Dumbass. You're not on footing with them at all. Not, fuck equal footing. Can you get a toe in, nigga?
You not either. The fuck? If I'm not, you
Mike
not. You
has
goofy.
explained that if you're going to be in the game, motherfucker, you gotta
Bro,
make
you not
deals
in the
with people.
game. You not in the
If
game. That's the thing, bro. You not in that
that's the
damn game.
that's
You
the
nigga.
you know what's funny? You know what's funny about this, right? The Japanese wasn't in the game either. And then when they
Man, the
dealt deals
Japanese
with
been
the
in the
people,
game when the
wait.
European
No.
came over. I'm
They
not conceding to no bitch made dude. When
Kala,
the
I need
Japanese
you
came
to
over,
explain to
they
this dumbass
re-engineered.
person
They
how they
re-engineered.
went from samurai
They
Japanese to modern world military force
Well,
conquering and whipping French,
they did it
German
off
ass
they did it off their
Japanese.
ingenuity. They
They
did it off
made
their ingenuity.
deals.
When the Portuguese came over, they
Their
were smart enough to
ingenuity, nigga, they made deals with the West.
when the Portuguese came over, they re-engineered the rifle. When the Portuguese came over with the Africans, they took mirrors and umbrellas. Bro, get
Wait.
your goof ass out of here, bro.
You mean they
You niggas
worked
are
with the
idiots.
You mean they worked with the Portuguese?
Oh man,
They was on equal footing with them.
Dumbass.
Hey man,
They was
Gola,
on
man. Let me
equal
ask
footing
my
with them, and they
question,
wasn't.
Let Zongo
man.
answer.
Man,
They
shut up, man.
let two of them in there. It wasn't no working hand to hand. They had the upper hand. What are you talking
Man,
about?
shut
The
up, man.
Japanese had the upper hand by
Bro,
getting
yes, they
pushed
did.
around and bullied.
Quick.
Man,
They
you
didn't. What do
dumb.
you mean
Shut
getting
up.
pushed around? They were in feudal Japan, bro. What are you
Bro. The
talking about?
United States sent brigades over there, bombed this shit out of Japan, and
You
said,
like
you
who's
gonna
at night
trade
over
with us
there?
or else. Do you not know
First of all,
history, nigga?
yes, I definitely do. The only
Well,
reason
then
why they like
basically,
that,
if they
they
had the
went
upper
at
hand,
wars
they
of
can't
Russia,
get
bro.
bullied, right?
You
Apparently, they didn't
went to
have the
feudal
upper hand.
Japan, then you jumped
Jonathan,
to World War II. Your
Japan
ass
is
is
just
a
an
fucking
island.
idiot, and
That
you a
ain't World
fucking
War
fool,
II, stupid.
and you bitch made.
Japan is just an
That
That
island.
ain't
is
World
World
War
War
II.
II.
That ain't World
That
War
is
II.
World War too.
This is the problem.
If you're talking about the United States,
Mike has given y'all
you
a
a
very
fucking
good
idiot, bro. Coon
explanation,
ass niggas, man.
and based on this, because you dumbasses
aren't willing to work with white people in any kind of way. You can't even gain the
Nobody's
competitive
saying that,
advantage.
bro.
No, no,
Nobody's
no, no, no,
saying that,
no.
bro.
Shut the
You
fuck up.
kissing
You said that
their ass,
already.
bro.
If
Bitch
you
made.
don't
You
work
bitch
with the
made.
devil, you
First
can't
of all,
compete with the devil. The Chinese worked with the devil, and now they're trying to compete with the devil. You won't
Not
do
trying to
that.
compete with the
The only
devil.
thing
Nah,
that
they
really
don't.
really
We
matters
ain't.
when
Wait,
it comes to
wait,
the
hold
white
on.
man is the Japanese, them is Sabian.
Jonathan.
That's what they want.
You not the Chinese.
you
Jonathan,
have
no
you,
They're
base
from
you
Jonathan,
Japan.
we've
you
been
you
working.
fucking
Hold
goofy,
on, Jonathan.
Let me ask you this.
Jonathan, they've been working with
Hold on, real quick.
man.
Africans.
Got
Been
the
working
man.
with Martin Luther
Let me
King's
ask
Man,
you
coon
this
ass.
man,
real quick.
man,
So
man,
go.
man, be black,
Let me
Fucking
man.
ask you this
clowns,
real
man.
quick.
Oh,
That's all
Martin
these
Luther King of
hoes.
Coon, I'll lay you down in
Martin
real
Luther
life.
King's the
Hey,
coon.
guys,
Bro,
let
you
me
was a
ask
hoe. Shut your bitch ass up.
Hey,
Yeah,
look,
yeah,
look,
feel
look.
that way. I'll lay you down in real
Relax,
life. But
relax,
go ahead.
relax.
Hey,
Yeah,
let me
yeah,
ask
all
you
right.
this real quick. Let me ask you
Hey,
this.
Kala,
Ah,
hey,
calm
hey, Kala,
down, man.
Big black
Go
go
ahead,
on
man.
class as a
Let
hoe.
Zongo go. Let Zongo
It
finish
ain't
what
no
he's saying.
calm down. Coons like these motherfuckers need to be neutralized, bro. On cheese, bro. This nigga's a
hey,
bitch.
hey,
Look, look,
hey,
real
Relax.
quick,
follow, man.
real quick,
Straight
real quick.
bitch.
This dude has went off there saying white
Kala,
people are
Kala is
superior.
serious.
If they're superior, you should learn from a
Relax,
superior,
relax,
can't you?
relax.
Can I
Nonsense.
answer your
First of
question you
all,
asked me earlier?
Kala, open up your panel,
that's a
Kala.
thought
Kala, open
experiment.
up
They
your
You
not
said
panel.
they
superior
were
to me. They
superior.
superior
Now
to
you're saying
you.
they're not superior.
That's a thought experiment. I'm not serious
You
about that
went from
shit. That
saying
was a
they
thought
were
experiment to prove a
superior.
point with him. That was a
I'm dropping everybody. Okay. Bring people up one at a time, right? Who was talking first? Zongo. Let me get Zongo. He was waiting to talk, so everybody kept over talking to him. Then I'm gonna start with Ahmed, and then I'm gonna go to Principe and Mike. We'll go down the line. All right, Zongo, what was you saying?
Yeah, well, actually, well, I was just trying to like to kind of seek for more clarification for Mike. If Mike is really underestimating the extent of the impact of that so-called cultural exchange that his people had with the British.
Somehow Nigerians, for
Wait,
the
wait.
most good or bad, they think they're immune to.
No. But he's not speaking of the. He's not speaking because everybody don't think the same as him. He's just speaking
Most
for his people.
Nigerians do think like that, you
No,
know.
no, not really, not really. He's just speaking for his people. So let's just take it out. Because if you really on a continent, that's how things kind of play out. People just are pretty much occupied with their own groups, right? And I'm saying,
I
considering
think
the fact,
Africa is one big tribe. That's his problem.
and considering the fact that like now, like your people heavily impacted with Christianity, not all, like, but some of them, and a section of them too have been carved out and formed with the Benin Republic, and they they have to deal with a whole different political structure in the whole country. They can really claim nationality. Are you underestimating the role of that unequal exchange between your people and British, like considering like the ramification or the consequences of that extra exchange program between the British and your people?
Okay, that's a good question. Now, let me answer it one by one. One you mentioned is, I guess, the Nigeria itself states and how somehow it might have impacted the nation of my people. Now, if you understand something, yeah, I said it earlier. I said one thing we got bad was that we didn't know the British was setting us up to be I guess a new uh situation of the new country we call Nigeria,
You
where
didn't know they were going to take your
we're
country?
lump. Hold on, calm down, calm down. However,
Doesn't
in the
sound like
creation
a
of
fair
Nigeria, if you
exchange.
study Nigeria today, Nigeria is divided by regions with the governing system. We have something called six geopolitical zones. That's why when you see that we have an election, we're always saying, oh, the president had the powers to shift to this side or this side, right? We have some six geopolitical zones. We have the southwest, south, southeast, northwest, and north central. Now, the southwest, you know what that is? That is the entire Yoruba land. That's one geopolitical zone. We do our politics differently. And even when the British left, we had Nigeria was almost not going to be created because when the British were saying, "Oh, this new country," they actually were even selling it, trying to convince us to just accept it. And then we did something called constitutional conference, where we agree among ourselves that, hey, we're going to govern ourselves. We're going to do something called a regional system, confederation, where each region we govern itself autonomously, right? But though later is what led to the civil war, where the military guy came over and trying to switch the system to unitary. And then it led to the Civil War. We started practicing unitary system. And then eventually later on, we went back and negotiated this new geopolitical system where now we are still practicing, each region are governing itself independently. You understand? Like, for example, if you're not Yoruba, you can be a governor in Yoruba land or even hold any
Oh
political
my
position.
God, I'm talking specifically like your people
I'm
that I'm talking about. No,
doing
no,
that.
wait, okay, oh, okay.
You can
I mean,
be,
I'm
you
talking
can
about
hold
the
any, if you're not a Yoruba person, you cannot hold any political office in Yoruba land. The same thing. If you're not Igbo, you cannot hold any political office in Igbo land. We're still governing ourselves
no. I'm talking
independently.
about your
Within,
people that are in Benin Republic.
yeah,
Let's say
those,
if they find
hold on,
resources over there, they're not
hold on.
going to be your people in over there are not going to enjoy that. It's going to be part of the Benin Republic. Like, I mean, are you
Yeah,
undermining that? Are you underestimating that level of impact? Because I mean, naturally,
yeah.
those are your
See
people.
the
Those
the
are your
the the
resources, right?
percentage of Yoruba land that got carved into Benin Republic, it's very small. And in fact, it's probably less than 3% of the Yoruba. The 90 something, more than 90% of the Yoruba land is in Nigeria. So those people, they kind of border Yoruba land, and pretty much they still interact, and they are kind of like still, they still deal with our empires within our empire. Yeah, we can say, yeah, that piece of territory kind of carved into Benin Republic, but those people still enjoy the benefit of the wider Yoruba empire. And even the country of Benin, they recognize them as Yoruba people. They still take their what's it called? That particular subgroup, they still kind of do the ethnic membership, traditional system, or whatever it is with the center of the Yoruba Empire. They're still. And then if you, the other question about the impact of Christianity
Man,
and this other, hold
Man,
on, calm down, let
brother,
me answer that.
no, the
you're
research says
explaining,
1.6
explaining,
million.
but all that
1.6 million.
explaining is never
1.6
gonna
million
erase the
is
fact
not
that
small.
Yeah, it's
Britain
not
still
small at
has
all.
Nigeria,
1.6 million.
and you don't have
But Mike,
nothing.
in any case, if a resource is found in Benin Republic, which historical past, it means it belongs to all of you people. Not necessarily like
But there's no resource. Hold on, did they? Hold on,
I'm
let me tell
saying
you something. Let me tell you something. The Yorubas in Benin Republic would say they want to. You remember when Yoruba people were doing Yoruba nation agitation when we wanted to leave Nigeria? Do you know that the Yoruba in Benin Republic were also, part of it? The only reason, like, those Yoruba in Benin Republic keep them there, it's kind of like a strategic thing for the Yorubas in Nigeria. By the way, it's a strategic thing because if you want them to be in Nigeria, trust me, it's a done deal.
No, I'm not saying what I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, are you underestimating the level of impact? Because it's kind of like you just dismissing.
Though
Oh,
it doesn't
it's just,
really, honestly, those
you
people
get what
is
I'm saying?
really,
Like,
yeah, I don't think it impact. It
Man,
doesn't
man,
impact
man,
the wider
man,
empire.
Zongo,
It
Zongo,
doesn't
Zongo.
impact. It
You
doesn't
going
impact
back
the
and
wider
forth with this
empire.
man.
But
You
to
going
to
back and
answer,
forth with this man.
to finish answering your question, I think John asked also the same question about the impact of religion and all those. First of
Yeah,
all,
yeah. I said
when
traditional
the
system,
British,
economic.
hold on, calm down.
Yeah.
When the British were in Nigeria, it was only tiny portion of Yorubas that actually adopted Christianity. When a lot of people started adopting Christianity, was even after they left. You understand? Now that has to do with the popularism of Christianity being a popular religion in the world, and a lot of people started seeing it as it's something appealing and things like that through media, Western media, and
oh man,
when that colonization. Hold on,
This
calm
is
down.
oh
apologetics,
man.
man. This is
Hold on, calm down,
apologetics,
dude.
and
Calm down,
it's
calm
a
down.
way of try to.
Who's the Carla? Can you put the this Ahmed guy in the back, man? Because he doesn't even know what he just get to
Yo,
be.
you keep going back and
Okay, we
forth,
got some
man. Let
more
But
somebody
people on the
talk,
when
man.
I'm
panel.
done, when Carla said, "Give
Hold
me,"
up. I have Mike. Hold up. I
but I'm
haven't heard
answering a
from Big
question
Black.
though.
Hold, let me get Big Black on,
But
and
can
then
I
we
finish
got
answering this
please.
question at least in the last 20 seconds or whatever?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
Kyle,
yeah,
So
Mike.
I'm
We got
answering John,
okay,
John,
Mike.
John to answer your question. Those that are adopted trends is by choice. It's not really, no one forced them to do that. And most of them, trust me, they practicing both this traditional spirituality and Christianity at the same time. Most Yorubas, even Islam, they do it all together. So it's not white man to blame. It's just personal choices, individual choices. Okay.
That's
All
bullshit.
right.
all
Go
right,
Hold
ahead.
on,
man.
but
So
hold on,
guys,
but hold on,
man.
but
Africa,
hold on,
most
but
African,
Mike,
most
I feel like
Africans
you only.
still do the still have the
Sorry,
like
amen,
Christian or
man.
Muslim, but then behind closed door,
they might do their own tradition and things.
Yeah, most Yoruba, they
Most
100%
Africans
but,
does it.
they
yeah,
just
but
call
It's
it
Ahmed,
just
man,
history.
but,
Nobody
man,
does that.
Ahmed, but next time when we hear any person from his region speaking nonsense, we're just gonna cite Mike as a reference point. We don't have to engage too much conversation into that.
Nah,
You know.
come on, man. You're gonna
I mean,
tell
come on,
me
man.
I
It means
nah,
it
nah,
means it
Prince.
means.
Hold on,
All
Zongo.
right, hold on.
Zongo.
Oh, Zongo, you asked your question. Let me get nice. I just got a new stopwatch app, so I'm gonna use this shit now for now on. All right, I got Big Black. Okay, Big Black, you got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm just gonna ask the guy from Chicagoland area. You said you from Four Heights?
Yes, sir, brother. Yes, sir, brother. That greasy.
Okay. Okay. What? Oh, yeah, you from the what part of it?
Whole block.
The greasy.
Okay.
No, but Fort Heights on Oblock. That's isn't that Oblock?
Man, bro, stop playing. That shit ain't funny, bro. It's still goof ass down. It's just not funny, bro.
No, but isn't that Washington Park or right next to Inglewood?
Bro, I'm not even in. That's not even a city, bro. I'm not from the city. I'm from Full Heights,
I
bro.
was just asking because I'm from Four Heights too. But yeah, you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Hey, man, is it close to Tinley Park or what? Is it close
Don't
around
go.
Tinley
You're not
Park?
from the Stop.
Now Zongo used to live over there, so he knows.
I live over there, man. Mike, man, come on.
It's close. It's close by Chicago Heights.
Yeah, it's right next to it.
Oh, Chicago Heights. Oh, okay. He said you live in the burb, you know. So I
It's
know,
bro,
Mike,
bro, it's a totally different.
Man, Kyle, where you got these Chicago
know,
niggas
man.
from?
I have no idea.
It's not like any burb.
These savages.
It ain't-
My
I'm like,
God.
It ain't even no point of saying that
Big
shit.
Black, hold up, everybody. Big Black, you want to comment?
No, I didn't like any burb. Yeah,
Big Black, you want to pass the mic? Hold up, man. Decorum. Big Black, you want to pass the mic?
Yeah, go ahead and pass the mic.
All right. Now, the other dude, Zoo 221. He's a new person. I want to hear from him. Zoo, go ahead.
Peace, everybody. I'm just I don't have a issue with the Yoruba man up here, Mike, saying that his people, specifically the Yoruba, benefited from their dealings with the British.
Not
but the
all
British,
of them, his elite group, you know.
Right. But the British still have Britain and all their other colonies, and they have Nigeria. And if you want to argue, you could say they had Nigeria. I would still say they have Nigeria. But
Of course, they basically stick in tubes in the ground, sucking it out like a straw, the oil.
Yeah, but no, we join Yoruba land is British.
Exactly.
So
yeah,
I'm trying to
MLK
understand.
talking about the colonizers
Of course, it's still Britain. Nigeria is still Britain.
Nigeria runs everything, not the British, okay?
You
Typical
think that
Nigerian.
it was
Yeah, but
my
guys,
to
I think you're
Yoruba
missing
and the
the point.
British.
He's saying in
And
his
you don't
people's
have a country.
eyes. He's
Zongo,
saying
man. Let the man
in his
talk, man.
people's eyes, they don't see that as such. If you see that, that's for you. But to them, they don't see it. What is your issue, man?
Zongo, to
But
be
let
fair,
him
African goddess
though,
didn't
man.
say that. African goddess
Let the
said
new
something
guy finish.
opposite. But go ahead.
Let the new
There are
guy
a bunch of
finish.
men. There are a bunch of men in the United States that think that they're women. That shit does not make that shit reality. Fuck out of here with that shit. I throw that
We
shit
are
to
winning.
the garbage.
We are winning.
Women. He said women, bro.
A bunch of women that think they're women.
A bunch
They're
of
winning.
men.
He said you got men who
say
think
that
they're women.
bro.
That's the point. Listen.
A bunch of men that think they're women. What?
He's
Niggas is
saying that just
retarded. I
what
don't know if
he's
niggas
saying
is, like,
is
too close
just
to the
because
crack
people
baby era
think
or
they
something.
got
Like,
doing
I don't know
something
what
don't
No,
mean
nigga,
it's
your
right.
mic is low. Bring it up some, boy.
He's saying
That's what
what
I'm
he's
trying to
basically
ask, bro.
saying is just because somebody believes something don't mean. That's why I said this topic is tonight. We gotta get back to academics. I'm seriously, man. Right now, if including me, don't listen to nobody on fucking line. Go to the library. Get yourself a library card. You know, I mean, Negroes need library cards, man.
But Kyla, Mike has showed you how the Yoruba benefited from colonialism.
Hold
We
on.
not
He
tripping
showed
off the
how
fact that they
the people
benefited from
he know.
colonialism.
Just like, let me give you a perfect
No,
example.
no. The
Hold
entire people.
on. No, Mike. It's the same way. You know what you sound like? Oh, you know what you sound like? You sound like when Principe said black people had money back in the certain
What the
black
hell are you
people
talking
did
about?
very well even during slavery
About
times.
how
You know,
you
they
don't have a
own
country.
businesses, property, whatever like that. Just like Jim Crow and whatnot.
No, that's not
All
the
these
same thing
black
I'm saying. No,
enclaves.
it's not the
My
same.
family
No,
was one of them, right? I had my aunt Mamie, man. She
Carla, it's not the same. What I'm
traveled the
saying
world.
is
She
not
had
different
money.
from
but the rest of the family and everybody didn't have shit, right?
What do you mean the rest of every Yoruba person have a land? What are you talking about?
Every Yoruba person.
But Kala, under that very same circumstance, there are white people who benefited from slavery, but not all white people had slaves and benefited.
We all know that. We all, but they benefited from their whiteness.
Guess what?
You never got the benefit.
Mike's people benefited from colonialism.
They benefited from
Damn, it ain't that deep.
No. Let me say something, Jonathan. If you read history, pick up a book, right?
White people psychologically
benefited from institutional slavery because they were never subjected to it after the Bacon Rebellion.
Kala, I have found when I'm in Lagos or when I'm in Ogun, Yorubas, they stick to their culture, they practice their culture, they have their cultural festivities, they speak their language. Kala, when they're talking to each other, they speak in Yoruba, they don't speak in English, bro. So what exactly can you say that they lost at the moment?
I don't have to drop anybody down. Please don't talk over me. Should I have to play a video of the fucking poverty and slums in Lagos, Nigeria? Mostly Yoruba.
Dude's name is Michael, bro.
Kala, you can show poverty and slums in every country on the planet.
Show this level of poverty.
What does that have to do?
Nigeria got extreme poverty in Lagos, you know.
What does that have to do with?
They ain't no damn
Kala.
There's no way.
Different levels of poverty in every country. India has extreme poverty.
Kala, can I answer your question? Kala, can I address that?
That's extreme third world poverty.
Kala, can I quickly address what you're telling me about that poverty?
Man, can somebody else have a turn to talk?
You need to stop saying that shit. That shit is a lie.
Man, can somebody else have a turn to talk?
Kala, do you want me to address the slum issue you mentioned about Lagos?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, let me address it. Let me explain something to you about Lagos. People from different part of Nigeria and also even neighboring country like West
they're all neighbors.
Hold on, calm down. Dude, let me talk, man. When people leave their rural area and they're looking for opportunity in a city, when they get there, they don't have anything. So that's when they start building shanties to settle because they don't have relatives in Lagos or anywhere. So they want to settle. They're looking for opportunity. So they create those shanties to settle there. You understand?
Yeah, we know that.
They come to look for opportunity. So now they settle there because they don't have money. They can afford.
Yoruba, these are foreigners, right?
If they can, some are Yoruba, some are, but because someone is poor, what does that have to do with white man? What does white man got to do with that?
The white man causes poverty.
White man is the reason why there's poverty?
Yes.
What the heck are you talking
about? That ain't true, Kala.
So who's responsible for white man in poverty? This guy's out of his mind.
Kala, with all due respect, that tribe that you showed earlier that was eating whatever the hell they were eating, are you saying that they just started doing that because of colonialism, or they already done that before colonialism?
It's that look.
So Kala, they were all rich before the white man came, right? They were all living like so they were living in luxury apartment when the white man came. Right?
Imperialism didn't have a negative effect on Nigeria.
I'm talking about you, Kala, do me.
Get him, big black. Get him.
Hey, brother, this is a self-esteem exercise for them, bro. That's all it is. They don't believe none of this they talk about.
Hey, listen, man. Me and Mike go at it all the time. Now he's making a fool of himself up here. I'll be damned if I stop him. Man, the Yorubas benefited from colonialism. Damn it, say it, Mike. Keep going.
We were benefiting from Nigeria. Go ask any Nigeria. They're crying. Resources from other part of Nigeria being used to develop Yoruba land.
Yeah, go ask the question.
Are you talking pre-1860s or post-1860s? And have you learned anything from the wars, the conflicts? Because Yorubas were also warring against other Yorubas, and some of their descendants are in the West, right? So did you learn anything from your barter? Because I know that Yoruba's been doing deals since I think the 1500s with the Portuguese.
Any of our fields than us,
right? So can you answer my question?
No,
that video.
Answer my question.
No, his video.
My question
I was just playing a video. This is our first BAO meeting back in 2018. Dynas was there. My old crew was there. Bamani, that's Bamani right there. It was back in 2018. But it was at this time I should have got on YouTube. But I trusted all this to Dynas. I said, Dynas, my YouTube guy. You know, I should have got on YouTube myself at this time, man. You know, I'll probably have 100,000 subscribers. You know, it's true, bro. Because at the time, I was the one who basically was his most watched show on YouTube. It was every time I was on,
That's not true.
You know what, Kala, I feel the same way sometimes. When Zongo told me to start my channel, I said, no, I ain't doing it. But had I listened to him, I probably have like 2 million subscribers right now because I'm the most popular person on this platform outside of you, Kala.
You've never been a featured guest. Have you ever been a featured
I'll never have a damn channel. But go ahead.
So yeah, because it takes work. It takes hard work to do this. You know,
I'm like, you're not working, man. Well, you do.
No, this is work, man.
Don't you think lies, man? That's what you do, man. You just come in and tell lies and
no, this is actually work to do a show.
Let's leave it on warfare check.
5-hour shows, 5 nights a week and whatnot. That's work, man. You know, that's work.
It's not gonna call a prayer that this shit get monetized. This is hope.
You know,
this is way to reach. Oh, Kyla, you know you want this shit monetized. Go for it.
The only reason why me and Bomani went monetized is because we want to see who's down with us, right? If you're not contributing, whatever like that.
Kyla Bomani is monetized. They need 30,000 subscribers over.
The thing is though, Bomani doesn't do his channel.
Bakala.
Because you realize there's more money in making than realize than on YouTube. Make it there.
Out there making real money in this movement.
Exactly.
Bakala, the interviews you had with Dinus in the past has not even crossed 10,000 views, but Dinus videos on Africa has had, close to 200K.
No! I had views of some shows with 8,000 views. Go look at them. Go look at the archive.
But I said no more than 10,000.
8,000 views does not get you to 100,000 subscribers, Kyla.
If you add them up, I must have did like 100 shows. With
man.
I must have did like 100
shut the fuck up. Shut up, Zago. Stop it.
So I did like
stop making fun.
Zago, have you ever been a guest on the show as a featured guest in title? No.
Oh yeah. Oh, not really, but
no, because you're not.
I've joined on a show.
Hey, Kyla, I've been popular on Dinah's show.
You've never been a featured guest on the show, bro?
No, I've been popular though. I was getting attacked for like 2 or 3 days for no reason at all, but just by saying Nigeria ain't got no infrastructure.
Has Dinah's ever called you on the phone? Do you guys number?
Man, why do I want to know exactly?
He always attack Nigeria.
The only time you have contact,
I don't need to know Dinah's, man.
Show, right? So that means you're not important, you know.
Man, well, I don't need to know Dinah's because I'm not really into that
shit. He don't need to know you. Different Nigerians, so you can get millions of Nigerians to come here, right?
Well, Mike used to be a guest on Dinah's show in the past. Ask him, he's going to tell you.
He was there before I was. Then I came and he stopped being the guest.
You know, well, you're saying that. Man, anybody, if you
he stopped being the guest, Kyle, because somebody more important and more bigger came through.
That was me.
Got
it.
You can't just be bragging like as if you're somebody. You never have
and goal operation for nation building and revolution. I'm here with my good brothers and sister from the Black African Infrastructure Organization. We're here in Atlanta, Georgia, and as you can see, it's all RBG energy. Yeah. The only difference is this is a united front where we have all these wonderful Black organization operation and business that we're looking to connect together so we can have a more of a united front operation on the African continent. And for those who really want to sustain America and keep on doing the things that we've been doing for the last 100 years, hey, stay here and do it and get it done right so our people have a place in America to live. Because the reality of it is we definitely have to get into the game on the African continent. Absolutely. And when we talk about building Black infrastructure, that's 100% of the most important thing on the African continent. Road, bridges, building, communities, and so on. Yep. And as we talked about a lot of things. And I tell people that whenever we shoot these videos, we don't ever record everything. So there's a lot of things that we didn't share with the intro video. So you want to fill, both of you want to fill in with everyone about all of the different things that we talked on and touch bases with.
Monday CRM has the best AI features in the game,
especially in sales,
hands down.
I
always wonder why those people that go to Africa always attack the other people that don't go. Like, They will attack the other black Americans. They're not going.
Exactly. We said back then we don't give a shit about what people do.
If you want to go
say
do
like
something, why do you have to attack somebody else?
We did we did a
I don't
tour
understand.
right after that. We did a tour to Rwanda and stuff like that. But
Okay,
was doing
good.
tours to
Yeah, why do you guys always have to
so
attack the black Americans that are not going?
So also because
Mike, the reason why is because people got to feel like they've done something, and so if they feel like they've done something that's rare that other people majority ain't done.
Get out of here! You fucking troll. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Why are you kicking Jonathan out, man?
I don't want to hear fucking trolling shit, man.
He's not trolling though, man. He's giving opinion.
Mike, man.
You know,
Jonathan is
hey, look, ask your question like this. We basically that was that's a serious movement, right? That guy Jonathan Hill sitting there right there is the one who designed Bomani's community that he has right now. Now we got 50 people living on the land in Ghana, you know? That's the guy who designed
that's good, man. He's doing good business. Okay, fine. Why do you have to announce it?
So the bottom line is this. Well, the people that are sitting up here giggling and laughing have never built anything in their life. They're going to die in America and whatnot. They're going to do...
So, Carla, when you build something for yourself, why do you have to attack someone else that hasn't built? What the heck?
I'm not saying attacking anybody else. I'm just saying that's if I put it out there, like I said on Diane Show today, if I put it out there in the world, this is what we're doing and stuff like that. The very people that always attacking us are the people that hang around Pan-African platforms.
Okay, Carla, I have a question. If you build a building for people to come, are you building for free for people, or are they coming to rent?
No, they're coming. If you look, this is how it is. There's people that want to basically live in a community of black people with their own infrastructure and everything like that. And the ideal place for that, they think, is
so they come to rent and buy, right? So they come to rent and buy, right?
No, they come to buy. They buy property.
Okay, so what does that have to do with doing something for black race? Or
but because the bottom line is
you're not the only person building and selling.
The people that's going to this property are all black. You know, we don't want any white people.
Okay, so you're only selling to blacks.
Yeah, we only sell to blacks.
Man, because that's a black American thing, though, man. Because even Carla was speaking about O'Shea not getting girls in America. He went to Africa and had girls, and they clowning him too. I'm like, man, he got a girl. At least he got a girl in Africa. Why are you clowning him again?
He ain't got no damn.
It's the black American culture, man.
He's 45 years old.
Because they're
and I'm like,
drama, those kind
and I'm like, man, at least you have to be happy for him. He wasn't getting girls in America. He got some now. You should be happy for him.
Like I say, I understand.
Clowning him.
Zongo, I understand you guys defend O'Shea. You guys are just alike, man. You know, you got to defend him.
No, but no, I just understand. I don't understand
your problems.
No, but Carla,
maybe
I don't
you
understand
can go
your culture.
Uganda and hook up with one of those chicks going to Pan
No, but Carla, I just don't understand your culture. You guys were clowning someone for not getting any gold in America, and he finally got some. Man, you should be clapping for him. Be happy for him.
Clapping for him, man. You know.
No, but you were laughing at him that man, he wasn't nobody in America. He went to Africa to become somebody.
That was the damn truth.
You see,
you know?
it's just man, come on, man.
That was
It's
the
not
damn
of the
truth,
culture, man.
man.
It's not it, man.
You know. And so, like I said,
like I said,
I'm a ringmaster, and I deal with a circus of deadly clowns. That's why I do the show. You know, I'm a
But I thought O'Shea was your best friend, Carla.
Who?
You know what? I used to have a problem with you and Danny's back then was mainly because of O'Shea. Honestly, like that guy was just like, oh my god.
Yeah, but one thing about O'Shea,
I did. I was on his Kingani show when I first went to Liberia. O'Shea and I talked offline several times and whatnot. I had no problem with him. My problem is when he came at Bomani like that. He doesn't know Bomani. This is what I say. He's not Bomani's peer. He's not my peer. The bottom line, O'Shea is somebody that's got into this movement because of Kung Fu Fanta or whatnot.
Hey,
he doesn't have a history in the background of this black nationalist movement, you know?
Carla, can you hear me?
Out of nowhere, you know?
Carla, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Do you know O'Shea is one of the people that started this diaspora and war bullshit? Him and Yvette Cannell.
I remember that.
Remember back then, O'Shea would go like days. Then you have team with one guy in the LRA movement or some bullshit, and they was just insulting Africans. And then they started when Ivana brought ADOS on. Oh, O'Shea jumped on it. Hit your ass. Oh,
so Tariq.
He started. He was him and Tariq now came. And then O'Shea later, then finally went to Africa, and then his mind changed. And then he started preaching, oh, we won. The guy he started the whole
Run people now.
like, and there was then I used to get
O'Shea
annoyed
told me
because
right around that time period,
Danny's calling his
Pan-Africanism
friend.
will never work.
Like they grew up
Black
together,
people
but
are
Danny's
manosphere,
he
not
never even
residents. That's
corrected
what he
him.
told
Like,
me.
dude, chill out. He never.
Yeah,
I'm like, dude, what is it?
Mike, one thing about O'Shea that you have to respect is he's a very professional dude that really get things done.
Is he?
Kala,
if you come out there,
Zango, you playing devil's advocate, right? That's what you're doing, right?
Man. If you come out and basically say College Genesis is a scammer, I've never taken a dime for
but that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about
That's not professional. That's not professionalism.
No, we don't want to go there. We don't want to because we discussed about that in the past. I'm not going there. We don't want to discuss about that. What I'm saying is that you've been preaching about Afghanistan for the past how many decades?
Yeah,
nothing has been done. Even today on Dinah's show, you were trying to
let me tell you something.
You're trying to market to people about Afghanistan.
Zongo, hold. Let me tell you something. And this is where the what's the one brother named Nkolo? He don't freaking understands whatnot, because he's a typical. He's a wannabe African,
Hey man, chill out, bro. I'm me. Ain't no wannabe continental. Nothing, bro. Both sides get both sides, bro. You tweaking.
What I'm saying is this, though. The African mind don't understand something called delayed gratification.
How do you know the African?
Delayed gratification means, the British will come to Africa and they give them whatever it is, a bucket of fish, and the friggin' Africans will sell them their land, everything like that for a little temporary thing. Then when they finish eating them, damn, we just lost our land. Well, you got instant gratification. They gave you food. The white man thinks long term.
I definitely understand that, Carla. Me personally, bro, I don't even deal with continental Africans with European first name. So if I'm talking, I already know how they think, bro. Like I don't. If you got a European or Arabic first name, I don't even talk to them.
I'm laying this foundation, right? And this thing might not happen until 100 years after I'm dead. But I do it. And you understand another thing, the African mind.
Oh, Carla, man. Carla,
know the Africans very well, but Carla's never lived in Africa.
They say it like this: if the man who plants a tree, knowing he's not going to benefit from the
shade. You just think Africans is just a bunch of people with empty. You think every African just like those people in that video that just
I don't tell Zongo to open
and rap and don't know nothing.
When you guys talk,
hey, Mike, I was the one who made Carla to give up on his African style dream now he's saying he's planting.
I am not giving up on anything.
Carla has a dream. Carla think every African you can go over there and do colonize them.
Understand where I'm coming from. I'm saying my job is just to basically say this is what it is right here. Somebody gonna come after me and say, I'm in a better position and take it. My job is not to build the African. My job is just to bring it.
You want someone.
I was the one who.
What is your goal? What is your goal in Africa?
I came up with the very idea of it. It didn't exist.
Kala, what are you talking about in Africa?
I came up with the idea of Black African infrastructure in African. These are revolutionary.
Africans invited you to come build infrastructure for them. So why? What is any?
No, Mike. But Mike, hold on, Mike. I think
they work over there. Why you? What is this? They want to build infrastructure for the Africans? Are they inviting you to come?
No, Mike, his idea is to build a city for his for African Americans in Africa, not building a city
with how much money?
Hold on. Let me say one point.
Hold on. First of all, that's why you don't understand how things work. Black America, we put literally billions of dollars into the U.S. tax base. Federal, state.
Carla, you need a date, man. You need a date like Dr. Umar, man.
Black America has.
What?
I'll give you a look.
Carla, every Black American don't think the same.
What we earn a year is 4 times the Nigerian GDP.
Carla, 90% of Black Americans don't think they're Africans.
Wait, President, see. So you, Carla, the very thing that they complained that a white man was doing against them in the past about segregation. He want to go to Liberia and create that segregation.
I know that's segregation. That's first of all, that's not segregation.
You want to go build
But that's
you want to
first of
go
all,
build
I don't
country in the
believe
middle
in
of their country.
segregation. I don't believe in segregation. I just believe in separate development. You know.
Oh, see, what does that mean? Isn't that segregation?
Separate
It
development.
means apartheid, Zongo. Damn. Separate development.
In any case,
One thing
Kala,
I believe in
Kala
that.
wants
I
to be in
believe
a
in
white man's
separate
position where he can feel like a white man. You
Yeah,
want to
No, it's not being like the
against
white
some
man.
people
If
colonize some people.
you have an inferiority complex, that's true. But the bottom line is this: I believe that we need to
But
be
that's
able
where
to
you
pick
got it wrong,
ourselves.
Kala. The African, the
No,
way
in other words, basically, we should just basically go and let you guys have military and police power over us, our women.
The Chinese does.
No, Kala. That happened in Liberia. We see how that works out.
That's never going to happen, bro.
The Chinese doesn't want to be the white man. He just want to be himself, you know.
So
The
the
way
bottom
he is.
I always have to say the same about
The
y'all,
Chinese
man.
want to be the white
I don't want
man.
to be a
Don't believe
Yoruba.
that.
I do not want to be people like that.
But in any case, Kala was speaking about delayed gratification, right? And I'm saying, Kala, you're a freaking liar. See, this Ngolo just said that.
That's a serious charge, man.
Let
You
me
just
finish.
called me a liar, Django. You better prove that.
Yeah. Because
I'm not lying.
Ngolo just cited Dr. Kambam Obadele in Ghana, and you were making fun of him that he wasn't living a thriving life on the continent.
No, I did not say that. Right?
He's the one having delayed
hold on.
gratification.
He says thrive. We know like that. When you say somebody's doing well, that's fine. But the bottom line, he's not thriving yet.
But you were trying to even make a point that he's not living like America. He's not living.
Plan for the delayed gratification. I agree with that. You know, so don't put that on me, bro.
Yeah, but you're the one saying he's not living like in America. Like, you're like, yeah, shut up, man. You're like, you didn't want to believe that.
Hold on. We're saying that we have the capability to basically transform our life. Hey, we did it once before with Liberia. We did basically duplicated our life in America, in Africa. It was an amazing thing. You go to Liberia, they actually built communities like the ones we had in America. You know, back
that's not all our goals though. That's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to this quote unquote Pan Africanism stuff, that's why I don't even call myself no Pan African. It's too much of a spectrum, bro. Like y'all, it be certain people that just want to be Europeans and want to recreate Europe and Africa, which is cool.
Yeah.
Like y'all want to do that, that's fine, bro. Do y'all. But me personally, I'm trying to divorce myself from all European concepts, bro, that are Unitarians.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. No, that's what this will get down to me the thing. If you move to Nigeria, would you go to Lekki or Banana?
I would never move to Nigeria.
Okay, so why wouldn't you move to Nigeria?
The people are coons. I've never met a
Calm down.
I've never met a Nigerian that's I've never met a Nigerian that's not a coon. That's crazy.
You rather live in a European country than living around
Who said all right? If I had a choice, I would choose Nigeria. But again, I'm not going to Nigeria, bro. I don't trust them.
A minute ago, you would never go to Nigeria. I said
no. I'm talking about moving, bro. I would never move out there.
Like I said, this is what happens when
but people, but Kala, people go to where they can make money. Where they see
if you go to
it's
Nigeria,
got nothing to do with where they rather live.
Hold on. Where would you live? Would you live in Makoko or would you live in Banana Island?
I can't. I'm not qualified. I'm not qualified to even answer that. I haven't went there on the ground to see whether I would like either place or not.
Name a human being in this world that will live in Makoko, Banana Island. Name one person. Maybe you, Kala.
Let's play a video. So
don't play no video.
You don't want Europe and Africa, right?
Look, bro, I'm not with all that playing and shit, bro. Like, you people be playing too much, bro.
You want to start a diaspora war right now, man? We don't want to watch that.
I'm not starting a diaspora war. I'm just got.
Yeah, you is. There's no reason to play the video.
Yeah, I'm going to the video, man. I got to, man. You know,
man. Colin,
man. Now, do you want to live?
See, bro, you detract from your own credibility, bro. You be mad at people come at you, bro. But this is why, bro. You be doing too much.
19th century. Makoko is a neighborhood situated across the third
line. You know why? You know why people live in Makoko?
1/3 of the entire community is built on states along the lagoon. While the rest of
you know the majority of the people that live in Makoko are indigenous to Nigeria.
It's surrounded by water.
That's open defecation. People open defecation.
Carl, I seen white people shit in Safeway.
Well, I don't know. Well, stop it, Jonathan, man. Jonathan, man,
There's videos of that online.
Jonathan, you're getting on my nerve with your
However,
bullshit. Shut
the area was
up.
not officially
No.
counted as part of the 2007 census, and the
One thing
population
I know
has
for
been
a fact,
estimated to
if
be
a
much
white
higher.
man deports Kala to Africa, he be living in Makuku for a fact. I know that one for sure.
Jonathan just talking a bunch of bullshit. I see. He's a contrarian. No matter what I fucking say, he always got the fucking answer for every fucking thing. You know, pain in my ass. You know.
At least they know how to swim over there, Carla. You don't know how to swim.
Carla, do you know how to swim?
Yeah, I know how to swim, man. You know, I'm not gonna swim in that shit.
Carla probably drowning in a 4-foot pool.
In business, you only get one chance to make a
Hey man, shout out brother them, man. You tweaking, bro. That shit is not funny, bro.
Okay, we wish the people well there and whatnot.
Carla, so what is your point? What is your point about
this brother in Golo said? There's too much people trying to be Europe and Africa, so Africa shouldn't develop. That's what you're saying,
bro? Nobody's saying that. I'm talking about Yoruba people named Michael, Yoruba people named Jennifer. That's what I'm saying.
This is what happens when you talk out of your fucking ass, right? You
nah,
say
bro, you be assuming I'm saying stuff that I'm not saying, bro, and you go all the way radical with it.
What do you call it? You attribute everything developed scientists is European. Right?
No, that's what you're doing. I'm not doing that, bro. I keep saying that, but you've been doing it the whole time, bro. I'm not saying development as far as technological advancements. It's creating original concepts, bro.
I tell
they didn't part of the market on technology.
AC technology is European, or just a usable technology.
I never said that, bro. I never said that not one time. I'm talking about no, I didn't imply that. You assuming that's what I'm saying. That's your problem. You steady doing that, bro. I didn't imply that. I said I don't want to go to no place. Well, I'm trying to, bro. If I want to be around Michaels and Jennifers and Keishas, I'm gonna stay over here, bro. I don't want to be around no Yoruba man Michael and Jennifer and Brittany and all that. Get out of here, bro.
Now you're being stupid, man.
What do you have problem?
It ain't no stupid.
You got a problem with yourself.
No, bro. The name is representative of the mindset, bro. The name is representative of the mindset, bro. It's not just the name.
I know your name is probably Joe Reed or something like that.
I said the mindset. The mindset.
Yo, brother, your problem is not
what's wrong with the mindset?
The problem's not black.
In my opinion, I don't want to be around. I don't want to be around African people that want to be Europeans, bro. I don't want to be around Africans that want to be Europeans.
You're using some vague, abstract version of Africa that
wait, Gola, let me.
It's not no vague, abstract. That's what you're doing.
Not a vague, abstract version of Africa.
Bro, we was just talking about African culture, bro. And you showed me too. You showed me three brothers that was getting it how they live, eating what they had to eat to survive how they want to survive, bro. I was not talking about that, bro. You keep doing that, bro. I'm not doing that.
Is that what you talking about? Same thing with Show Makoko. What you said when you keep saying that we eat like Europeans and we eat the diet and whatnot.
Yes, hamburgers, Coca-Cola. That's what I'm to pizza. Stuff that got us having high blood pressure, be insulin resistant, bro. Stuff that got us overweight.
How do you know everybody's health condition? Why are you worried about everybody's health condition? Why are you worried about that?
What are you? Because they my people.
Or not, you know. Why you
feel like I don't want nobody down. I don't want nobody not living to where they can live. Like, what are you talking about?
Look, you're not happy and comfortable with your own life. That's why you project that on everybody.
Bro, what are you talking about? I'm not projecting nothing, bro. I'm not projecting nothing on nobody else, bro. I stay away from people that think like that. That's what I'm saying. I want to create my world, bro. I don't want to live like Goofy.
You're basically uncomfortable with your life, so you go around thinking you see black people happy, you get upset.
Bro, what are you talking about? You make shit up as you making this shit up as you go along, bro. You making this shit up as you go along.
Hey, Gola, you know why I know your type? Because I was you at one time.
No, you were never me, bro. You were never me. You were never me, bro. I promise you, you were never me.
I realized the problem.
So used to be intelligent.
You were never me, bro.
The problem
used to be very smart before.
I was you.
Oh,
you were never me, bro.
Man, Carla was never intelligent, man. Man, he was a.
So because the guy is more intelligent than Carla. So Carla used to be more intelligent.
He was a school dropout, man.
No, he kind of is not. He's bashing. He's benefiting from people. He benefited from the civil rights movement that he's bashing. He's benefited from certain things like the Martin Luther Kings that he's bashing. Then he's going to another place talking about he wants ultimate freedom, where the quote unquote ultimate freedom that he talk about don't exist nowhere. Even in America, you don't have this.
I'm trying to create it. It ain't, bro. It's not no bad, bro. What Martin Luther King them did, bro, is pennies to what we should have been had. So no, bro, you can do all this what you want to do. We all the world shit, bro. That's not me, bro. I'm a separatist. I don't want to be on no European. I don't rock with them. I don't want to be around them at all, bro. I want revenge.
You don't have to be though,
bro. It's smoke.
You don't have to be.
Like, what are
you
y'all
live in
talking
America
about?
where there's jobs where you don't have to even interact with people today. You have more access to education.
I understand that.
You have more access to banking.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be around them. But you don't have to.
No means. You don't have to.
Bro, what are you talking about? I don't get to.
Hey,
there's Uber jobs. There's jobs in which you don't have to interact with no European whatsoever.
Look, bro, you entitled to your opinion, bro. Like, I'm not trying to argue with you or flip around with it. You entitled to your opinion, bro. I'm not gonna debate what I'm trying to do with you. I don't give a fuck what you think, bro.
Jonathan, I'm warning you.
All right, man. I really don't really care.
One more time with this contrarian shit, and you got it here. We're good.
No. I really got a question, brother. The future that you're talking about, the things that you want. What are you doing to bring them about? Because Martin Luther King, he had a vision, he had an idea, he had something that he believed in, and he died bringing it about. What the hell are you doing to bring about what you're asking for?
What I tell you what my plan is or not is irrelevant, bro. You're not gonna help me actualize it. So what is the point? So like, bro, stop, bro. I don't care what your opinion is about what I'm doing.
And that proves the point. One person believed in something, strategized, and pulled it off.
Man,
your ass can't even get off the damn couch. Shut up, nigga.
Bro, listen, bro. You can cap for Martin Luther King all you want to. Our people are in the situation they in America because of his coon ass. I don't care what y'all say.
No. There's no our people because our people not one just gigantic Negro. There are people doing bad and there are people doing extremely well because of the integration.
Bro, stop, bro. We not doing well at all, bro.
Is there
what manufacturing do we control, bro? What manufacturing do we control?
Ungrateful.
What manufacturing do we control?
Hold on. I got one question for this dumbass.
Hold on. I'm gonna do something, right? Then I gotta go to bed. The top 20 black businesses in America, right? Play those.
Then why are y'all complaining about our condition? I'm not talking about dude with the J, his cool. I'm talking about you, bro. You were just complaining about our condition, bro.
I want to hear you.
If we doing good in America,
can you explain? In which states in America do black people out earn white people? Can you name them?
I mean, we should be out earning them. We lower population.
Can you name the places that black people out earn white people, out earn Asian people? Name them.
That should be the case. We lower population. Not Asians. The Asians should.
Bro. Can you name the place? Because you said black people are doing bad. You hate our condition.
I'm talking about collectively, bro. Collectively.
No, ain't no damn collectively.
It is collectively. You don't see that collectively, bro. You don't see it like that.
Collectively, white people are not on top.
All right.
Certain countries and certain people that's on top.
All right, bro.
It's not everybody that's white.
You're entitled to your ground.
There are African countries that are richer than some white countries. Did you know that?
Bro, you're entitled to your delusions of grandeur, bro.
It's not a delusion. You can look that up.
All right, bro. Like, I'm not gonna argue with you.
You can't prove your point based on facts.
I could definitely do it, but it's just not worth my time.
You can't do it, bro. Stop.
I can definitely do it. We were just talking about MLK earlier, bro.
Just like y'all asking to brag about what you want to bring. Too scary.
It's happening in time, bro.
It ain't happening.
I'm not gonna say that.
Be quiet.
All right, bro. You're
just trying to
projects in various sectors.
We done seen this video at least 10,000 times. We don't need to see it no more.
Bro, you a bitch. What are you talking about? You see the movie? You a straight bitch. Anything you got, I'll take. Fuck you talking about? Like, you know, you're a clown, bro.
Why are you talking about Chris Main?
Super owned business run by Kirk Lewis with a team of over 30 people.
This
business generates approximately $235 million in revenue.
Pessimistic.
It is a steel processing service center which specializes in blanking and warehousing.
Y'all just be one fucking white hole. That'd be our problem.
Kentucky. They produce
that's
aluminum,
you.
flat rolled steel, cold rolled steel, coated and exposed steel products.
Yeah.
It boasts an
Motherfucker tell me that he
80,000
don't
square foot facility,
That's
You
which is climate controlled
broken.
due to the nature of their work.
Yeah, all right,
Now's
bro.
the time to like this video, share it, and subscribe to our channel. Yes, subscribe to our
He's like
channel
Angola.
and turn on
He's not in any
notifications to get
professional
alerts
position.
when
That's
we
why he
upload
thinks like
interesting
that.
videos.
If he
like
got
this
his
one.
education,
Let's
got
get
it
back
in
to
the
our
real
video.
world where black people are
17.
thriving, he would
Bird
be thinking
Electric.
like that.
This
Bro, you
company is
funny as
led by
hell,
Dale Lifever and employs
This is true,
over
though.
500
He too
employees.
pessimistic, man.
Generates
Look,
230
It ain't no,
somebody got
man. It's
his
not
I was like
pessimistic.
revenue.
It ain't no
grade. I
pessimistic,
was
bro.
like this when I
Y'all
was
want to
high
be
school.
in. You
When I
don't
was
like
broke,
European culture,
I
bro. I
didn't have
don't.
shit.
That's what that's
I thought just like
Services
you.
provided by the company include transmission, maintenance, instrumentation and electrical construction, automation, and storm restoration.
This is
Bird
unfortunately.
Electric operates
This
in
is
over
the
10
success of
states
these
in the
black
United
businesses come
States.
from integration, not
16.
separatism.
Baldwin
Unfortunately,
Richardson Foods.
much as I'm a
This
black
is another Blackhound
the black
business.
Man, you
separatist
don't
like
contradict
everything.
you don't contradicted yourself about 50
Generating a
times
whopping
during this
No,
whole
I'm not
lab,
taking
bro.
$250
myself.
million
I'm just going
annually.
reality.
This
I would
company
love to have
employs
a
over
black nation, all
350
bliggity
people.
black, but
It is a
reality
leading custom
is,
ingredients
it is what it
manufacturer
is.
for the
No,
food
the
industry.
reality
It is
is
a
we as
family-owned
men
company
is not
originally
we don't
founded
bring into original
in
concepts, so
Chicago,
we good be
Illinois.
So
attentive
okay,
to other people's country,
so
bro.
how do you
In
explain all these black men right
1997,
here that's
5
on it?
years after current
Hey,
CEO
shout out to them,
Larry
bro. But
Johnson
again,
purchased
we don't
No, I'm
control
doing
we
it,
don't
right? I'm
control a nation.
successful.
We're
I'm a
not
business
autonomous.
Richardson Foods,
you
creating
know,
Bro,
I'm
but
thousands of
you
successful.
jobs.
entitled to do you entitled to your
Over the
opinion,
next
bro.
20
I'm not
years, the
like
Speak for
retail business
yourself, man.
grew
If
to
you're
become a
broke and you're
custom
dusty,
ingredients
speak for
manufacturer,
yourself,
making
man.
all
many
right, bro. So now I'm
products,
broken on this. All right, bro.
Yeah,
including
you sound
condiments,
like one. You
sauces,
sound like a
and
dusty
syrups.
nigga.
Hey, look, bro.
15.
You
Adams
entitled to your
No,
opinion.
Communications
I'm
no
not
lie,
gonna
bro.
argue
You
with you.
really do talk like a broke, dusty
This
nigga for no
company, which
reason.
generates a
Bro,
whopping
you talk like a bitch.
$253
So if
million
you got money, I'll take
Yeah,
it, bro.
yeah,
Ass
but you
nigga,
talk
fuck
like
you
a broke,
talking about.
dusty
You's a
nigga.
bitch. You talk like a bitch.
It
I
was
can
Use
get
it, but
money.
listen
You can't
to
stop
how
being a
you
bitch.
saying that.
You
Listen to
bitch
you saying
made.
like a
You can't
bitch.
stop
You
being a
sound like
bitch,
a
bro.
bitch.
It is a
Use
leading
that
You sound.
bitch
technology
like
company
that, nigga.
providing
Keep the
services
Oh, you was raised. You
homosexuality
was raised by your.
inside, nigga. I
You
don't
was
like
raised by
you
your
like that.
auntie, bro. You was
The
raised by your
company
auntie, bro,
provides
and your
products
uncle played with
And
you when
your
you was
auntie
little, man.
is your
Shut your
daddy,
bitch ass up.
probably, ain't
healthcare,
she?
aerospace,
No, bro.
and
You from Chicago. You from
Your
Chicago,
uncle
right?
Joe. Your uncle Joe played
You's a
with your little ass. Your
savage.
uncle Joe
You's a
played with your little ass.
savage.
without talking
You was
about
a
You's a
bitch.
savage.
Hold on,
Chicago
hold on.
savages.
Yo, fellas, let me get Ola on. Then I'm gonna leave
Why
you.
Straight
black
bitch.
Americans always
I'm gonna
fighting,
leave
man?
y'all in the after
Hey,
show.
Kala,
Y'all
Kala,
can
we're
Because we got
We're
bitch
like
made. We got bitch made people
gonna.
like dude though.
we're
That's
like
a
our
bitch.
African comrades.
Hey,
We're like
Kala,
our
I've been trying to
African
answer your
comrades.
question since, man. Before you go, Kala,
Okay, I got Ola coming up. Go ahead. What's the question?
do you know why those people that live in Makoko live there?
I can care
It's
less, man.
because
I'm not
hold on, calm down. I'm trying to
It's
tell
not my
you.
business,
Because,
man.
wait, dude, if it's not your business, why do you constantly talk about it? They live there because that's what they can afford at that time. I know some guys that actually started from Makoko and now they live in rich. They became millionaires. So that's what they can afford at that time. We don't have welfare in Africa. We don't have white men to give us welfare. So that's why you don't have
Oh, that's
Makoko.
a shot at us. You saying we're on welfare by the
So,
white
so
man? Come on, man.
the
Shout
question I
out
have for you,
dude
Kala,
living with Coco, not on welfare.
Kala, if those people can't afford to live in a better place, so what do we do? What's the solution?
I don't know. Yes,
Yeah,
that's a good
exactly.
idea.
So you don't know nothing. So
Oh,
what?
let me get Ola, and I got Dark Migo, man. You guys make me work tonight, man. Shit.
Do your
Ola,
thing.
Yeah, Carla.
Oh Lord.
I've been listening to you guys, man. Carla, the problem is you want to build in Angola. Angola doesn't know you. You know
They do know me, man. What are you
hold
talking about?
on, Carla.
If I had to choose Angola and Nigeria, I gotta take Angola, bro.
Kala,
No,
if you
Carla,
can speak
it's not really
Portuguese, man,
important
they
like
won't
that
accept
because
you.
it's not too important. So, Carla, if I were you, right, I'll be building somewhere in United States. You know, all these your multimillionaires.
Okay, so look, we got that in America, but we don't have this political.
Kala
you call my
think he can just show up black.
Kala, you'd have come.
I have no idea. Yo, look, anyway, man. Anyway, let me get Dark Migo on.
No, Kala, I'm not finished yet.
All right.
Hold on.
Your opinion is duly noted. It just shows me that the Pan-African world is dead because of you Africans. You don't want to talk.
You just gotta study this black, and that's it.
where you consider me your enemy. So
No,
I am
no,
sick
no,
and
no,
tired
no,
of
Kala,
Africans
no,
coming
Kala.
up
When I
at
mean,
us
right,
like,
all this Black
y'all ain't
Americans
doing
with big
enough.
money.
Y'all ain't doing enough. I said that
No,
dumb bitch
Kala, all
that
this Black
Wildflower
American with
talking
big
about
money
that
that
today.
asked them to build a
Black
state
America
so
is
that
good.
people
And then
can
when,
be governor there.
you come on our platforms, all you can here do is try to tell us how we can't come to Africa. We can't do what we want to do. We got a whole continent out there.
No,
And you telling me we can't
Kala, you
fuck.
can
Shut up,
occupy
man.
a state
Ola.
in
Be quiet.
America. For
Let
one
me
state
get
to
Dark Me
Alaska.
go on. Let me get Dark Me go on. You know? Go ahead.
Yo, what's up, Colin?
Your boy Zongo trying to call. I'm through with Dongo tonight. He's fucking stupid. He's an idiot.
Nah, yeah, but I was just gonna say, the one guy was saying, I guess black, the Black Americans is broke or something like that. I don't know the N guy. I don't know his name really.
Yeah, Engel, whatever his name
Yeah,
is.
but I was just saying,
Well, I ain't say no Black Americans is all broke, bro. Y'all be doing this whole shit,
come
bro.
on,
Like,
I'm not, bro. Just chill out. I'm not even really saying that. But I'm just saying,
no,
like,
but
it's
I'm
not
saying,
really
like, I
like
didn't
a.
say they broke.
Come on. I just got up here. Come on, you finish real quick before you make me forget, nigga. But no, I'm saying like it's not really like a broke thing. Like I would say, like niggas just don't really know what to really invest in, or like they just don't really spend their money the right way. Cause like I've seen a lot of black people, like they got money, but they just
I
don't
got money.
spend. You're
Our
right. They
money
just don't
goes right
spend
back
that
into the
shit the
white
right
man's
way.
system, you know?
You're right. They just don't spend
Kala
that
got YouTube money.
like, cause then the thing
I
about it
don't
is
do
it's like
YouTube money,
they
bro.
say
I don't
like
make
what
money
Black
off YouTube,
Americans
bro.
spend. I think what is it like $1 trillion annually? So I'm like, we have to have money, honestly. So we
$1.46
got
trillion,
right
you know?
trillion annually.
That's
Like annually is like
that's
a
4 times the GDP of Nigeria.
right. I mean that's like in
Well,
a
Kala,
year. So that's why I'm
Kala,
just
that's
saying like there
welfare
we just
money
have
and
to
credit money.
what?
It's American
And Mike,
credit
now you're
system, bro.
trolling. You're being stupid, you know?
But no,
No,
I'm just
no, I'm
saying
just
like we
being.
just gotta
No,
just
no, I'm not being.
probably
And like I
hold
said,
up,
this
Mike.
whole thing
Shut the
is
fuck up. Like
as long
damn.
as we got envious, fucking evil,
let
wicked
me go first,
niggers like
man.
Mike,
Kala,
Nah,
you
like
yeah,
miss,
I'm like,
white
Jesus, let me
worshiping
finish this shit.
niggas like
you
I'm
Mike.
just
mentioned
saying, like,
Nigeria, so
if we
you're
just
not
focus
envious.
on
You
like
know,
just
so
doing like I guess
Yeah,
you say like just more economics and shit like that, like what I'm saying, like we just focused on that shit
well, check
fully.
this
Like
out. Let me
how
tell you
niggas be
something.
focused on
Yo, Doc Migo,
houses or
check
like
this
some other
out. The
bullshit.
city of Philadelphia's GDP, with only not even 2 million people, is $600 billion. That's twice the GDP of Nigeria. What
But most
200?
of it is credit, though.
And credit? Who credit? What do you mean by credit? That's
Kala,
goods and
Kala in
services, bro.
America,
You
everybody
understand what
spend on
you
credit.
understand what GDP
it
means?
ain't
That
credit.
means the
We just
amount of goods and
consumers.
services,
Kala,
manufactured
most American
services. You
consumption is
know,
on credits.
everything from bank transactions to real estate transactions to everything to electricity at $600 billion GDP. You know, that means like this
Yeah, but
Good
billion.
for, good for
it's
Philadelphia.
passing through the hands of the people. The money's not being retained in the community, like I
It
always be
doesn't matter.
saying.
It doesn't matter.
It does
Like it
matter.
does like this
Kala,
because
you saying the
people got
black
pension
Americans in
funds.
Philadelphia
We got pension
GDP
funds.
is
Yeah,
600
we
billion?
got Jamals from Philadelphia. You know how many black people in Philadelphia got money? You know,
Kala,
Now
did
they
you
got
say
blacks with money, but I'm talking about the economy.
everything. You know.
Kala, did you say black people in Philadelphia GDP is 600 billion?
No, I said
So he said the
Philadelphia
whole
GDP.
Philadelphia.
Oh,
If
the
you
whole
got
Philly.
the whole Philadelphia, and you got large black
Probably
population.
99% of it is the white money,
Well,
white people's money.
99% of that, you know.
This guy.
Come on, dude. Shut up, Mike. You know. Mike more
Kala, you like to
right?
use white man's glory
He don't
to
understand that there's black communities in
you like to use
Philadelphia.
white man's glory to rubbish
You
Nigeria.
got black communities in Philadelphia, like Bill Cosby lived, that are all black enclaves that are really rich. You know, in Philadelphia, they got money. You know, so it's
No
not all
one. I never
like.
said there's no rich
that
black people. I
exists.
don't know
That
why you always
exists.
bring up a strawman
Yeah, so the
argument.
bottom line is this: old black money. You know, so all black.
Yeah, but there's also poverty here as
So do you want to
well.
compare your money
Come
with
on.
white people's money?
Like that there's not black success in
Kala,
America.
do you want to compare? You want to compare your money with white people's money?
No. It's like, well, first of all, money's money. You're in America, right? The bottom line is, I'm an American. I'm in America. I live in America. This is where I make my money when I ain't apologizing for it. You're over here for a reason because you can't make a dime in Nigeria because it's fucking poor.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
It's true.
It's about the currency exchange, man.
No. The bottom line is,
Kala. So are you saying? Are you saying?
look, the bottom line is,
Kala, hold on.
he could not
Kala,
make a living.
are you saying that no one can make it? No one is making it in Nigeria?
Well, why are you guys over here?
But the richest
How
black man in the
much
world
Nigerians are here,
is in
man?
Nigeria.
No, actually, David Stewart's richer than Dangote.
Who?
And
David who?
Dangote's wealth has
Who?
never been verified. It's never
Hey
been
man,
verified.
y'all better man enjoy it all night, man. Good luck and all y'all. y'all endeavors, man. Be smooth.
God bless.
Kala, the richest black people in the world are in Nigeria, man.
No, they're not. That's a lie. Another lie. You know, There's no way of quantifying that and everything like that. They were fucking rich in Naira, you know?
Naira? Are you kidding me?
There's no fucking
dollar,
yo,
in dollar.
yo, look, how you have the richest black in the world and your GDP is only $360 billion? How's that?
Because the money circulates, man. The money circulates in the economy, bro.
I'm saying,
That's what I'm talking about.
Yo, check this out. The city of Philadelphia, where only 1 million people, got 600 that twice that.
Well, they are not all black people, though.
What does it mean?
Exactly.
What does it mean? That means that freaking Nigeria has probably got the highest poverty rate, extreme poverty in the world. You know,
that's not true. That's not true.
10% of people live on the grid. Come on. So where are you going to get all this riches from? You know, if most of the people are on the grid, you have no domestic consumption. You know, you have no domestic.
So have you been to Nigeria before?
They do have. What is he talking about? Where are these billionaires coming from?
Hey, you ever seen Nigerian night? Go on Google Earth. Look at Nigerian night. It's completely fucking black. You know, Lagos. You know.
Have you been to Nigeria before, Kala?
No, I have no intentions of going there, man. You know.
So how do you know so much about Nigeria?
But Kala, the same thing is for the suburbs at night is dark.
Yeah, so no, I'm saying no. At nighttime, whatnot, you go to Hong Kong, see what they look like. You know, I was watching yesterday actually.
So what is your point?
There's a movie called Dynamo that is a kung fu movie from Hong Kong from the 1975, 50 years old. And I said to myself, when the opening scene, they said all this neon lights and whatnot, Canon, Nokia, whatever like that, and that's Hong Kong. Like I said, look at this light and whatnot in Hong Kong 50 years ago.
So,
I have
to make it light,
50 years later with a nightlife that looked like that. I was like, you know, that's what I said. I saw that. I was like, what the hell? You know? What the hell? And I said, hey, damn, that was 50 years
if you
ago.
if you like your life, why don't you learn how to make it?
Oh, I don't know. You guys make. I don't have.
You don't know how to make anything, but you.
I don't have a
complain
country,
about
man.
other
I don't
people.
have a country, man. I don't need to. I don't have a country. I live in America.
You don't have a country. You live in the
I live in
richest country
America.
the
I
world,
live
and
in
you
America. I live in a white man.
You can leverage that wealth of America.
I have no intention of friggin'.
You know you have more opportunities in
anything
America than anywhere in the world.
Right?
And you
what
can't
you
do
need to
anything.
do is go back to your country of Nigeria and get it popping over there, man. You know.
You live in the richest country in the world. You complain.
Yeah, and I'm very successful in that richest country in the world.
You don't sound like you, man.
I'm very successful.
You sound broke.
I just got back from Dallas 2 weeks ago and whatnot on a business trip. And the bottom line, I didn't see no fucking Nigerians down there. I didn't see no.
Show us your wealth. Prove to us that you're successful.
Well, I have an office. You want to see my office? I'm gonna tell you pictures of my office.
That's your office. Yeah.
You want to see my office? Well, I have an office in Virginia Beach. You know, a business office, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? A business office, and also we're up for our business.
Show us your assets.
Our agency was invited to Dallas because we're one of the top agencies in the country. I have success in America. You know,
I guarantee you. Show us your.
Also, Mike, you have never showed what you do for a living and whatever like that. You can't. Mike, do you have a website?
No, I'm not the one. Oh,
you don't have a website.
No.
You don't have a website. Hey, Mike, do you have a business?
I'm not the one bragging about being.
Hold on, Mike. Do you have an email? Email.
I'm not the one bragging about being successful. You're the one telling us.
You're not on my level. You know.
Okay, you're the one bragging.
You're not on my level. So stop talking.
Prove it.
You know?
Prove it.
Prove it. Anybody that wants to know.
Show us your bank
check this out. There's my email right there. If you want, look, if anybody want to know anything about my business, what I do, I'll give you an email right there. You can email me right here. I'm not gonna put it on the show. You can email me right there. I put my email up there every day where you could contact me. You know,
look.
Hold on, and let's exchange information, right? You show me what you are, and I'll show you what I am, and we'll see who's successful and who's not.
I guarantee you a bank statement. You don't have to find out.
Look, don't you ever see my damn bank statement? You know, I got money in the bank. You know, that's all you need to know.
You don't.
Hold on, Mike.
You don't have up to $500 in your bank account.
Yeah. Do you have a payroll?
No. I'm not the one bragging.
Do you have business insurance? No. Do you carry workman's comp bonds? Because I can sell you some. Do you carry workman's comp bonds? No. Do you have a group healthcare plan? No. Do you have employees? No. The answer is no. You ain't got shit.
He has employees, man. Mike employees. What are you talking about?
Mike ain't got no employees because he will answer my questions. You know, he don't have no payroll. He pays people out of his pocket. If he has anything, you know, he ain't got no payroll. I know people who got business. I know how they talk. You know, I can smell money through the computer. I know when people got money. I know when people are broke.
But Colin, sometimes you got to humble yourself because some
know,
people do
right?
have money, and you may not see it in a
Typical
traditional
Black
method.
American, they like to brag.
Like when I was a
People
kid,
that
right?
really
My
have money
father used to
don't
make a
brag,
lot of
man.
money, but he used to do it through the cabbing, right? Because certain people don't understand that you can make money through, especially back in the days, doing the cab. But a lot of African Americans used to make fun of cab drivers, right? So you got to be sensible. You got to be realistic.
Prince, let me tell you the reality.
I am
People that have
basically.
money, they don't brag about it.
I am Black America's success. You know, you're not in my
Really?
league. You know,
That's good. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. But you can't undermine other people who also put in work. You're not
Well,
the
I'm not
only.
putting
You're
other
not the
my
singular.
somebody come over here making comments about the white people. Look, I outrank most white people I know. You know, my house, everything I have, my business, whatnot. I'm
People
up
that
there.
have money don't talk about it.
You know, and it must show up like people want to know what I do. And when Africa guy said, "Don't expose yourself like that," I know I take a risk. Sometimes I will take that risk. I risk everything.
Like, you know what you sound like? You sound like one of those kids in high school that was trying to brag about being rich.
I'm not bragging. I'm just stating the fact. If you guys come
they
here,
will come to school with Jordans, but they live in the
Black
ghettos.
America, Black America. I come from the most successful Black people on the planet. You know, we produce most of the inventors in the Black race. Everything. You know, that's just a fact. You know,
always bragging and all these.
It's not bragging, man. Just stop bringing the topic up. Because
I didn't bring up any
I don't like talking about
this. Even bring up
you guys sit here and talk about try to talk down in Black America.
You sound like you're suffering from
you guys don't like when we defend ourselves.
You have self-esteem issue.
No, I'm not one of these stupid ass Pan-Africans let you sit here and talk down to me. You know, I'm not gonna let you Africans talk down to us.
You suffering from self-esteem issue.
You know? That's not part of the deal. You know, and I'm the first one to reach my hand.
Kala, do you have self-esteem issue?
And reconciliation, but I am not going to tolerate you people coming over here in my country, America.
Oh, now it's your country. You voice it was a white man's country.
Yeah, this is my country.
You told us it was a white man's country.
I live.
You say you don't have a country. Now you're telling us your country.
Yeah, this is my country. This is what I have right
now.
You
speak from both of your mouth.
This is what I'm always saying. If you listen to me carefully, I said
you told us you don't have a country. That's a white man's country.
No,
man, Colin.
Until we get a nation of our own.
Just yesterday, I heard you said that
America, a nation of your own. But now you just told us this is your country. Now you say nation of your own.
Look, I said, yeah. Okay, America. I share this country with the white man. How about that?
So you have a country.
No, but hold on. Just yesterday, I heard you talking with Jonathan. You're telling Jonathan that Americans are white and citizens are. You said something wild yesterday.
I share I'm a United States citizen. I don't call myself an American. I'm a United States citizen. That's a legal term that I am.
You know I'm a United States citizen too, right?
Oh, you're not. That's not United States. You're just here. You know, on the fucking. You're not born here. Your ancestors didn't contribute to this country, you know.
It's got nothing to do with me being.
Your ancestors never contributed to this country, though.
That's not what defines citizenship, Tyler.
The bottom line is,
I thought you were successful. If you don't know that basic information,
your citizenship, you're a citizen because you couldn't make it in your own country. That's why you're here.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm a citizen. That's what it matters.
You can't make it in your own country. You can't go back there because you're starved.
Fine. I'm a citizen.
You know, you can't starve. You know,
I'm a citizen of the United States.
You know, you say, well, you're a citizen. Whoa.
Yeah, for how long?
I'm citizen by birthright. You're citizen because you begged. You know?
You paid, yeah, you paid too.
So all the Nigerians born in America, so they beg?
I don't know, man. All I know is you'll be better off if you went back to Nigeria, built that country up, and made something, man. You'd be happy. You know?
How come you don't tell immigrants to go back to where they come from? Why is it only Africans you always celebrate?
No, I say to all of them. I say the Hispanic, all of them. Palestinians, all these people that over here complaining all the time. Why not? They need to get the fuck out of here. You know, it's simple as that.
They're all American citizens.
If I was up there, I would get that alien Amar out of here. I would Talib, whatever her name is. I would get rid of all these freaking people and everything like that. It would just be black and white in this country and whatnot. Again.
So you love your white man? You want to have your white man?
No, I say I could deal with them better than I could.
I want to have his white man to himself.
You love the white wife. You love the white man, but I'm saying like this. There's a thing called Black America.
Just me and my master.
I could live in this country all my life when I never have anything to do with white people. You know,
all you want to do is see white people, Kyle. I don't want to see anybody else.
Look, I live in this country.
You don't want to see Africans. You don't want to see white people.
I do. How you say that? You got a white wife. Look, I have a business with my brother and sister, right? and I don't have to deal with white people at all. You know,
Kala, you say all you want to see in America is just white
and
people.
so the bottom line is, yeah, but there's also a black America here. There's black communities here, you know, that I'm part
Well,
of.
you say all you want to see is white people.
You know, so the bottom line, no, I said white people because they're the majority, you know. And
You
the
say you
black
don't want to see
people here
everybody
because
else. I
they're
said
here.
white people. That's what you told us.
Yeah, so no, you need white people because you got to
Good
live in
Lord.
your neighborhood. And stuff, you know, so anyway, you know, so Mike White, no, that's Ola. Ola's wife is white, you know.
No, you just told us that you want America to be just you and white
No,
people.
I'm saying like this. I'm saying
That's what you
people that
said, Kala.
understand. Look, black people and white people understand.
You want
we hate each
everybody
other,
else
but we
gone. You want the
understand each
Africans
other.
gone, the Chinese
Hold on, black
gone,
and white
the
people in
Spaniards.
America get along because we understand each other. We hate each other, but we get along with each other, right?
Oh, why you get
but
along?
understand the rules here. That there's a black world and there's a white world. See, we understand that. That's why we have no problems with this country. You guys come over here trying to change us.
First of all, Kala, do you know that white Americans are not monolith, right? They have different whites, right?
Well, yeah, it's different. I know that, but the bottom line, white. When you come off this country, that white skin means you're part of white America, the melting pot of white
That's
America.
not true.
You know? It is a truth. You don't
No,
know. You don't know.
but hold on, Mike.
I know communities of Italians. I know communities of
That don't mean nothing. They're white.
Hold on.
Oh, you know,
Right now,
Italians, all that stuff like that means nothing. They're white. To you, they're white.
okay, but when it comes to blacks, it means something.
Yeah, but Mike.
But when it comes to the black, it's status, right? But when it comes to the white, it don't mean anything. White immigrant.
No. White people are white people. No matter what they are, they're white.
Hold on.
White Americans.
Mike.
When it comes to white people, they're all Americans. Even the white immigrants, they're all white Americans. All
exactly.
That's what
but when it comes to the blacks, we're status.
Because whites assimilated.
Kala, you just told us you want the country.
White people assimilated with each other. You know,
Kala, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't.
No, they don't, man.
Whites don't even know American history.
No, they don't. They have their communities. They are. Trust me, they have their heritage.
He only knows the term that
they all do their heritage. Irish, they do their heritage. They do same part.
Irish,
all the Poles,
but they could come together
the white
on
American
like
melting pot.
thing,
You know, that's all.
Little Italy, Germantown.
Exactly.
You want America to be white America?
There's Jews that live there,
different white immigrants, or only white immigrants.
But Kala
was once the Irish enclave.
Kala only want white immigrants. He doesn't want black.
No, but Kala
I don't want no immigrants. You know,
Kala, you accept that the white person coming fresh off the boat is has more of a right to be here than you.
Yeah,
do you realize that?
Look, because like I said, to the victor belongs the spoils. They won this race war.
Do you know that just off the boat, Kala was
they won, but the bottom line is
more citizens than
they still can't deport me. You know, they still can't.
So you only project this alpha ultra Americanness to other blacks, not to the whites.
I never said ultra American. I'm saying the fact that if I'm living in America, I'm living in Black America, right? If you can't be part of Black America, you don't need to be here.
Okay, Carlo.
According to you, Italian fresh off the boat outranks everybody in Black America.
They're part of white America. That's
okay. So Carlo, you say you want all immigrants deported. Hold on, Carlo.
White America. They're part of the white Americans.
Carlo, you say you want all immigrants deported. Does it include the white immigrants?
Yeah, all of them need to go. All of them, white.
So
black,
you want white? Stop lying, man.
They all need to go. You know.
Okay, but you just told us. Hold on. You just told us. Carlo, calm down.
I would like to get rid of them too.
You just told us. You just told us.
And all these other people. All these people that coming
up. You just told us that there's no difference between the whites. Hold on. You just said there's no difference between the whites. Now you changing your mind?
Yeah, they all need to go. You know, I'd be like this. I'd be like honest if all these people went back.
Carla, stop running your mouth. Listen to yourself. You just told us they're all whites. They're all the same.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm talking about the people who don't assimilate. You know,
you told us that they all assimilate.
That's fine, right? You right here do not.
You just told us that all white people are similar.
You come over here as a black person, and you stupid Africans come over here thinking you be part of America
because we don't be part of the stupid black American.
It's like this. If you come to America, you got to assimilate into the three groups, right? You got the whites, the blacks, and the Aboriginal, Hispanic.
So you want me to assimilate with the whites? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, well, you can assimilate with the whites because you're not black.
So what do you want me to assimilate with?
If you don't consider assimilate with the black community, then you need to go.
Why would I want to assimilate with a failing community?
Okay. So a failing community. See, that's what I'm saying. Your arrogant attitude.
So you want me to assimilate
Well,
with
that's Mike. But in reality, most of the immigrant black communities are in cities where there's already large black population. So your point is a false point. If you go to Houston, there's foreign black people there. You go to New
there
York,
are more
there's a
Nigerians
foreign
than black
community.
Americans in Houston.
We assimilated well with African Americans. So by your logic, we speak similar languages. You can't even tell us apart. So by your logic,
no, we
assimilate
get
well.
along, but we don't have to assimilate to
We should abandon our cultures.
No, we assimilate in the sense of assimilation. Kala is talking about.
Why don't you make a
we assimilate, but Kala's definition of assimilation.
Assimilate, but they can't.
Exactly, it's a false.
Hold on, Kala's definition of we assimilate. Yeah. When we come here, we assimilate.
So in our women,
but what Kala's definition of assimilation
and everything. I don't want to assimilate. They can't stay out of our nightclubs. They can't stay out of music videos.
Okay, so you're agreeing that we are assimilating?
Hold on. You got
exactly. He just all over the place.
You speak from both sides of his mouth, man.
Hollywood roles. They can't stop.
So Kala, if we come into your nightclub,
we can't stop getting on BET.
He don't want us to come into the nightclub. He want the white.
You're running your mouth so much that you just contradicting yourself.
You can't. You got to be in our movies. You got to be in our everything we do. When I don't want.
We got to be in everything, including the jails, right? Including the gangs.
But
right?
you do this. You do the same thing when you go to our land. I don't get it. When you go to Nigeria or Jamaica or Trinidad or Haiti, whatever, you guys, we welcome you guys. So I don't get your logic.
I don't go to those.
I don't get your logic, man.
Hey, Philip, you know he told us that when he comes to Africa, he wants to build his own Black American community, right? That's what he told us, right? But then he wants us to come over here and become Black American.
Oh, no,
and he wants us to dump everything we do.
Exactly.
Well, if you come
he's all over the place.
Look, if you want to build your own Nigerian community, I'll have no problem with that, right? But you don't do that, right? There's none. You come over here and you try to.
What are you
They do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
You speak from both sides. You told us you have a problem with us.
Tell me the Nigerian version of Sag Harbor or or Prince George's County in America.
Kala, you don't have sense, man.
They don't fucking exist.
Bro,
they live in close proximity to one another. Most Nigerians, most Haitians live in close proximity to one another.
Show me a community where you could see development, brand new development, housing development of Nigerians in America.
Well,
so you expect a person that recently came to lead while you guys been here.
If you
that
can't
doesn't make sense.
If you can't do that, then why don't you just assimilate into the Black culture? You know,
they already assimilated, dude. I don't get your logic.
Kala, hold on. Let's see what makes sense.
We're not going to abandon our cultures.
Philip, hold on. Philip,
that's what I'm saying. You guys always say we're not going to abandon our culture.
Philip, please, you just give me a second. Let me do.
I want us to abandon our culture when we go to Africa.
Kala, can you explain exactly what you mean by Kala?
This late.
Don't run away. Can you explain what you mean by assimilating to your culture? Can you explain it?